Good morning. Good morning. It's Tuesday. It's December 2nd. I still can't believe it's December. And we are in day 2 of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe. Yesterday, we heard Trooper Proctor's voice on a recording, and we listened to a lot of recordings of Brian Walshe's interviews with law enforcement during the time when he was telling law enforcement that his wife had gone missing. She had gone to Logan Airport to commute to work and had just never shown up, including telling law enforcement that his oldest child, 6 at the time, had said goodbye to her in the morning and seen her get into a car. So today we are resuming with those audio interviews during the time when Brian Walshe was saying his wife was missing. And I'm saying that because, well, in opening statements, his defense attorneys said, yeah, no, so he lied to police. She spontaneously died. And so he went to get into bed early in the morning on New Year's Day after being at the home with her and friends on New Year's Eve. And he went to get in the bed with her and she was non-responsive. And he nudged her and then nudged her so hard she fell out of the bed. And then he freaked out and didn't call police and started Googling things like how to get DNA or can you get DNA off of a knife and how long until a body starts to smell. So their defense is going to be, well, he did all the other things, but he didn't kill her. And if that sounds like Robert Durst to you, well, I mean, it worked for him. So I don't know if that's what's going to happen in this case. I still wonder if we're going to hear him argue, well, I saw what went down with Karen Reed, and I wasn't going to call these police. I wasn't going to call law enforcement. However, as the ever so wise Chat, because Chat is Bay, pointed out yesterday, we don't see a single Google that we've heard of, and the defense, I think, would have brought it up in opening, of what could have caused spontaneous death or what could have caused this and that. So it is time for us to roll the intro and go to court. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. And thank you, Chat. Yes, I did still have some of my lip stain on the corner of my lip. I appreciate it. It's a good color, though. I just didn't get all of it. I didn't get all of it taken care of, but it's fine. We'll fix it in post. I have a cup of cappuccino this morning. I'm ready to roll. We're going to hear more of these interviews, and then we're going to get into Trooper Guarino. And that's going to be our testimony today. Why does my screen not want to work? Because why would anything just go smoothly? It's not going to go smoothly. Nothing's going smoothly. It was ready to go. My third monitor is like, who do we think we are? We're not doing anything this morning. All right, give me a moment. We'll swap. We have one feed, it seems, that has closed captioning. I am so frustrated with how hard it is to find closed captioning. Maybe by day 3 of trial, we'll be ready. Maybe then we'll be ready for closed captioning. Who knows? But let's go to court and see what they do before the jury comes in.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Hello, Mr. Connor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Hello, Miss
Good morning, Patricia
Yaz.
Houston for the Commonwealth.
Good morning to the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I missed the last one.
Kelly Portis on behalf of Mr. Walsh. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton.
Good
for
morning,
Walsh.
Mr. Tipton.
And good morning to the defense counsel and to the defendant.
everybody.
Anything anyone needs to raise with me before we bring the jury in?
Yes, just a few housekeeping matters, Your Honor.
Housekeeping.
We entered
Ooh,
5
coffee's good.
stipulated exhibits of banking records. And so I'm prepared, if you would like
Some of
those
you are
for your own
saying
record keeping,
WCVB
but
has-
they are up here. They've been stipulated to.
If they
and
have
then
They
them,
relate
will
to the
move. I hate
stipulation
distraction
from
on
yesterday
screen.
regarding banking records or something different?
They relate to yesterday's stipulation.
Okay.
So they've just been marked as the
Oh,
next
look.
5 exhibits.
All right, that's fine.
And then.
Where does that put us on the exhibits marked for identification? That is, what's the next one?
This one for ID. I.
Aye.
These were named as exhibits.
These went as exhibits, Your Honor. So the next exhibit number would be
Thank you
62.
for the clarification. So these 5 went in for as exhibits what through what? 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60?
And 61.
And again, Commonwealth, what are they banking records from where?
So 56
So they're
is
marking
Apple
them for
Credit Union.
identification.
57 is Barclays/JetBlue credit card.
Nope, no closed
58 is Leader
captioning
Bank.
on WCVB.
59 is JP Morgan Chase.
Hold on.
Certainly.
So they're just marking those records that they are admitting into evidence.
I'm caught up, yep.
60 is Liberty Bay Credit Union.
I
61
appreciate
is Fidelity.
how much the attorneys have worked together to make sure that stuff can just get
Okay.
stipulated,
We'll
because
start on 62 for
why
today.
not just
Yes, Your Honor.
agree to the
And
banking
I for
records? They are what they
identification
are.
Today is our starting point.
No need to
Okay.
fight.
And Your Honor, after this interview is finished playing, which is about another 30 minutes, I would ask that the court read in stipulation that's been marked D regarding the Richard Walker email.
All right, can I have that from either the clerk or?
I love the heads up. I love the
D
planning.
for ID.
I love the organization. It's so nice. It's so helpful. Also, Mass residents, how you doing with the weather today?
Clerk,
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
anything else from the Commonwealth?
I'm going to
Nothing
stand
further, Your
defense counsel's hair the entire trial. Just prepare now. That's going to happen. It's great.
Sidebar, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, I love your hair. I hate a sidebar. Sir, why are you giggling with your attorneys? It seems like they're bringing the jury in. We zoomed sidebar. I don't want to zoom too far. I'm ready for the hearies. Oh, you know what we should do while we're getting to the hearies? We should fly. We didn't fly yet. We did intro, but we didn't fly yet. So let's get to our hearies when the jury comes in. All right, jury entering the court. I was trying so hard to get to the hearies and zoom right. Yeah. I'm also going to gain up the audio a little bit. Might as well start early and make sure that we have the ability to just gain our audio up to where it needs to be. Because we're probably going to need it because they're going to play more audio. Emily, these are things yes. 10 out of 10, we should have. I stepped right on the hearies. Damn it. Let's go to court.
The jury.
Let's go. Now we're ready. All ready. Ready to go.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having to do with the Honorable Justice Diane Fernandez, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Draw near, give your attendance and show your heard. Let's have the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phone.
Draw near. Okay, while she longingly stares at the jury, no, that's the wrong word. It was she inquisitively stares at the jury. We're going to put it at 1.25 to ask those same 4 questions.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. You had a good night. Jurors will start today, as I promised, with the 4 questions.
Same
Jurors,
4 questions.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
She's just scanning everyone's face.
Were you able to comply with my order
Always
that you not speak to
watching.
anyone about this case?
Always watching.
Have you stayed away from all social media and or news media?
And for those of you that were very worried about Fred and me taking his blanket
And you all
yesterday,
still have open minds?
I'll let you know that Fred and I snuggled on the couch and watched some Secret Lives of
Those
Mormon
4
Wives.
questions all
Fred
answered
is
by-
well taken care
Affirmative
of.
file 16 jurors are ready to begin today's work. Witness may be called to the stand.
Oh,
Thank you, Your
cells
Honor.
and stuff.
Commonwealth, recall Harris.
You can giggle. You can giggle all you want. For Brian Walshe, I think it's a little strange. That's all. But Fred is good. He got to watch his favorite show, which is really anytime I sit down and put a blanket on my lap. So, you know.
Schmidt.
Fred falls asleep with Mom Talk. He can't tell Demi and Jesse apart. And he has no idea what in the fucking hell just happened. He has no idea what a Fruity Pebble is. Okay. The tech is just like, hey, everybody. Well, at least we know exactly what part we were at with the witness coming back in. So there's that. I can't even blame that one on Fred. I don't know what that was. All right. Well, back to trial. It's going to be like that. When you have days like that, just know we all do. I have no idea. Same witness on the stand. This is
Sir, you understand you're still under
witness. First witness for the
You
Commonwealth.
may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, we stopped an interview from January 7th at approximately 1 hour and 2 minutes and 35 seconds in. At this point in time, Your Honor, I'd ask to finish that.
You know what? It might have been instant karma for talking about Fred. I think it was mischief managed instant karma. See, this is what we get. We talk about Fred, and the karma comes swiftly.
Recording.
You may.
Ms. Gilman?
More than that, so.
Ms. Gilman, could you make it a little louder?
Yeah, Miss Gilman. We can't hear shit.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know which one.
Thanks, Miss Gilman.
That was the understanding.
And then, correct me if I'm wrong, you said on Friday the 30th when she landed, she told you that she had a work issue, she can't go back.
She was alluding to things being very busy with stuff on Friday. And she was, I remember her being tired.
Did she book a return flight earlier? Did she change the reservation? Did she book a new one?
I don't see, here's the thing. She sent me the flight coming to Boston,
Yep.
but she never sent me the return flight. All I know is that she told me she had a return flight on the 3rd. But I don't know what time or what that was. I assumed everything was just the way it was, and then she moved the schedule up 2 days, which is not the first time she's done that. I mean, it is the whole thing was a bit. I know it was odd, but considering the last couple months, it wasn't so much that I was like, hey, wait, what's happening? Whereas I was talking to Jen was like, well, this seems.
Okay, though I am already tired of listening to this defendant's interviews, I feel like we can hear a little bit better today. And, and the closed captioning is working well. So there's that.
I was like, well, Jen, these are the things that I've been dealing with over the last couple of months. So it wasn't something that I would be like, well, raise an eyebrow to. I was like, all right, all I did was further confirm that I got to get to see the kids. We got to work this out. It's too much stress on the whole family, and that was the main thing. I just wanted to be together all the time.
Did Anna ever tell you?
That was the whole thing. We wanted to be together all the time. It was so hard for us not being together all the time. Okay.
When the return flight was booked, aside from the Tuesday flight?
Say again?
In other words, did she tell you which flight she was booked on?
That's
the
his
3rd?
lawyer.
No, but she always
In the
took
interview.
the first or second flight out, and she had said
First
she had
flight
already booked
always.
flights for January. But we were supposed to talk about that, and then she said she did say she was changing a flight, but not this flight. She was changing the flight to Martin Luther King Day. So I don't know if she did that or if she didn't, but she was talking about changing that flight. That she was going to come in Thursday night, stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, leave Tuesday, and maybe try to leave, maybe stay an extra day. So she was offering 4 or 5 days.
I'm just looking at my notes to see what day this interview was. So I wrote it down yesterday.
Thanksgiving, but I would stay for 5 days when I come back. And she only stayed for 1 day, and then she was always like, I don't have more time.
I think the 7th.
Less and less time.
Yeah, this is a January 7th interview.
On New Year's Eve with Jem,
Yes.
was Jem aware that she had to leave the next morning?
No.
That's an answer that's changed.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Jem, we were probably because we just wanted to. Most likely just to enjoy the time with Jem. He was only here for 4.5 hours or so, and we hadn't seen him in
Were
person.
you aware that she was leaving the next day?
No, I wasn't. I was aware that she was probably leaving early. Again, the assumption or story going in my head was that she was leaving on Monday.
So she was originally planned to leave on Tuesday. You were on the assumption by her leaving early it would be Monday.
Yeah, I mean, I had no information otherwise, but, you know, I was definitely surprised, like, I gotta go.
Okay, so, what were your plans on New Year's Day?
Yeah, so, you know, it was gonna be the same stuff. The only difference is that, she might have, come up with me, to see my mother possibly, or we would have, or.
Back to the
family would have
sirens.
Done something, like my, you know, up in Swampscott or somewhere nearby, you know, because I said I had time, I don't have to drop my mother off, so we can go see her and get her what she needs, and maybe we could do some stuff, so I was excited about that. I didn't bring it up, but she was troubled by whatever happened with, Adela. She's like, this can't be my friend, this is 30 minutes before New Year's, and she did bring it up with, Jan at the time before.
You said you couldn't be a friend?
He texted on New Year's Eve, saying friendship is over or something to that, right?
Yeah.
What did he say?
What did Anna say?
She said, yeah, I'm sorry, I appreciate, you know, like, give a leadership sort of answer, like, I accept, you know, what you're saying. And then he called to leave a message, and then I remember her saying, I'm not I'm not gonna listen to this. That's actually put her on the phone upstairs.
Okay.
Shortly after. I think she understood it. I think he was saying that, you know, I haven't seen you for the holiday season, you're in town, you know, not seeing me in person, you know, often enough, that's not acceptable. I'm here to, you know, support you, take care of you, or whatever it is. So, you know, it was just a bit, I mean, it's not the relationship, I guess she thought that they were having. He's married to the child, by the way, and they've been together for 10 years, so just to give you some background.
Do you know how they met?
Yeah, they worked at the Willard Intercontinental.
They're talking about Anna's work. I Am True Gem said, is there a recap of day one? I missed the first day. No worries. You missed a lot of this kind of interviews. And yes, they are all on the Emily Show YouTube channel. And if you have the Law Nerd app, you'll get a notification when those drop. They drop about an hour before we resume court, give or take, depending on how, you know, wibbly wobbly time is for Emily in the morning.
Together back in 2012.
That she went and put her phone upstairs after that?
After that, she, let's say it's 10 or 15, and then I remember her putting her phone upstairs because then she came back down without it.
Was, Thomas came down at one point in the hospital?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating as well?
Oh, yeah, Thomas went to bed at, he went to bed, then he came over at like 9 or 10 or something. I think Anna took a bunch of photos. Jem and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet, but I think she sent one to Will Fasto, so that was when, that's when the photo was taken about, so it was maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
You know where upstairs she put her phone at that point?
Yeah, or a bedstand.
In your room?
Yeah, or my room now.
With the ceiling tile on it?
Yeah. No, yeah, not in the ceiling tile drawer, on top, yeah.
Oh, it might still be sped up.
But she did seem disturbed by that, which was odd.
Yeah.
And she did bring it up.
There we go.
know,
Thank you.
And she brought it up to me.
He
and,
talks pretty fast
so
anyway.
That was something, not normal, but.
That was me.
He had to kind of cut us off.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem.
Proctor's like, to get back to the question, and that is Proctor's voice, but I'm going to really screw up everybody in the replay crew. Replay crew loves you, who speeds me up. And then if I speed trial up, they've got it way too sped up.
You had said that the plan for New Year's Day was to take Honor and the kids up to.
Maybe, yeah, that was.
Did you actually have a plan?
No, we didn't have a.
Everybody's like jumping over each
full-fledged
other.
plan at the time. But we had options and stuff, so.
I know a lot of you didn't notice. It's the ADHD. I didn't notice either.
No. The nanny was going to come over anyways because I was going to go. I set everything up in advance because I was going to have to go take my mother. So I wanted the nanny there. I didn't know what it was going to look like and what Anna was going to want to
Where
do.
were you taking your mother? Because you said you were just visiting
Also,
her.
if I was going to see my mother, I was going to take the kids somewhere, and then we're going to meet up later. But, because I have so little time outside of the house, when I do try to take, most of it as a family, and get everything done that we said we would do.
To be fair,
Yeah, because I had
Sarah said Proctor knows how to record interviews. He's just coming along for this one. It's the witness that's on the stand that recorded it. So it wasn't really Proctor's choice. He's assisting, not lead investigating this one.
The time to go up to see my mother. So I was like, we'd go up and we wanted to do something,
He might talk about his mom in these interviews
we had those
almost
those
as much
options
as
available to
Anna.
us, which, like today, they would not be, right? Because I don't have any time.
You guys had an argument after she said she.
No, we didn't have an argument. I was a bit taken by surprise. Not to be crude, but I was in the bathroom, and she came by and said, "I have to go to sleep." And I was like, "Well, hold on."
Not to be crude, sir, I'm going to need you to explain why you had to cut a piece of the ceiling down. Not to be crude, but I was in the bathroom. There's nothing crude about saying you were using the restroom. What is happening?
She's like, "I have to get up early, Brian. I have to go tomorrow." And I was like, "Oh, I wasn't expecting that." And then she said, I said I might have to leave early. I said I didn't know it was going to be like that early. So, I did have an argument with her for the Thanksgiving and the Christmas Eve. So I wasn't going to make the same thing 3 times. I was like, okay. And then she immediately backed it up with like, "Hey, I'm going to come 4 or 5 days and for Martin Luther King Day," because we were making a new schedule for January and February. I said coming every week.
I wasn't going to make the same mistake. I didn't want to fight. I'm not the problem. I want an Oompa Loompa now, Daddy. Like, I didn't do it. She said she had to go. She's doing this. She's doing that. I'm being reasonable. I'm not fighting with her. Jenny's asking why always a holiday? Probably because she has the federal days off from work. And so she tries to tag them together with time at home since she's commuting out of state. It would be my guess why the holidays.
Might not, is really not good. Is there any way that you could come every other week for more time? So we were working on that when she arrived Friday and Saturday. We were talking about that.
If the kids took her phone and did it on her, how would she contact someone for a ride?
If the kids took her phone and hid it, how would she contact someone for a ride?
Yeah, that's the question.
She wouldn't leave I don't think she would leave the house without the phone. But let's say that I'm wrong about that. So sure, she would use my phone, right? But
that question threw him a little bit. He's like, he's even drinking water while they're asking it, while he's listening to it in court. How would she call an Uber if she didn't have her phone? My phone is the answer. My phone for 200. What do you mean they're asking questions? I thought they didn't ask any questions, and here they are asking all of the questions. He's like, what? What? How would she get an Uber without a phone? What? Yeah, we all asked yesterday. She's not heading to the airport without her phone. She is commuting back and forth out of state. There's no way she's rolling up to the check-in desk because she's not checking luggage. She's carrying a duffel bag. You told us, sir. Remember? The Vuitton one. But you made sure to tell them it was the classic monogram. It's not even the shadow monogram. It's just the classic monogram because you wanted them to go look for it in DC, and you told them that she didn't check a bag, and sometimes she traveled with just her purse. Someone who has streamlined their travel to just a purse to hop on a plane because they have homes in 2 separate places is not stopping at the desk to print out a fucking boarding pass. They're rolling up to clear with their phone, and that's it. That's all, sir. Continuing.
If the kids took her phone and did it on her, how would she contact someone for a ride?
if the kids took her phone and hid it, how would she contact
Wait. Emily, we're not doing behavior analysis. I know, but if I was the questioner, this is one of the first times that he repeated the question back as if, to me, he's buying himself processing time. So in this police interview, this is the first time I think I've heard him go, so if the kids, like he's trying to work out a word problem. So if the train leaves Boston at 10:02 a.m. and it's traveling at 57 miles an hour and needs to travel 350 miles, he's just trying to buy time to figure out the answer. So I'm going to highlight this question because it's a different response, but you'll hear what the police ask because he re-asks it.
Is there any way that you could come every other week for more time? So we were working on that.
I backed up too far
Friday
back.
And Saturday. We were talking about that.
If the kid took her phone and didn't honor, how would she contact someone for a ride?
If the kids took her phone and hid it, how would she contact someone for a ride? She wouldn't leave I don't think she would leave the house without the phone. But
Ding, ding, ding.
let's say that I'm wrong about that. So sure, she would use my phone, right? But she put Lyft on here. I guess she would download Uber and get it. But I know where my phone was, and we didn't have this phone at the time. So there were phones in the house.
I know it's kind of an unfair evaluation of, is he lying to law enforcement because he's admitted to lying to law enforcement and his lawyer said he lies in all of these interviews in opening statements, which is why I am giving much more of my opinion listening to these interviews than we do when we are listening earnestly, trying to discern what somebody's doing, because he's already admitted to him lying in all of this. And so hopefully it's a little helpful to point out what some of the differentiators are for me. And if I was asking the questions, the things that would make me go, oh, that one was a problem. Oh, that one was a problem. This. So hopefully. But also, I just want to keep pausing him because I can't listen to any more of these interviews.
Do you use any iPads potentially?
Oh, there you go. She probably wouldn't be able to use the iPad to do it. I would not.
It gets worse. Dude, how are you getting worse at this? Also, for law enforcement, don't suggest answers. Don't suggest answers to him. Don't help. Your job is not to help. Your job is to sit there and shut the fuck up and let him fill in the silence because he's a talker. He's just telling them everything. He's talking. Stop giving him help. Oh, bingo. Could have used the iPad because we heard it in the other one. And in the other interview, we heard him latch on to being unsure about whether he got gas or not. And then he started weaving it in. So now we're going to start hearing it about the iPad. Y'all sit and be quiet. Colleen said he pled guilty though, right? He pled guilty to lying to law enforcement and to disposing improperly of her body. He is only on trial for the first degree murder.
So
we're never going to get through this if I don't shut up.
Do you use any iPads potentially?
Oh, there you go. She probably wouldn't be able to use the iPad to do it. I would not, but she would know how to. The only thing I saw was one phone, and her laptop. That other iPad that I'm telling you about should be at the DC. She did have a laptop with her. But she programmed all of these.
She programmed all of them. But yet, her iMessages are somehow going to your phone. I'm sure she programmed that. If you were listening in the background, that's my sarcasm face and voice.
My mother brought it on I forget when we got the phone, because she had to we had to get the phone and, or my mother had it and she was bringing it with the watch and everything. So it probably came here on the, she probably brought it on the 2nd or something. Everything came on the 2nd.
When you didn't have your phone and you sent those emails, those 3 emails?
Yeah.
Who were they to again?
So Zach and Daniel, my business partners at Let's, my wife and my mother.
How did you send those emails?
My laptop.
Can we have it? Can we have your laptop?
I asked you, did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, I would never do that.
They asked him again. Who did you email on your laptop? Would you hurt your wife? Did you hurt your wife? Just right in there. No, I would never do that. I backed it up.
I asked you, did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, I would never do that.
We don't have arguments with one another, spouses, etc. Has that ever escalated to a physical confrontation?
No, sir, no. My wife and I got along very, very well. Hey, the only stress we were having was going together. It's really, I bothered Tracy about it for months. The family doesn't work without my wife. Never hurt my wife. I mean, I loved her, and what would it think? I think about my kids too. She's a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife.
I'm a little surprised that his lawyer at this point does not say, my client has already told you that he would not hurt his wife. These questions aren't along the line of trying to help him find his wife. We are done. And a lot of you are saying he said loved her. He's uncomfortable in court listening to this, and the jury already knows that he's lied in these. So the jury's probably listening to them the same way we are. Oh my God, chat, you guys are cracking me up. The jury's probably listening to this the same way we are, playing spot the lie, because they've already been told that this is all lies. And he does speak in past tense all the time about her. But yesterday when he was talking about his mother, he was not speaking in past tense, though he was talking about past events. It was, she likes these wipes. She uses these things. So he does go back and forth. But he was talking about his mother more in the present tense than Anna. But yes, he does go back and forth. So Aaron asked, does the jury know that he pled guilty to the other 2 charges? No, and there's a motion pending about that. The prosecution does not want them to know. I think the defense wants to bring it up. We'll get there. So continuing on with this interview, they have just gotten to, again, would you harm your wife? I'm surprised his lawyer didn't jump in and say, this is no longer about the investigation. We're done here. Let the lawyer be the bad guy. It's literally what you sign up for. You get paid to jump in and protect your client. It's shields get beaten up. That's literally your job.
To take that away from that, I mean, I just couldn't even imagine something like that.
It strains credulity to sit here and listen to him after we know that he has pled guilty to disposing of her body, and we know a bit how he did that, to sit there and say, I would never do this to my children. It turns my stomach.
I think about my kids too. She's a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife. I mean, to take that away from that, I mean, I just couldn't even imagine something like that. That's just not, would never do anything to hurt my wife. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to. And, we were apart because of the job and my legal problems.
Your legal problems, your federal crimes, sir, your federal crimes.
Her leaving very early, maybe angry?
No, I wasn't angry. I was sad. I got angry about Thanksgiving, and then I realized I was just sad that we're not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too. And it was exhausting for both of us. She was away from the boys. I was always dealing with the boys. and I were a very good team. We agreed on like almost everything.
See? Interviewing techniques. They might just be taking notes. He finished the answer. Nobody said anything. And then he continues to fill in the gaps. Also, for his federal defense attorney, it's real easy for me to sit here in hindsight and say, do this, do that. It's really different in the moment, especially if your client is telling you, my spouse is missing. I have no idea what happened. There's nothing on my phones. Again, easier in hindsight for me to say, well, sir, they're asking you all the suspect-like questions. Now it's time to cut it off because we're in hindsight. So, yeah.
Agreed on. I have to get to DC. Just didn't feel like we were the authors of our own lives. So that's why she wrote that on the thing. We have to be the authors of our own lives to make this happen, Brian. We're always working together.
Yeah, rubbing your eyes so they look red's not going to help, dude.
In your mind, where do you think she is right now?
We know the court tricks.
I like a lot of people have said maybe she's.
Since we know that these interviews are all total bullshit, we're going to talk more about what people sound like when they're lying. Because why? Because apparently the ADHD wants to do that today. Listen to how he answers this question. In your mind, where is your wife? And then all of the word salad, and then people say, he will not tell them in his mind where his wife is because he knows where his wife is. And he's not going to tell them that. In your mind, where is your wife? Well, a lot of people are, and yesterday in the other interview, it was, New York or Mars. I don't know. Sir, where could your wife be? And not once has he said in any of these interviews, could an Uber driver have taken her? What could have happened to her? Did you already check flight records? What do you know? He's not asking them questions. But he knows where she is, which makes these really hard to listen to. He's not asking them, okay, you're asking me all these questions, but have you found anything? Well, because he's not acting like a person who has a missing person. Is he? Because he knows she's not missing.
In your mind, where do you think she is right now?
In your mind.
I like a lot of people have said maybe she's at a spa, and she was under a lot of pressure. It doesn't really track with my wife. She loved her job and she loved her family, so she would always be focused on that. And maybe the country house,
Excuse me, sir. Your dog thinks this is bullshit. Your dog does not appreciate your stress. Your dog is just like, nope, something's wrong here. Your dog is lie detecting you, sir. A lot of people have said maybe she's at a spa.
doesn't really track with my wife. She loved her job and she loved her family, so she would always be focused on that. Maybe the country house, in Bella, in Serbia, but I have no idea. I can't. I'm having a hard time imagining it.
Does she have any other identifications?
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian, international identity.
Okay, there could be a dog outside. It's fair that it's possible there could be a dog outside. I'm turning down the barks because I'm trying not to trigger all of the law nerds, the paw nerds. We don't need the paw nerds barking at the screen.
Application cards, one with Lugovic, one with Nip. I haven't seen her use them recently. I don't even know if the date is on them.
Oh yeah, it's all past tense.
Other than Serbia, any other ties internationally in a country she visited, or family or good friends?
She's a language expert. She spent time in
She's a language expert? I have to say, I do like hearing more about Anna. There are things that are just really hard to listen to him say, knowing what we know. And we're only on day 2.
college in France, which she speaks perfect French, but she has a family, or she has a friend there. I don't know if he's still there, Julianne, but other than that, that would be it. And then, DC and Boston. I mean, DC.
You're telling me Anna would pronounce Louis Vuitton properly is what that's what you're telling me. And Hermes. That's what I'm hearing.
They're asking for a broader.
Notice he didn't give a single answer.
International flights.
His lawyer just asked about international
Was she
flights.
scheduled? It appeared in the newspaper. Not that I ever believe the newspaper, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that
His lawyer's starting to ask about the newspaper. I missed that. All I could hear was the dog.
was she scheduled? It appeared in the newspaper. Not that I ever believe the newspaper, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that she did have reservations to go back to DC on January 3rd.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'm just asking if that's confirmed.
That's our understanding, yes.
Do you know what time?
Stuff like that, no, we don't know.
Plus, definitely one play, yeah, always.
And that she never changed that.
To our knowledge, it's not canceled.
There is a chatter between JetBlue and her over the last few months. Because when she doesn't call.
Did you just ask them if there's any chatter between her and JetBlue? It's the strangest phrasing, sir. Mr. I don't know how to use the GPS on my Volvo, literally a GPS that my mom, who doesn't listen to live streams, love you, Mom, who truly is not the best with technology, uses with all of the ease in the world, Mr. Cybersecurity Response Team. Miss me with the I don't know how to use the GPS in my Volvo. It is a very easy GPS system. Oh my God. Anyway, the attorney is asking about it. Mickey Moo Moo said, is it Emily's dog? EDB does not have a dog. It is a cat household over here. No shade to dogs. It's a cat household. The dog is at the defendant's home. This is the defendant's dog barking during the interview, January 7th, 2023. We are listening to that interview. Nobody in court is really making noise. All the noise is from the interview.
She does something, they do it online.
Chatter.
Messaging.
Oh, they should probably go to the JetBlue site.
Yeah, they have a chat. Yeah. So that's so she could be doing that and feeding
The
kids
defendant
or
keeps saying
something
Anna.
like that.
Other people have said
a lot of
Anna.
times she would talk to them and it wouldn't work out, and then she would take a break and then come back.
I'm assuming that he's pronouncing it correctly.
It's live chat.
Yeah. So sometimes, I mean, I don't know if it could be like they're like, we'll just come in, change at the counter, or they're like, I can't do this. And she was always asking for, she had gotten a good status, especially with the card, so I don't know what her deal was, but it's possible that, because she said when I have this, they can make changes at the counter, upgrades at the counter at different, so yeah, she never called them.
Have to make more coffee soon.
What
Yeah,
about like brunch reservations or any brunch plans on New Year's? That's a popular thing.
Not that I know, but Anna was talking about making some, so I don't know if she did it or not. I haven't checked, I haven't looked for anything on Open Table or Resi or anything like that. I could take a look.
Then,
Because last year we went the whole family, we did go to brunch. So that is a very normal thing to do.
so normally it's like a bigger.
That's a very normal
Yeah.
thing to do. Sir, none of this is normal.
But I mean, this year, things were up in the air.
So,
Literally.
a lot of time outside of the house on New Year's Day.
Julie, I agree.
Would you with that request, then? Was it a normal Thursday request? Or
Yeah.
was it special?
No, always Thursday.
Okay.
And the request was from what, from 3 to 9?
3 to 9, yes.
So there wouldn't have been brunch.
No, yeah, we wouldn't have been brunch, but it was good. That's
Would she
something.
have gone to brunch without you?
No, no, well, she would have left. No.
I mean, if she were going home on January 3rd, would she have gone out to brunch with other friends or anything?
No way, no. The only time when she was here that she saw someone without me was Rima. And I was only twice, she did that twice. That's the only, everything else we would do together or people would come to the house. The time together was very important for us.
Both friends in the area that,
Peter Kirby.
that you think we should speak to as far as that knew Anna real well, that she was close with that asked.
Do you think
Kirby?
do you think his defense attorney is looking to the OnlyFans counting the minutes that she has to listen to this interview again? Because I imagine his female defense attorney in court, not the one that's on the audio, the one that's on the recording is his federal defense attorney for the art fraud fake Warhol Animal Crossing case. This attorney looking at the heavens has probably listened to this interview at least 4 or 5 times and he's just sitting there. Is it almost done yet? Just my interpretation.
They went to the same leadership school together 3 years ago. And he lives with his wife and John Marshfield.
The hair is great though.
For support.
Love.
Jim Mutlu, who's here, obviously, a family friend, and someone who is, obviously loves Anna very much. Rima Ferrer, she was Anna's mentor, and, they were very good friends. Those would be the main ones that I would think of.
I think that's pretty much it for now. I mean, we're gonna have to obviously do the dialogue and back and forth and dig into it and follow up questions. You can imagine.
Can't hear what that cop's saying at all. Zero, none.
I might have it.
0, none.
That's helpful.
Asking for something.
Let me get that going.
I love seeing the roll call of Ponards.
Could this be it?
You obviously have the ability to get your own credit card statements. You want to pull those and then for the past week and then
So they're talking about credit card statements.
Oh. Yeah, just check the Chase Freedom. That's the one that I use. I don't use the cap.
They're not talking about your credit card. Well, I mean, they're probably also talking about your credit card, but primarily they're going to want her credit card. And we know she had switched to using the JetBlue credit card because she wanted the points. And who can blame her? She's like, I want the 80,000 points in the sign-up offer that she was going to get, which we heard all about yesterday. So yeah, they want to check the JetBlue because they want to see if there's any activity on her finances. Remember how quickly we saw that in the Gabby Petito case that Brian Laundrie was using her card and withdrawing money? We want to see that. That's what they're looking for. Oh yeah, I use the Chase Freedom card. Okay, great.
One has been out of commission. It was only in commission for a month or so. Do you have access to the Chase Freedom or?
We got to jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, absolutely. We get how much of the Chase
Just print them out and give them to him.
Freedom would you like?
Oh, he's offering to do that.
Oh, okay, so just okay.
We'll give y'all December. We'll give y'all, we're not gonna,
That's
Easier just to, they come in a month.
whatever the last month statement is, I'm not sure if it's You know how it is, some of them start
Sometimes it's
December
broken
10th.
up.
Law enforcement. I mean, we got to jump through a lot of hoops. If you'll just give it to us, it's way easier. And his federal defense attorney is like, yeah. I got to feed my Snorlax, you guys.
Yeah,
Forgot
so will I.
yesterday.
But I don't think they do anything.
I'm still not.
I have dealt with Anna, she does everything online.
Anna's cousin, the one with the
Milan?
land dispute in Serbia.
Milan, yeah.
Milan, I was gonna ask his name. Your last name?
Lubicic.
Has he ever contacted you?
No.
Um,
I think he does speak English, though.
So you said there was a conflict that,
Yeah, there's a terrible conflict. If you speak to Alexandra, she'll know more about it. But since I've known Anna, basically what happened 2 generations ago in Serbia, in Belgrade, Anna's father's mother, so her grandmother, bought a piece of land with her sister or something, and then they had kids, and there's been a land dispute over it because now it's worth a lot of money, and you can build a large building there. And that building, that kind of money in Serbia, change your life. I mean, it's like winning the lottery here. And then they've been fighting over it for many, many years, 20 years at least. They thought they were going to resolve it in 2017.
So they're fighting over
Things
property
didn't work out. Things
for the
went back and
family?
forth. And then just this Thanksgiving, they, basically dissolved the deal. So they had a deal that it took 15 years to put together. 5 years later, they couldn't perform, and they're about to split.
so aside from that, and the, is there any, business conflicts with properties or with this new job? Is there anybody that would be upset with?
The dog is in the interview.
Yeah, people have asked that.
Remember, the defendant is being interviewed at his home January 7th. His wife was reported missing January 4th, but it seems she actually went missing January 1st. So the dog is at the home. The interview is happening at the home.
Same question. I can't think of anyone that would be upset with Anna. I mean, everyone loves Anna. I mean, she's wonderful. So, if you see all the texts and emails coming in, like, what can we do? Love Anna. I can't think of I can't think of anything like that, honestly. That would.
They were asking about any conflicts for her.
Especially.
Whether it's her fault or not, like any issues at work that comes up that somebody would be slighted?
Not that I know. I mean, the only people I know are the people that she was working with, and actually had a very good working relationship with everybody. No, again.
Yeah, the pupper has something to say.
No, I wouldn't have a name to give you for that.
Okay, what about you? Any previous business partners, any current partners, anybody that would be, upset with you that would want to try and...
Anyone that would want to
purchase
harm
and-
her are these questions.
Well, I mean, what about the guy in LA?
Oh, but there's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah.
A
Well,
civil lawsuit is not the same as wanting to hurt you.
okay. But
There's a
that,
civil lawsuit in California. I don't think that reasons any.
okay, yeah, I
I
don't.
understand somebody suing you.
Yeah.
But Anna too.
Trying to hurt your wife is different. Yeah.
Right, but they're suing Anna as well, and he called Anna during the thing. So I mean, that's the one, that's one person. But I mean, I don't think so either. But that would.
We have the name just to...
Yeah, what is it, Ron Rivlin?
Like the gallery.
Gallery thing, but he had Ron Rivlin. Yeah, but he did call. He called Anna, and he brought her into the case.
What do you say with all?
Well, he sent her threatening email, Facebook text at one point. You stole from me.
Is it an email or is it a Facebook text?
I know the police and the FBI, coming to get you, things like that. But that was 6 years ago. And we had, other than when I was arrested, he tried to contact her via Facebook or something, 2018, but we haven't heard from him since.
What was the 18 contact?
2018. I think it was just he was trying to friend her or something like that.
Oh, friend her. Sorry. At first I was like, wait, what?
That's right when the criminal stuff started. Yeah, but that would be someone who. Certainly I have a different situation. So him and there's Jung and Lee in Korea, but highly unlikely. I mean he's a son of a billionaire. I don't think he would.
What in Korea?
His name is Jung Lee.
It's another person involved in it. They're getting restitution and everything.
Also,
The guy is-
Jung could care less. Yeah.
I don't think anything of that would rise to that.
Yeah, same with Arnaud Dubuis.
And besides, they would be pissed at him, not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ron is the only one that tried to bring us
Chung Lee is
E.D. Barks is a great pupper name.
was Arnaud. Or the other person who Arnaud Dubuis, who's in Paris. He's a art dealer.
Were they all partners in there?
No, it's all separate.
Is he an art dealer? Of legitimate art?
A separate situation.
Oh, I have questions.
So why-
A girl's got
Other
questions.
incidents, like aside from.
Yeah, well, they're similar
They're
membrane.
separate incidents, and honestly, I don't think anything about his criminal case would have anything to do with this.
I don't either, but I still want to know.
But those are the names of the players, and
The
Ron was
names
one
of
who
the
did have
players.
contacted my wife. I did serve my wife at work.
Okay, but if people have a problem with you or your wife, like those are the people you want to know. I
Right.
understand that.
I mean, I guess if we're going to look for a bright spot in this interview, it doesn't seem that he's trying to throw any one person specifically under the bus. So I guess that's a good thing? Maybe?
Some of those people make you very fucking passionate to do have any involvement in this.
Well, definitely Korea and France are pretty. I mean, and he's the other guy's in LA, so.
If anyone contacts you or some of us,
We're,
in any like context, really.
We will give you any information that we get.
What was that, a truck was here last night, with, out-of-state place, was that a visitor, or?
An Abdullah?
What time did he arrive last?
The truck that was here last night with out-of-state plates.
It was
You
late.
called me.
Yeah, I called you late, so you must have not.
And how long was he here?
Huh.
10 minutes, 15 minutes. But my mother's saying it was 30. I was trying to.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was trying to usher him out quickly. But at one point, he brought James Ryan, who was one of Anna's mentors 10 years ago, who I haven't seen in a decade, which was weird. And then I was speaking to James, but he went over and spoke to the kids or to Zach, the kids for a minute. But
It doesn't sound like the kids ever went and did the interview that the police wanted them to go do, though.
Where's leadership? What exactly is going on with these groups that you guys are part of?
yeah, so how to explain it?
Simone.
There's something called Lost Breakthrough Academy, and it was
Claw nerds also count. Mm-hmm.
it was a leadership training program.
We love a fancy chicken.
Especially
if they have the
formed
fancy
pretty close
feet.
relationships there, and as I said, that we raised a lot of money through our community service projects each, from Loving Spoonfuls, Torch Foundation, things like that. So we've stayed connected.
Loving Spoonful,
it was
the band?
More than 3 years ago. I guess,
What?
I started this month 3 years ago, and
Oh.
I graduated.
He's talking about his charity work again. But you guys, listen to how much money I raised for charity. Listen to how much money I raised for charity. You guys are saying Loving Spoonfuls, more of a food bank. Fair enough. But he's just like, listen to me.
3 years ago, so 2020. Well, it's like a 4 or 5 month program, and then you get a graduation. And he says that you've graduated or have a certificate of completion of your of work. So
I just don't care, dude.
it's not accredited, to be clear.
Adele is a member of that?
He is not, no.
He's not.
But
The guy he brought was.
James Ryan,
Today's breakfast, same as yesterday's breakfast. those of you asking.
mentor from her when she was young.
Invariably.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a good, someone that she considered. They, I guess they had spent time together, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago as well.
When's the last time, how much of that, leadership?
Oh, yeah, it was 3 years ago now.
The last time she was part.
Part of it,
Well,
yeah,
crap.
yeah, but we stayed in
Spilled that on my
touch.
floor.
All right.
But, Jen, Melissa, and Peter Kirby, all of them have gone through that training. But if you have any other questions, please don't hesitate.
Appreciate that.
Anything from the pool today?
No.
Very dirty pool.
Okay. It is,
Oh,
Oh, I think we're done. I think we're done.
That's suspicious.
I think we're done.
That's weird.
The final question was anything from the pool today? What, sir, you think they're spontaneously going to find your missing wife in your pool in the backyard that they've checked twice now? They brought out the whole fire department and floodlights to dredge your pool. Anything from the pool today? The fuck kind of question is that? I'm so mad. Anything from the pool? Ugh. Okay. I think we're done.
15:36. Try to.
Yep, they're giving the time. Perfect.
Your Honor,
Yes?
could the Commonwealth request that identification D is read into the record?
Sure.
This is one of the stipulations because I think they're going to get to the bank records next.
So, George, from time to time, I will read you what are stipulations. They're simply agreements between the parties. I sometimes say they're facts you can take to the bank. If the parties agree with it. I'm going to read such a stipulation now, marked for identification as.
Is this one about the
Exhibit
bank?
ID.
Records.
At 5:18 a.m. on Saturday, January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police Detective Harrison Schmidt received an email from Richard Walker.
Okay, I want to know what time that was. Did it say 5:18 a.m.? Okay. This is not about the bank records.
Harrison Schmidt received an email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so-named Anna Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she
Oh, it's a
doesn't pay
ransom
the
note.
money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." Detective Schmidt received a second email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated,
Not even Proton Mail? It seems like a fake ransom note, but chat, I am not assuming that the defendant faked this. Do you remember what they said in the interview? I saw it in the papers. The second you have something high profile in the papers, people start to get weird. So no, I'm not assuming that the defendant has anything to do with this. This could be a fully random, somebody wants to just be involved. But it's going to be real easy to subpoena Gmail on this one. So interesting. I had no idea one of these stipulations was regarding like a fake ransom note email. Huh. Weird.
"Here is Anna Walshe. Unless she pay the money we deal, she isn't coming back. Comma, comma. Thanks and good luck." The second email had an image of a woman who was not Anna Walshe, and using an image search, police found the image on istockphoto.com under, quote, "kidnapped stock photos," end quote.
They grabbed a stock photo under the head tag, the headline "kidnapped stock photos." First of all, why is that a heading? I have some fucking questions. Second of all, Reverse image search just brought it right back to iStock photo. Oh, worst ransom note ever. Ugh. What the fuck is happening?
On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for
I
data
bet.
associated with the account richardwalker9984@gmail.com.
Yeah, give me the IP
The
address.
search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address,
Yep.
IP address,
Was from
with
where?
the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in the United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com email.
That's so strange.
Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walsh sent the Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com email.
Thank you, Ron.
I understand why they stipulated to that. What they are telling, it probably is a VPN, but what they are telling, but they should be able to track it down. Never mind. They're Massachusetts. They can generally tell if something's VPN'd or not. It doesn't matter. They need to show that it was going on, but also the stipulation is, look, we know that we're saying that this wasn't the defendant, but somebody did send this in. The jury has the right to the full information, and the defense might want to argue, see, other people were jumping in. It gives the defense more room, and it gives the jury completeness while also not wasting their time, which I really appreciate, that they're not wasting the jury's time. Like, stipulate, move on. The emails are fascinating, but they're a total side quest.
So, Sergeant, a couple questions about that interview. There's mention of an application, Viber. Could you tell us what that is, if you know?
It's a messaging application.
And there's also mentioning of WhatsApp. Do you understand what that is?
Yes, that's also a communication app.
There was mentioning of a person named Abdullah. Do you know his name?
Yes, Dula Almatari.
And what is his relation?
This sergeant has been so good at being just neutral the entire time, though looks very overworked, has just been neutral the entire time. I very much appreciate him, but his affect is just facts, just literally only the facts, nothing but the facts, not even any inflection, like just the facts. Also, I'm busy. I have 7,000 things to do, and I'm in court for 2 days. But he has not changed demeanor once or posture. Not a wiggle, not a look at a binder, just neutral. I appreciate it. All right. Why do you think they're asking this detective or this sergeant? Apologies, sergeant. I didn't mean to demote you. Why? So many have been, but you, not you. Why do you think they're asking this sergeant about what Viber and WhatsApp are? Do you think they're trying to minimize what they're asking Guarino? I got questions.
Relationship to Anna Walsh.
A previous coworker from the hospitality industry.
There was also mention of Peter Kirby. What is his relationship to the Walshes?
A family friend.
During the interview, a dog can be heard barking. Where was the dog located in the home?
In the crates in that sunken-in family room.
And you had the opportunity to be at the home a few times between the 4th and the 7th. What issues did you ever have with the dog?
None.
Counsel, I don't think the dog is going to come in during this. P.S. Work, we saw a photo of the dog yesterday. It is a German Shepherd Puppo, and I'm not surprised we heard the dog barking. It seemed like a small crate to me too. But I'm not a dog person. It is not mine to judge. But I don't know why they're asking about the dog, unless maybe there is like a collective trauma at the Norfolk DA's office regarding dogs, but no problem with the dog. He asked about it yesterday.
There was also mention of the
pupper
pool
looked
today.
so
What was
sweet
going on at the pool that
in the picture. The pupper was just like,
During that wide-scale search, we had drained the pool to get a better look at it.
Now,
So they
after
dr-
January,
they dredged the pool and then they drained the pool. They really did. Sorry for the freeze, sir. A thorough investigation.
6th, when the Cohasset Police Department had a press conference, what happened to your voicemail and email?
I was inundated with messages and tips from the public.
Why is it that your voicemail and email were inundated?
I was the point of contact for any information, so my department email and phone were listed
That sucks.
and disseminated to the news.
Excuse me. Public information officers, when you are dealing with a high profile case, set up a number and an email to deal with just that case. Have your department set up one voicemail and one email to deal with that case. Do not route it to someone who also probably has other cases. That's all. That's it. Do not make one detective's entire voicemail and email unusable for any other case he has. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to any other cases that they're working. Just set up a point of contact number for cases. That's it. Continuing.
News and social media.
And was Richard Walker email one of those things that came into you after that press conference?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have what was marked yesterday as Exhibit 44?
Yeah, a department can set up just a
Sir,
information.
do you recognize
office.
Exhibit 40?
Even small departments can set up an information at email address and phone number that just goes to an information at voicemail.
44?
Yes.
And where is this in relation to the house?
If you're standing in the backyard with the house to your rear, you'd be looking at like the back right corner of the fenced-in portion of the yard. That's the shed.
What's on the other side of the fence?
Neighboring house.
Now, and Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 47 from yesterday?
And yes, say Miss
Sir,
Gilman.
do you recognize this?
Yes.
This is the, what you said was the missing poster you created?
Correct.
That's the missing person bolo that went out to all of the local law enforcement.
Correct.
Now, what information, where did you get the information to create this poster?
Brian?
I made this on Thursday, so I had the information from the patrol report, the NCIC missing persons
Oh, from her work.
form, and the information from the first interview with the defendant.
Thank you. If you could take that down, Ms. Gilman. And when you were speaking to the defendant, what did you learn as far as Anna Walsh's maiden name or prior names?
There was a previous name of Nip, K-N-I-P-P, and a maiden name of Lubitschek.
Now, after that interview on the 7th, what did you do next as far as your investigation?
We continued to reach out to friends and family, gather more background information.
And on the 8th, what did you do in the morning?
We briefed at Cohasset Police Station a plan to execute a search warrant.
And where were you going to execute the search warrant?
516 CJC Highway.
Of the house.
What time did you have the opportunity to execute the search warrant?
To get
Around
the
9
tech?
a.m.
And so when you executed the search warrant, who was with you?
Myself, I believe Chief Quigley, the day shift for patrol.
Who from MSP do you think was at the search warrant?
The state police detectives, crime scene. I believe that was it.
And who was at the house when you executed the search warrant?
The defendant and his children, and Diana Walsh, the mother.
And what did you do with those people
Defendant's mother.
in order to execute the search warrant?
We'd reached out to Attorney Minor, and she came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Minor.
Now, did you ever have the opportunity to speak?
I promise I'll stop pausing, but promises, Emily, but it's courteous of them to give the federal attorney the heads up that they are coming to serve a search warrant at the house and let her know that that's what they're going to do. And then the attorney is able to come and see what they're doing and then pick him up. It is a appropriate courtesy. It's not always done, but they absolutely, I think, did the courteous thing in giving her a heads up that they were coming to get, I'm going to guess, the devices, because the next witness is the tech witness.
To Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
They
And
talked to him
who was
again?
present for that conversation?
Attorney Minor, myself, Trooper Diccico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant,
Former.
and his children were in the other room.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that?
Another
Yes.
one?
And does that fairly and accurately depict the defendant's statements in that interview?
Yes.
And another one.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
At his attorney's house. So they serve a search warrant and then they go to his
Any
attorney's house to
additional
talk to him.
objections beyond the ones I previously heard?
No, Your Honor.
Defendant's mother does not live with him. He went to her home. They talked about it yesterday.
1/8/23 audio will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 62.
I'm not speculating about his mom. I don't know. We'll see where I'm at the end of trial. I'm watching this as a juror. It comes up a lot, but she might be there helping with the kids. There's a lot going on. Also, I know I can't be upset by the audio. Audio without video is so difficult for my brain to process, even though I am an auditory listener, but it's not narrated like an Audible, which makes it very difficult. So I'm just like, But another one.
And
Oh, yes, a very chatty juror. Me, a very chatty juror.
for
I
the
would be a
record,
terrible actual
for
juror.
those of you keeping track over there, the jump is as a result of the following. The parties agreed to, and woman I had indicated to the counsel, now will indicate to you on the record, that certain financial records that the parties agreed to have been admitted into evidence, and those records
So she's reading in a stipulation regarding financial records.
are now in evidence as exhibits 56, 61. They comprised records from Apple Credit Union, Barclays JetBlue Credit Card, Leader Bank, JP Morgan Chase, Liberty Bank, Bay Credit Union, and Fidelity Records. So, clarify that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth play Exhibit 62?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
Okay.
11:13 on Sunday, the 8th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective.
It is 11:13 a.m., I'm assuming, on January 8th for this interview.
Cohasset, please.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Norfolk County DA's office.
Dave Diccico, Trooper, Norfolk office.
That was me.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Walshe.
So we're here at 244 Gannett Road in Situate. Did you say the time?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. So, yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house on the 1st, and you told us that you'd gone to visit your mom, went out, ran a few errands for Whole Foods.
Chad, is this the fourth time they are asking him to recount where he went on the 1st? I think it's their fourth time asking for this story. I hope they just let him talk. My question is he going to weave in the bit about getting gas or not getting gas. Also, the Ghost 4282, Proctor doing a recorded interview, say it isn't so. No, Schmidt's doing a recorded interview. Proctor happens to be there because Cohasset police asked for assistance from MSP from the Norfolk DA's office because that covers them. So no, Proctor's not doing the recorded interview. He's present. So that's all.
Yes, and thank you, ma'am. You told us that the Whole Foods was across from the house, and your mom lives in Paradise Lane, and the CVS was in Danvers. Which CVS in Danvers was it?
No, sorry, maybe the one, by the nail salon that, on I used to do years ago.
What road would that be on?
By Kathmandu, coffee shop.
Kathmandu. Okay. And what did you purchase there?
He can refuse to answer.
Probably the alcohol wipes or the other wipes, whatever it's called, I forget what it's
Okay. And
He said he was at CVS buying wipes for his mother.
the method of payment?
Cash, okay.
And the
Fourth
time
interview.
you would've been there?
7?
About 7 p.m.?
Yeah, 11.
Okay.
I was looking for Tylenol for the children.
Okay.
You were at the CVS by your mom's house looking for Tylenol for the children with juice and milk sitting in what, your trunk?
Because
Well, we know that you got back to Cohasset by 8.
His defense attorney jumping in there, backing up the timeline. Did you catch that? Well, we know you got back to Cohasset at this time. This is his federal defense attorney jumping in.
Yes, probably remember
It's not an exact science, but like a general approximation.
Before 7, most likely. It gets dark out, so we're late.
Was it dark when you got there?
Yeah.
It was. You think it was before 6:30?
I'm sorry, sir. Did you say this was in January? This was January 1st, and you're like, it was just getting dark. I got there around 6:30. Does the sun work differently in Massachusetts? Because it's January. You're telling me it's not dark at 4:30 in the afternoon? What? It's not just getting dark at 6:30 in January. Stop it. At least figure out what time the fucking sun goes down. It's like water absorbing into a grit differently.
Did you go anywhere else other than that CVS in Danvers?
That was the only place I went in the Whole Foods.
And you went there
Earlier.
for the time?
Yeah. I've been going to Walgreens. Anytime I go, my mother asks me to get alcohol for the kids. That would be trying to get some.
And on the 2nd, the only place you went was the press. Alright. On the 2nd. May I have a look at this? Shake, shows, press. eBay purchase.
Big purchases for vegetables.
Okay. Thank you for getting that together for me. Okay. So obviously there's a lot of electronic devices in your house. You've been kind enough to consent to downloading several of them. One of them being the iPad mini that's Thomas's. Is that right? Now on the previously you told us that Thomas had gotten up on New Year's.
Thomas is the oldest son. They are going through his story again. I am not in charge of how people interview. I wish they would ask more open-ended questions and not give him previously you said this. If they are starting to get suspicious of him, I would really like to see them saying, okay, about Thomas, can you remind us what he did the morning of the 1st? We just want to make sure we have it right. Ask him to explain. His personality has leaned in to talking. He's a talker. He wants to talk. Don't say you told us A, B, C, D and let him check against it. Don't refresh his recollection. Just ask. Tell me what Thomas did the morning of January 1st again. Can you give us some more specific times now that you've had time to think about it?
You spent some time with you, with John and Anna, and then you've gone to bed, right? And that was what, like 10, 30, is that correct?
Around there.
Around there.
You can tell by the photo that was sent by Anna. Give you a more exact time.
Do you use any other devices in the house?
I use my phone, and Anna and I only use our phones and the I use everything, but I only use the gold laptop.
The gold laptop? Is that an Apple or?
Everything we have in there is Apple, except Anna's work computer was not Apple.
So again, we downloaded the iPad mini, and you've been fairly consistent in your story, your account on the morning. You said that Anna gave you a kiss at 6:30 in the morning. Is that right? You stated that, and then 7:30 you went to make breakfast.
That's correct.
That's correct. So how do you explain at 4:54 in the morning?
Did you catch what they said? It's really hard to hear. So come on back real quick if you're listening in the background. They are apparently not trying to get information out of him, but confronting him with information. Different. I missed the purpose of the interview. That's on me. We've downloaded the iPad mini. You said that Anna was up around 6:30. So how do you explain that? At 4:30, and then I don't know what they're going to say, but I'm interested to hear what they're going to say. So now they are starting, they're not really asking him for information. My bad. They're now starting to confront him with information that they have. So let's see what's on the iPad mini. Chat, if you already know, because you know this case better than I do, I'm very interested to listen along as a juror. So the purpose of the interview, I didn't realize that they already had downloaded the data and gone through it. And now they're here to confront him with it. Okay. Very nice.
Give you a kiss at 6:30 in the morning. Is that right? You stated that, and then 7:30 you went to make breakfast.
That's correct.
That's correct. So how do you explain at 4:54 in the morning the iPad mini is querying the 10 best ways to dispose of a human body?
I'm gaining up the volume as much as I can. Because how do you explain that the iPad mini at 4:54 a.m. is Googling 10 best ways to dispose of a body?
Mention it all. Mention it all.
Well, there it is.
54.
There it is. Oh, what these jurors must be thinking listening to this, because they can hear it better than we can. So you said Anna got up at 6:30 in the morning. Well, we've downloaded the iPad mini. Can you explain to us why on the iPad mini at 4:54 a.m. someone's Googling 10 best ways to dispose of a body? Sir, we have questions. I mean, we knew this was coming, but it's so dramatic. Court. Okay, I backed it up again, and I gained it up.
Right. So how do you explain at 4:54 in the morning the iPad mini is querying the 10 best ways to dispose of a human body?
54
in the morning?
And he does what he does. He repeats it. 4:54?
I have no idea.
Thomas is asleep. And
Well, Thomas is in his room with the iPad. Thomas is usually, I don't use an iPad, so that's really weird.
He's 6, right?
I don't use that iPad. Thomas is in his room with the iPad. That's really weird. Yes, you've seen the issue, sir, that it's sus. Also, it does seem that the transcript for these recordings the attorneys are looking at, I hope that the jury has them too.
Yeah. He does not have the.
Is he the average intelligence for a 6-year-old?
Oh, no, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, but 6-year-olds typically, I mean, I have a 4-year-old who's has a hard, he can't spell his last name.
No,
6 is
exactly.
obviously way more advanced.
Yeah, the word a 6-year-old's not using is dispose. Well, my son had the iPad.
If you have a 6-year-old who, there's no.
Obviously not.
Okay. There is dozens of searches on that iPad on the morning of the 1st that ask how to dispose of the human body, how to get blood out of.
What do you think his federal defense attorney is sitting there thinking? What do you think his federal defense attorney is sitting there thinking, listening to these Google searches be rattled off? Because, oh God, she's got to be mad.
Dozens of searches on that iPad on the morning of the 1st that ask how to dispose of the human body, how to get blood out of hardwood floors, how to dispose of a body in the trash, how to stop a body from decomposing, and how do you explain that?
I have no idea.
So you're not using that iPad?
No, that's not.
I have no idea.
Only to get it for his spooky movies.
Okay. On 11.
Sir, if you're hearing all this for the first time, where is your shock and horror? You're not horrified that somehow your 6-year-old's iPad is trying to figure out how to get blood out of hardwood floors? You're not, oh yeah, right. Because you know how they got there. And you use your kid's iPad. What, thinking law enforcement wouldn't take it? Also, were you trying to get a stain out of the floor? Is it below where the hole in the ceiling is? I have a question about that.
6, right?
That's what I believe, yeah.
So throughout the afternoon on the 1st, when Anna was gone, the device continues to query how to get blood stains, does blood removed, does the dishwasher remove blood from a knife, so on and so forth.
These queries continue on January 2nd, 3rd. I saw this number of body of that nature. Just does the time determine that?
It is 11:21, still January 8th, 2023. Turning off the recorder.
And that's the end of the interview. I imagine that they redacted the part where his lawyer said, and that's enough. This interview's immediately done. So they redacted that part out because, of course, it could lead a jury or anyone to go, oh, now you're cutting off the interview. But it was, and done. I imagine that his attorney was immediately like, so we are at the end of this interview, and that the attorneys all would have agreed to redact that. And then they gave the time that was turned off. So I think I have the time that they started recording here somewhere, but I don't see it immediately. That didn't seem like a very long interview. Well, I'm not mad about that one. Wow. They sure were like, there are dozens of queries. Dozens of queries. So, and yes, Chad, I think this is the day that he gets arrested because they had the searches and they went with the searches.
Sergeant, after that interview was over, what did you do?
We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
If you could keep your voice up, sir.
Sorry. We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
No.
Yes.
Oh,
About
when they
what
arrested
time?
him, they didn't speak
About
to him again.
4 p.m.
And where was that?
at Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And what did you do with him at that point in time?
I placed the defendant under arrest.
Now, where was the defendant taken after you placed him under arrest?
The Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see his hands on January 8th and January 9th?
Yes.
And
The Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 48, which is file number 7697.
That's one of the previously admitted exhibits from yesterday morning, yes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Sergeant, what is this?
That is a picture of the defendant's thumb.
And if the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 49, which is file number 7701, also previously marked from yesterday, Your Honor. And Sergeant, what is this?
That is the picture of the defendant's thumb, and you can see the blue tile from the booking room floor in the background.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, Sergeant, what did you do on January 9th in this matter?
I went to 300 Forest Street in Peabody
And about what time did you get to 300 Forest Street in Peabody?
around dusk.
And why were you there?
We had collected 2 dumpsters from the apartment complex at 330 Paradise Road. Those were transported to a
I think this is near where his mom lives, right?
transfer, like a trash transfer station in Peabody for examination.
And so what were you doing? Well, so when you got to Peabody, about what time was it?
I was right around the beginning of dark.
And who was there?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Lieutenant Tully, members of the CERT team, and other troopers.
And Lieutenant Tully, he's
What
with the
other
state
troopers?
police, and opposed to Detective Lieutenant Lopes with Cohasset.
Correct.
Okay. And so what were these state troopers doing? Not Lieutenant Tully, but the other ones you just mentioned.
It's a big warehouse with trash lining on the walls. We had dumped the contents of the dumpsters in the warehouse, and we began searching the bags, bag by bag.
And why were you doing? So what would you do?
2 like apartment complex dumpsters searched bag by bag in the trash station warehouse. That's a long search.
With the bags when you searched them bag by bag?
The contents of the bags were opened. It was spread out on the ground. We'd look at the contents, see if it was important. If it was, those were moved to like a tarp or plastic or paper sheeting where they could be documented, photographed, collected as evidence.
If the Commonwealth could
You laid them all out and documented them piece by piece?
publish Exhibit 50 from yesterday, Your Honor, which would be file number HAS 7025.
You may.
Sir,
They did a really
directing your
thorough
attention, what is this?
job up to this point,
This is plastic sheeting.
based on what we've seen.
And can you see yourself in this photograph at all?
Are those your shoes?
I can see my feet
Where are your feet located?
at the top of the frame.
And if you could just tell us like what you're wearing for footwear?
Booty? I imagine he's in booties. To try to keep from contaminating anything. Like crime scene booties. I mean, it doesn't seem like you just threw it all in the back of somebody's car.
Brown leather boots and gray pants.
And if the Commonwealth could have Exhibit 51, which is file number 6810.
don't look like brown boots to me.
So, Sergeant, what are we looking at here as far as the process that you were describing?
So this is right when
This is right when it came out of a trash bag. Well,
and one of the bags was opened for examination. The contents was dumped out so we could look at it.
And if we could go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous photograph?
Those are the contents moved to like tarp and plastic and paper sheeting so they could be further examined.
And the boots, do you know what brand those are?
Hunter boots.
And Ms. Gilman, is it possible to zoom in on the white piece of paper underneath the purse?
the hunter boots are better pictured in the other picture. The color is better. Boots, the boots, Ms.
Sergeant, did
Gilman.
you see that white piece of paper that night?
Nope.
I did.
What
the
was
COVID
that?
card.
That's a COVID-19 vaccination card with the name Anna Walsh on it.
If you could close out of that. Now, Sergeant, did you ever have the opportunity to review financial records in this matter?
Yes.
And you said that you'd been working on that during your investigation, but you've also looked at them since then. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask to publish page 6 from Exhibit 56, Apple Credit Union.
You may publish that page, yes.
Thank you.
This is from the Apple Credit Union.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, do you see this statement?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
1/1/23 to
The ending date
1/31/23.
is January 31st, 2023.
And Sergeant, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Sergeant, do you remember what the outstanding balance was on the account?
I believe it was overdrawn by over $800.
And Sergeant,
I'm just going to pause this real quick so that we can look at it before they speed up. It seems like there's an annual withdrawal monthly maintenance fee of $10 and then a deposit transfer from loan for $852.26, making the balance $842.26, and then a withdrawal on the same day, 1/4. And transfer fees to, it looks like New York Life and some other fees. I don't know if these are activity that he is carrying out on the account or if these are pre-scheduled withdrawals, but I'm interested to hear what they have to say.
regarding the payments on this account, do they bear any similarity to the other withdrawals on the other months?
Yes.
Okay, so they're scheduled.
Rockland FCU, that payment was reoccurring. Pepco payments was reoccurring. Leader Bank Online was a reoccurring payment.
So these are auto pay, not
And Your Honor, at this
actions.
point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 8 from Exhibit 57, the Barclays JetBlue card.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
Statement period ending in January 17th, 2023.
And what was the balance for this statement?
Statement balance as of 1/17/2023 is $2,145.69.
And Ms. Gill, and Your Honor, if we could publish page 10 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, could you go down to the bottom?
These are the dates of December 20th forward into December 29th.
Sergeant,
At the end, we have January. Oh, these are posting dates. So these are from December 31st. IKEA in, I'm going to say it wrong. Stoughton, not Stoughton. Stoughton. Anyway, IKEA in Massachusetts, PetSmart in Braintree, McDonald's in Stoughton, Whole Foods in Hingham, and Glossy Nail and Beauty, which he talked about her going and getting her nails. All right, Stoughton, we finally got it right. It only took me like 8 months, but we'll get there eventually. So these are all from the 31st, posted in early January, and some other things before that.
What did you see as far as activity
And then
on
no
this
further-
card after December 31st?
No
None.
further activity.
Your Honor, may we publish page 4 from Exhibit 58, Leader Bank?
May?
Thank you.
So these are pattern
Sergeant.
of life things.
Do you recognize this?
Remember, this is a no body homicide. She has not, her body has not been recovered. Items were recovered, but her body was not recovered. He pled guilty. The jury doesn't know this yet, and we'll see if it comes in. He pled guilty to improper disposal of her body, but they still have to prove to the jury when she passed away, that she passed away, and that he killed her and that he intended to kill her. So these are going to pattern of life things showing that her activity all stops abruptly.
This statement?
Yes.
What is this for?
This is a mortgage payment for investment property.
And do you see an address associated with it? Towards the bottom?
35A
Yes, the
Tudor
collateral
Street.
property is a condo at
Lynn.
35A Tudor Street, Unit 35A-5,
Tudor.
Lynn, Mass.
Sergeant, in the interviews you had with the defendant, there were discussions of properties. What other properties were there that Anna Walsh or the defendant had access to in Massachusetts?
There were Lynn rental properties.
Other than this one?
And if we could close out of this, in Your Honor,
It looks like it's just in her name, though.
with the court's permission, may we publish page 45 of JP Morgan Chase, Exhibit 60. Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 59.
Page 40?
45.
Page 45, you may.
Thank you.
I also appreciate that they're not going through every single page. They are showing, they've admitted them into evidence. They're showing the jury the most relevant points. All of it will be into evidence that they can go see if they want. But they're just showing the jury the most
Sergeant, what is this account?
This is the Chase Freedom Card.
important.
And when is the period ending for this account? Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down just a little? Under
can't.
opening and closing date, what are those, sir?
The range is October 18th, 2022 to November 17th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll up? What was due on the account at that point in time after the November date?
That's $0.
And with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 47 of the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, directing your attention
one's harder
to
to
page
see.
47 of the same exhibit, I'd like to ask some questions about October 30th. Do you see that entry on it?
Yes.
What is that state?
Oh, there's some flights booked on the Chase Freedom Card. Brian Walsh in his interviews did say that Anna had switched to using the new JetBlue card for booking her travel, and there was like an entry offer of 80,000 points or whatever. But this is the card they used before that, so I'm not surprised that we're seeing these things in October with the flight bookings. That I wonder if these or some of these correspond with that trip abroad. We'll see. But a number of flight bookings, a United flight to Dublin, an Air France flight from Dublin to de Gaulle in France, and then to Belgrade, BEG, and then back and forth on Lufthansa and Air France.
On October 30th?
Emily, are you just trying to read airport codes? Yeah, I try.
A United flight was purchased on the 30th for November 23rd, 2022 from airport code IAD to airport code DUB.
What is the date associated with that?
November 23rd,
Was the
2022.
the purchase date?
The next line down, sir?
Purchased on the same date of October 30th, a Air France flight departing airport code DUB to arriving CDG, and then a connecting flight CDG to BEG.
And then BEG to
And
France,
the
France to
next
BCS,
line
or
after
BOS
that, sir?
to Boston.
Oh, and by the way, what was the date associated with that airline?
That was 11/27/2022.
The next
The travel dates are, I'm pointing to them, are here, and then the purchase dates are October 30th.
line on October 30th, sir?
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines
Lufthansa.
for the date of December 7th, 2022, leaving
Some things I got.
BEG to airport code FRA.
Oh, thank you. FRA is
and then a
Frankfurt.
connecting flight
Thanks, chat.
FRA to BOS.
Do you know BOS's airport?
Boston,
Boston.
Logan.
Do you know IAD?
Boston.
IED is Dulles in Virginia.
What is
Washington
DUB?
Dulles.
Dublin in Ireland.
What's CDG?
Charles de Gaulle in
Charles
France.
de Gaulle in France.
What's BEG?
Belgrade.
What is FRA?
Frankfurt.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 97 on, one moment. Could the Commonwealth publish page 97 of this same exhibit, Your Honor?
Page 97 of 59?
Yes, thank you.
Ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Within this same exhibit, was there another credit card?
Yes.
And what was this credit card called?
IHG Rewards.
And looking at page 97, what is the balance owed on this credit card?
$2,690.97.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down? What is the closing date for that account?
January 23rd, 2023.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down some more? What is the name on that account?
Anna Walshe.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 25 of Exhibit 60 from Liberty Bay.
You may.
I mean, Emily knows some airport codes. It doesn't help when I transpose where I'm going in my brain, though. Sometimes we got it. Sometimes we end up in the wrong state.
Do you recognize this statement, sir?
Potato, potato.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Liberty Bay Credit Union statement ending in January 31st, 2023.
And who's the name on the statement?
Anna Walshe.
And what is the balance on the statement?
$3,388.98.
And do you see those withdrawals on January 3rd and 4th?
Yes.
Do they have any similarities to other withdrawals and other statements within this exhibit?
I imagine they're automatic.
Yes,
for
the
investment
MLS property was reoccurring every 3 months, and the WJ Management and Great North Prop were reoccurring monthly.
If the Commonwealth could publish page 7 of Exhibit 61, Fidelity.
It seems like a lot of the financial properties and accounts are all in her name only. We'll see.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, page
Fidelity
7.
account.
Sir, within
interesting-
Fidelity,
it's interesting to me that they are breaking up the discovery of her boots and jacket and maybe they're done with that, to move quickly into the financial records. So this is Anna Walsh's rollover IRA. I'm not going to give investment advice, but you know, if you don't have an IRA and you are eligible for an IRA, look into that.
How many accounts were there?
2.
And do you recognize page 7?
Yes, this is account ending in 5493, a IRA account.
And who's the name on the IRA account?
Anna Walsh.
And what is the date of the investment report?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value at that point in time?
$93,615.82.
And if the Commonwealth finally, Your Honor, could publish page 118 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. What account is this, sir?
This is an individual investment account ending in 5491 for Anna Walsh.
And what is the investment report date?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value?
$117,719.74.
I will say, if setting up all of those types of accounts seems very stressful, at minimum, a high yield savings account. At minimum, a high yield savings account. There are lots of them online. If nothing else, that can be done. It's the advice I give my kids. At minimum, high yield savings account. And then just let it cook. Something.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
It seems, I think they're showing these to show they were all in Anna's name. They talked about these in opening a bit.
Your Honor, at this point in time, could the Commonwealth ask that you read in G for identification, another stipulation?
Yes. May I have G, please?
They are just cracking through the foundational stuff. I appreciate that they were able to work together to do this. A number of you in chat are asking, how long will this trial be? The court would like to get it to the jury before Christmas. I think the length of this trial is really going to depend on the strategy of cross-examination for the defense and if Brian Walsh takes the stand, how long he's on the stand for, but 3 to 4 weeks. I think the court would like that to be on the 3-week track.
I don't mean to repeat to you what the stipulation is. I'll just read it now to you. Brian Walsh was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11th, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for
This is the federal art case that they are talking about. So they are talking about his guilty plea in the federal case.
wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months and restitution of approximately $475,000. In January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer at all stages of the federal case.
And I have one last question, Your Honor. Sergeant, what are the closest hardware stores to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
On Route
Oh, I meant to move
3A, to the north is Hingham Lumber, about a mile away. And to the south is Aubuchon Hardware, also in Cohasset, about a mile away.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Oh. Our first cross-examination of the trial. So when he was saying one more question, Your Honor, it was literally like 1 or 2 more questions. What are the closest hardware stores? Why the fuck did he go all the way to Lowe's somewhere else? And the stipulation that he was pending sentencing in the federal case, but had not been sentenced yet. So on to cross.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You may proceed.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Those financial records that were just displayed to the jury, tell us in your own words, what's the significance of those?
Interesting open-ended question. What's the significance of those financial records? Is he asking law enforcement to give him the government's theory of why they're enforcement or why they're important?
It goes to the totality of the circumstances in the investigation. It gives us background and just an understanding
An understanding of what?
of the entire investigation.
Well, what those records show, isn't it, is that there was a lot of automatic payments being made.
I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
Those records do not show any withdrawals reportedly by Mr. Brian Walshe, do they?
They do not.
Correct.
It's a good question.
And for instance, those records that were related to the Freedom card that you then told the jury about the indication of the flights and you identified DUB as Dublin, where did you get those records?
From Brian
From
Walsh.
Chase Freedom.
Okay. You didn't find those records in the home
Oh, not
Mr.
from Brian.
Walsh, did you?
No.
And you didn't find those records then in the possession of Mr. Walsh, did you?
Can I explain?
Can you answer the question?
I can.
What is it?
Physically in his possession, no.
And
I wonder where this is going.
when you were talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions,
All right, Mr. Tipton. It's funny to me because Mr. Tipton regularly had to be told that his microphone was not working. Mr. Tipton, your mic. In court, no mic needed. Man's just got pipes. I had to go in and gain him down a bunch. So hopefully it won't be quite as loud.
both on January 4th.
There we
and
go.
January 5th,
He was just peeking.
and later on January 7th, and then on January 8th.
He's
He never once told you anything about Anna Walsh being in Dublin, or he was suspecting that she was in Dublin, or anything of the sort.
He's used
Correct.
to projecting in these old courtrooms. I think in one of those interviews, he talked briefly about Anna traveling to see her mother in Belgrade around Thanksgiving, and those flights were for around Thanksgiving.
When you were talking to Mr. Walsh back on January 4th and January 5th, he forthrightly told you about the federal case, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you that it was, I think he used the word integrity. He admitted that this was all his fault.
He
correct?
did use the word integrity.
Yes.
He said he pled
And
guilty with
that
integrity.
stipulation that was just read to the jury about the federal case, that was the same case, wasn't it?
Correct.
It was about painting fraud involving Warhol paintings that were fraudulent, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, and based on your investigation that's gone on for some time now, other than that federal, there's no other federal case. Let me ask you.
I'm not aware of any other federal case.
And it'd be one of the things you would do as the lead detective in this case to make sure you knew about other pending federal cases or things like that, correct?
Yes.
And
Let me just ask this. You told us that on January 8th, around 4 p.m., you returned, was it to Attorney Minor's home and placed Mr. Walsh under arrest?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that once he was placed under arrest, is it fair to say that he remained in custody?
Yes.
And
no
so,
objection?
Just getting to that Richard Walker stipulation, fair to say that one of those ransom notes that we had to hear about, that occurred after.
One of those ransom notes we had to hear about. What?
Mr. Walsh had been placed into custody, correct?
Yes, I believe it was February 10th, the second one I received.
So
They were obviously
even though the
bullshit.
stipulation entered into evidence was that everybody agrees that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with that Richard Walker tip. Nonetheless, you knew, and the detectives knew early on in this case, that Richard Walker tip had nothing to do with Mr. Walsh, correct?
That was our understanding.
Oh, so what happened? Did something happen?
Now, I want to focus your attention on what we heard on the January 8th interview.
So nothing happened?
By the time you got to Tracy Minor's home, you and your colleagues had done an investigation on what's been referred to as a mini iPad, right?
Yes.
I want to hear about this.
And that mini iPad was associated with one of the sons, the oldest son, correct?
Correct.
And when you listen to that recorder, when you listen to the questions that are posed to Mr. Walsh, and you ask him about that mini pad, his demeanor changed, didn't it?
When you ask about the mini pad, his demeanor changed. Tipton, where are we going? I'm curious, buddy. I'm along for the ride. Let's go. Let's limber away with the mini pad. Or
Yes.
limble away with the mini pad.
In fact, it's fair to say, isn't it? I don't want to mischaracterize, but he basically he looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
Because you were talking to him about his oldest son mini pad, right?
Objection.
Basis?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
It calls for speculation.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were talking
It's speculative as to why he looks and sounds sad, and it sounds like Tipton's rephrasing this to clarify what he's talking about.
to him at the time about his oldest son's mini pad, correct?
Correct.
And he basically answered you, I don't know anything about those searches, right?
Correct.
The mini pad's going to kill me. The iPad mini, the mini pad's going to kill me. The mini pad is just, I'm here for it, but it's just, Apple is like, how much money did Apple work on the i branding? And now it's just been yeeted out the window to be mini pad.
Correct.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son.
What?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right, so now
Oh.
your investigation was able to determine that whoever conducted those searches, of course, your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walsh. He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any.
Smart line of questioning, Tipton. I don't think he's going to go after MSP in the way that we might think after the Reed case. I think he is trying to show the jury, and again, it's cross, so leading questions. I think he's trying to show the jury, look, he is not monstrously using his 6-year-old's iPad mini to evade detection. It was cloud synced through whatever the iCloud account is. So it's trying to distance Brian Walsh from the additional distastefulness of him going and grabbing his kid's iPad mini out of the kid's bedroom and Googling the searches. And it might also be that in the interview, Brian Walshe was actually confused because he had done the searches like on his phone or computer, not on the Mini. So it shows that the searches weren't done there, and it distances that a little bit more. I don't know if that helps given what the searches are, but it might.
Any of those searches that we've heard.
It's a good point for Tipton. I mean, look, y'all, we're going to point out good points, keeping in mind that Tipton's only got so much to work with, y'all. Tipton's only got so much to work with. He's got to work with what he's got. And what he's got is not a lot.
That is my understanding.
Right, so now your investigation was able to determine that whoever conducted those searches, of course your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walshe. He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
And so when you asked him about that mini iPad belonging to his son, his demeanor changed and he looked sad, correct?
Yes.
Because he was trying to hide what he did from his kids?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Those two exhibits that were shown, Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts on the hands of Mr. Walshe, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea how those cuts occurred, do you?
Correct.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
Correct. Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
Yeah.
Yes, obviously.
He's trying to be thorough in answering your questions, sir. And he's answering you the same way he answered on direct. You don't know when those cuts happened. No, but they must have happened before we took the photo, so that we do know. Fine.
So, let me ask you a couple of questions about some of the things you testified to about yesterday. One of the things you testified to is at some point after going to the home and talking to Mr. Walshe on January 4th, you and I believe it was Detective Lawrence?
Got to gain him down more.
Officer Greg Lawrence.
Okay, Lawrence.
Lawrence.
You went and you surveyed the interior and the exterior of the home.
Yes.
And one of the things that you were doing was, as a trained law enforcement,
Oh, he's wandering.
you were looking for anything that might give you a clue or anything suspicious or anything like that.
We got a
Correct.
loose one, chat.
And that's how you're trained.
He's broken loose from the podium. He's a wanderer. I don't hate it. It just makes it harder to hear.
Yes.
And you're a very competent officer, aren't you?
I think so.
He's like, I try to be.
In this case, you exercised that competency, and when you saw, for instance, that Volvo out in the parking lot, you walked out there and you looked inside the Volvo, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Walshe was with you at the same time?
Yes.
And you made note, and you told this jury about it, you made note that you saw a piece of plastic sheeting lying in the back of that Volvo, correct?
Yes.
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that sheeting.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And eventually that sheathing was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It was
last part.
eventually seized. It was taken.
How can you not? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. How? How can you not hear him? He must have had his back to the witness and towards the microphone.
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was there other plastic sheeting that was subsequently seized?
Yes.
And did that subsequent seized sheeting that matched the
Interesting.
sheeting that you observed in the Volvo?
It looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday. If we could have Exhibit 34 brought up, photo number 7335.
I know that Tipton projects with increased volume, but so far I very much like his cross style. It's
That's that door that you testified to yesterday?
concise.
Yes.
That's the door to the basement?
Correct.
The childhood latches are at the top of the door?
Childhood latches.
Anybody can undo those latches as long as they're tall enough to reach them?
I assume with the proper grip strength, yes.
Okay. And so any adult could probably release that
Mr. Tipton, it's a matter of where you grip it.
plastic latch, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, on the door handle, there was no key lock or anything of the sort preventing somebody from going down into the basement?
I don't recall a key lock on that door.
And when you saw that door for the first time, was it open or shut?
I don't recall.
Okay. We heard some evidence yesterday about a hole in the ceiling in Mr. Walsh's bedroom, correct?
I want to know so much more about
I'm sorry,
this.
you can take that exhibit down. I apologize.
There's a hole in the ceiling.
Maybe we could see now
Damn it, I
Exhibit
just
29,
spelled hole
photograph
completely the wrong way.
7319.
I want to know all about this. I'm so curious.
Now, that's the hole we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
I mean, we're not talking about
And-
Courtney Love.
Is it your testimony that you saw that hole on January 4th, the first time you were taking a tour of the house?
I remember seeing it on the 5th and not being surprised by it.
And all you mean by that is, I could have seen it, but I'm just not sure.
Yes, so I definitely remember it on the 5th, and I remember knowing that the ceiling tile was in the bottom drawer of that bureau or that nightstand. I don't explicitly remember seeing it on the 4th, but I believe I did just because I wasn't surprised by my seeing it on the 5th.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you talk about those ceiling pieces, they were stuffed in a drawer that was right there underneath the hole?
Correct.
And it was Mr. Walsh who showed you where those pieces were?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything on those pieces that raised any suspicion?
No.
It's fair to say that when we look at this exhibit, we can see what sometimes is referred to as ceiling joists.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and between the ceiling joists is insulation?
Correct.
And it's as if the insulation is intact, the ceiling joists are intact, but the plaster fell down, correct?
Yes.
It looks like it was cut
It's fair
down.
to say that plaster falls down without any pressure on it, depending on what happened, correct?
It looks like it was
Depending on the state of disrepair, possibly.
cut.
Okay. You
That
have no
didn't-
idea how that hole occurred, do you?
That didn't
I believe
fall.
in one of the audio recordings, the defendant states he goes up there and was walking around.
Okay. But you don't have any idea what he was walking around for.
Correct.
And in fact, in that conversation, the context of that was that that occurred long before January 1st.
That was my presumption.
Tipton is, I think, doing a pretty good job of trying to head off the curiosity and assumptions that something with the hole in the ceiling could have to do or could be related to Anna Walsh being murdered. He's trying to get out ahead of that and be like, well, we don't really know what happened there. This was well before the first.
Based on the context of the conversation?
Yes.
I wish there was a picture.
That insulation that we see,
I wish there was a picture of the piece that was remaining, but at least we now have the answer from the sergeant that there was nothing amiss with the piece that he saw. So if you were going to cut it out to get rid of staining or spatter or anything like that, you wouldn't still have the other piece. sitting in a drawer.
Is it fair to say that what we're looking at is the paper wrapping that covers the fiberglass that forms the insulation?
Yes, the vapor barrier portion of the installation.
And is it fair to say, do you know, well, that's a terrible question. Do you
Because
know
it's speculative.
if the insulation that we're looking at in that exhibit, what color it is when you look at the fiberglass insulation?
I remember it being pink.
And it's a pink color. Now, we saw some photographs of the basement of the Cohasset home, didn't we, yesterday? Correct?
Yes.
And in those photographs, it also showed photographs on the ceiling to the basement, correct?
Correct.
And that ceiling also had insulation, correct?
Correct.
And that color of that insulation was also pink, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You talked about going down into the basement, and you saw some bags down there. You recall that?
Yes.
Did talk
Could
about
we
that.
have exhibit number 33, photograph
Talked about one of them having,
7343?
the carpeting cuttings or something.
Well, I got the wrong number. I apologize.
I don't know what that noise is in court, but something sounds metallic.
Well, I think I'll just ask you questions. I apologize for all of that. You went down into the basement.
Yes.
Did Mr. Walsh go down in the basement with you?
Yes.
You found some bags down there,
I did.
and you didn't open the bags.
Correct.
But you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you?
Yeah, I manipulated it with my boot.
With your boot. And
He nudged them with his toe.
what did you think was in the bags?
He didn't know
Like a
what was
piece
in
of
the
a rug
bags.
or
He didn't know what was in the bags. That's why he was nudging it with his toe.
like carpet sample sized.
Okay. But you didn't look in the bag, correct?
Correct.
But based on your training and experience, you thought it was pieces of rug.
That's what I assumed.
Okay. And this was on January 4th, wasn't it?
I think he said it was after that.
It was either the 4th or the 5th.
Okay. Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, there were still bags down there in the basement that may have contained pieces of rug.
Correct.
So the
Mr.
defense is
Walsh
going
was
to say
right with you when you
Walsh
were,
wasn't throwing things
using
away?
your boot to touch those bags, and using your training and experience.
Walsh wasn't
determined
nervous?
that- Sounds like, feels like they have rug pieces in it.
Correct.
And down in that basement, those stairs, they're wood stairs, aren't they?
They are.
And did you notice the very bottom stair to the stairway to the basement, that it was cracked or broken?
Not at the time.
And, of course, the flooring for that basement that you entered, that was concrete, correct?
Yes.
I wonder if he's going to say they were pulling
You were asked
off
some questions both yesterday.
pulling the rug off the stairs because the bottom stair was cracked, so they were going to be repairing those stairs.
Yesterday and today about the pool that is in the rear part of the home in Cohasset, correct?
Yes.
And
at
now
one
we're moving on to
point,
the pool?
You looked at the pool and it had water in it, and then subsequently it had been drained, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, nothing of any significance was found in that pool, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you would be interested to determine if there was any evidence that a substance like blood had been placed in that pool. That'd be one of the things you'd be curious about,
Yes.
correct?
I mean,
Yes.
I don't know how you're going
And-
to determine that.
After you and your fellow officers had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about, you're aware of a search, aren't you, that was found on the map book that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool or some words to that effect? Are you aware of that?
What?
Yes.
Wait,
And
what?
so there was never anything found of any significance in the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was, you talked about a canine search in the back area, correct?
Yes.
And that canine is a human scent canine, correct?
It's a patrol and tracking dog.
And it didn't hit on, if that's the proper term, it did not hit on anything in the backyard whatsoever.
I believe the canine was on the outside portion of that fenced-in backyard doing the track.
Okay. It didn't hit on anything significant or related to your investigation of this case, did it?
No.
That makes sense because it really wouldn't be groundbreaking that someone's scent is in their own backyard. I'm real interested about that search regarding blood and a pool and chlorine and things. Very curious about that.
Now, you walked through the house, you already told us, correct?
Yes.
You walked through it
More than
at
once.
least twice. One on January 4th and then on January 5th.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that seemed suspicious, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that, quote, you're sensitive to that, correct? Based on your training and experience.
Yes.
But you well know, don't you, that subsequently, criminalists, multiple criminalists from the Mass State Police then arrived at that house sometime after or on January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for more than just 2 days, weren't they?
Really?
It was more than one day. It went into the second day at least.
And they went over every single room and item in that Cohasset home, didn't they?
That is my presumption.
And so even though when you, as a trained and experienced officer, walked through that house a couple of times and didn't see anything.
Sir, this was a missing person case until it wasn't. So yeah, it was a missing person case until it wasn't. So yes, you bring crime scene back out. And Katie in the chat asked, why didn't they bring in a cadaver dog? It was still a missing person case. So they were bringing in a search dog. I think by the time they determined it was probably not a missing person case, bringing in a cadaver dog might not have helped. But I'm curious to see if any of the officers testify about it. We'll see.
Still, there was trained criminalists that came to the house to conduct testing and searching for anything that might be significant, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There was trained criminalists that came to the house
Yes.
to look for anything that might be significant related to the investigation that was ongoing.
Yes.
That is correct.
I appreciate Tipton's style of cross. It's just moving on and then moving on.
I want to ask you some questions about
And his demeanor hasn't changed in his answering at all, which I also very much
media.
appreciate. It's much more
used
normal.
message. There's no such thing as something called iMessenger, is there?
No, it's iMessage.
I'm familiar with iMessages.
Right.
Like Apple-to-Apple communication.
Right. So my question is rather simple. There's no such thing called iMessenger.
Sir, the world has lots of possibilities. He's not your tech expert, and he's going to be like, I mean, I know what iMessage is. I don't know if there's iMessenger. Also, it's an iPad mini, not a mini pad, but potato, sir.
Correct?
At that direct quote, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And when you were talking to Mr. Walshe on January 4th, he used the term iMessenger, didn't he?
Yep. He did.
It was either iMessenger or iMessages.
Well, you were asked about that when you testified before the grand jury, weren't you?
I don't recall. Likely.
Well, do you recall that at the grand jury, based on a series of questions, you determined and stated in part that when Mr. Walsh was talking about iMessenger, he was really talking about Facebook Messenger.
The context of that portion of the interview did seem as if it was because we're on the Facebook subject and social media subject.
Okay, and when he was talking to you and saying, well, some messages would come up on his phone that were intended for Anna Walsh, he was talking about, quote, iMessenger. That's the phrase he used, correct?
Good question from the chat. In that interview, was he saying I messenger or I messaged her? I don't know. I'm definitely not going back to the interview to see. All of you are saying, does it matter? Yeah, for the defense, it does. Their job is to pull at threads, and so they're pulling at each thread. They don't have a ton of threads to work with, so they are going to do their best. But Brian Walsh has done this, I don't know, tech situation. So their job is to raise doubt. They're trying to do it. So what was he talking about? iMessages or Facebook Messenger?
I believe so.
And then Messenger, once again, has to do with Facebook, correct?
That was my presumption from the context of the conversation.
And so you are unaware, as you sit here today, that there is any forensic evidence that Mr. Walsh ever saw the messages or any messages that may have occurred between Anna Walsh and one person named William Festa.
That's why it matters.
Correct?
Can you repeat the wording of that just so I have it clear?
You are unaware of
Whoop, there it is. That's why. Why does this matter? That's why. Did Brian Walsh have access to Anna Walsh's iMessages? Or was he seeing her Facebook Messenger? And did he see any messages between her and her paramour side piece Sancho? Because if the prosecution is going to argue that he saw that she was having an affair, then that's a different thing. So now they are talking about messages between Anna and dude she was having an affair with, who we're going to hear from later, and whether or not Brian Walsh would have seen those. It's a good line of questioning. It just took a minute to get there, but it's a good line of questioning.
any forensic evidence that establishes that Mr. Walsh saw iMessages that may have been sent between Anna Walsh and William Festa.
I don't recall any digital forensics related to what you're describing.
These are good questions.
And in fact, are you aware of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody can friend somebody on Facebook and then they can trade messenger communication, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And anybody who is a friend will see those messenger communications and can respond to them?
I don't know if you have to be friends, but okay.
In the context of Facebook,
Yes, in the context of Facebook.
messages, my understanding is messages between people would be only between the people that are included in that message.
Well, when you
Well, and Facebook, because they've all just changed their terms of service that they can read all your DMs and train AI on them between Facebook and Instagram messages. But that's something I would like to research more and see if they're going to get sued over it. But anyway, I am very interested to hear William's testimony, and I'm now very curious if we're talking about Facebook Messenger, like DMs, or talking about iMessages, and now I'm getting confused, which is exactly what the defense's job is. And have you noticed that we are now well within the number one tactic of cross-examination? Right. Ask somebody whose job it's not. He's not asking Guarino about these questions. He's asking this witness about these messages. Oh, don't worry. We'll have a whole nother episode in the podcast about the updates to how Facebook and Instagram are purporting to access your DMs. We'll talk about it in a whole Facebook episode. We don't have time. We don't have time today. But remember, the internet's not private, so this shouldn't be shocking. Let's continue.
Talk about Messenger. Are you talking about messengers? The format used?
Facebook Messenger, yes.
It's fair to say that if someone's trying to hide an affair, they don't communicate using Facebook Messenger that might be open to people that they don't want to find out about an affair.
I mean, Corey Richards was trying to buy drugs in Facebook Messenger. Shit goes down in the DMs.
You are unaware, as you sit here today, of any forensic evidence that indicates that Mr. Walsh saw any Facebook Messenger communications between Anna Walsh and William Fastow, aren't you?
Correct.
The defense is trying to head off any kind of heat of passion argument that he was enraged by the affair. That's what they're trying to head off with some of these, that you can't show that Walsh knew of the affair or saw messages between them, etc. It's smart.
In your interview and your questioning of Mr. Walsh, and I go withdraw that, Judge, I apologize. During your questioning of Mr. Walsh, you were present.
Mr. Tipton, I like you very much. We've gotten to a proper I will withdraw, not a strike that, which is the court's, but a withdrawn question to rephrase. Mr. Tipton, I love it. It's giving OG trial dog. I like it so much. We'll see how we get day over day in this trial, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Tipton.
With others, correct?
Day 2, and no one
Yes.
says, what if any?
Yes.
I'm
Sometimes
loving
when
it.
the jury heard that questioning, it wasn't you asking the questions, it was other officers, including Trooper Diccico, correct?
Yes.
Diccico and Proctor.
But during those questioning, you were asking, and when I say you, I mean you or your colleagues, you were asking Mr. Walsh for names of people that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
And he gave you a number of names, people who he knew Anna may be friends with in D.C., and names of people that she might be friends with in the Massachusetts area, correct?
Correct.
And one of the names that he gave you was William Fastow, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the fact that William Fastow sold the $1 million townhouse to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Walsh gave you the name of William Fastow, he didn't sound angry, did he?
He did not.
He didn't say anything pejorative about Mr. Fastow, did he?
Correct.
And before that occurred...
It's true. Brian also, Walsh didn't seem to be trying to throw Fessler under the bus either. It was just like, oh, she's friends with this dude.
You or your fellow officers had made it clear by asking Mr. Walsh questions of whether he knew anything about an affair or affairs that Anna Walsh might be involved in.
Yes, we asked about that.
And you asked him about it more than once.
Correct.
I mean,
and you were asking about it because...
Counsel, on the flip side of that, he's already disposed of her body and he doesn't want to seem suspicious. So talking about the fact that she was having an affair might seem like motive. So no, why would he say that? I mean, we already know that he's lying. So wouldn't he distance himself if he knew about an affair? He's had 4 days to like compose himself and gather the self-awareness that that looks bad. Just on the other side of that argument.
Because it could be something that you'd use in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by the nature and the context of your investigation, you were making it clear that, well, an affair could be some evidence that could be either good or bad in our investigation.
Potentially.
Right. And so anybody who's trying to hide the fact that they knew about an affair that could be bad evidence, you wouldn't expect them to give you the name of a person that they knew was having an affair with their wife.
Objection?
Sustained.
I mean, it
Well,
does
isn't
call for
that
speculation.
part of your training experience, officer, that you don't expect people to give you harmful information when you're asking them questions?
Objection?
Sustained.
Speculation as to harm.
You had made it clear to Mr. Walsh that evidence of an affair could be either good or bad, correct?
Can you repeat that?
But you made it clear, you and your colleagues, in the multiple questions about an affair, that evidence of an affair between Anna and somebody else could be good or bad evidence.
I don't recall speaking about an affair being good or bad.
In any
You
event,
just asked that question, Tipton.
we can all agree that he just gave you the name of William Fastow in the context of anybody that she may
not
know,
Fessler,
Anna,
Emily.
may know in the
Pastor.
DC area, correct?
Correct.
Along with other names, correct?
Correct.
Fair enough.
Now, on January 7th, during the interview of Mr. Walsh, he was told, and the jury has heard this, that obviously, quote, obviously, with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you
I remember
and
that.
whether you did something to Anna. That was told to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, wasn't it?
Correct.
I remember that.
In fact, you were, the point of that question was you were warning Mr. Walsh that people are going to suspect him, correct?
We wanted to see how he was
It
going to
was the
react.
topic of discussion.
Okay. And so it's true, isn't it? When something happens like a missing person, people don't believe somebody that they think might be responsible for the missing person, correct?
Objection?
I'll have the question back.
Calls for speculation.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I'll have the question back.
Love the judge. She's like, I would like to hear that question again. It's speculative.
Sorry about that.
I'm
Or
sorry.
new question.
She, I think, is asking the court reporter to read it back. I'll have it back. I think she's asking the court reporter to read it back.
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's speculative. They're just waiting for the court reporter to pull it back up and read it back.
Could I hear that? No. If I was supposed to.
Oh. Were they literally playing what he just said back? That's awkward. Just let the court reporter read it back. Just read it back into the record. What?
Maybe the best thing to do is withdraw the question and start over.
Start another one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Start again. That was confusing.
You were warning Mr. Walsh that people weren't going to believe it.
I didn't make that statement, so I was not warning him that.
Okay, but you were there with your colleagues, correct?
Yes.
And your colleague, I mean, from the context of it, you understand that your colleague was telling Mr. Walsh, people aren't going to believe you, so they're going to be suspicious.
I don't know if it was under the context of people aren't going to believe you, but we were discussing the subject that he may, people may suspect him. And I remember he said that his attorney exposed him to that.
Okay. But regardless of what his attorney told him, when it was told to Mr. Walsh, obviously with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have this suspicion
I want to know
about
where he's
you
going with this.
and whether you did something to Anna, correct?
Yes.
And
He didn't say that. And
as an experienced police officer, you know that to sometimes be true, correct?
Sometimes.
People don't believe you when you say something happened, correct?
Objection.
Overruled, but I am having a little hard time. I don't know if it's the monitor or the tone or the largeness of this room, so keep your voice up, and if you can on the microphone, I know.
do we see where he's going, chat? Smart questioning by Tipton. People are going to suspect the husband. That's why he didn't want to call law enforcement. When she spontaneously died in her sleep, he knew people would be suspicious. Sir, not if you just call paramedics and paramedics say something to the effect of, it seems like she's had a heart attack, but that's beside the point. He's trying to bring it back to, see, even law enforcement acknowledges that people are going to be suspicious of the spouse. You know, question the husband. And so he's trying to elicit those answers so he can argue them more. And it's really so the jury can hear him asking these questions so that the jury's thinking about it, right? Not calling an ambulance is suspicious. Just saying.
You like to move around.
Maybe I should just stay right here.
It's all right. You can move
The court commenting on his wandering.
around. I just need you to keep your voice up.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm surprised the judge can't hear him because he's
You
loud
know,
and clear.
sir, that in investigations, for instance, for a missing person, people don't believe the person that they might think is responsible, correct?
I've always been under the premise of trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay.
Sames.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Good cross.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look at you all. All righty. Let's go, lawyers. Well done, everybody.
May call its next witness.
They have not taken a morning break yet.
Commonwealth calls Trooper Nicholas Guarino.
And here we go. Witness number 2 with Trooper Guarino. I love the no redirect because it just admits there's nothing there that's damaging to us. Why would we need to redirect? He said what he said. Let's keep going. Witness number 2. Trooper Guarino, who is still very much walking like his back is completely fucked, which we heard a bit in read number 2.
Good morning, sir.
We're going to get into all the tech. Trooper, kill me.
And you may proceed.
Hot mic
Thank you
moment.
so much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, sir?
Oh, she's
Nicholas
nice and
Guarino,
clear and easy to understand.
Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper?
How long will you continue
over
to be a
10 years
trooper?
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Still.
And how long have you been assigned there?
November 2019, so 6 years-ish, about that.
And what are your responsibilities at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do digital forensics and I'm a sexual assault investigator, as well as assist on homicide cases and narcotics cases.
Yeah, Mr. Hot Mike.
Trooper, you're currently on a medical leave due to a work-related injury. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm really glad she asked this because his demeanor will be impacted by the fact that he's in pain. He looks like he's in pain when he moves. You could see it in Reed trial number 2. I think it makes sense to ask it so that the jury is aware that his demeanor is impacted by the fact that he's in pain, because, well, you can see oftentimes when people are in pain. So, hot mics aside, he is out IOD.
Can you tell this jury about your educational background?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College. I have 2 bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and mass communications.
And can you also tell the jury about any kind of specialized training that you have in forensic examinations in order to be a forensic examiner?
So I've taken numerous Cellbrite classes. They're 40-hour certification courses, as well as other online trainings with National White Collar Crime and Magna Forensics, which is another forensic company,
Hope.
and Burla Motor Vehicle
But people
Forensics.
should give grace when in pain.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit about those.
know.
What is Celebrite?
Cellbrite is specialized software and hardware to download and extract data from digital devices.
We're going to get into all the
And Celebrite is the name of the company? That,
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a private company?
Yes, they are.
And what is Magnet Forensics?
Magna Forensics is also a forensic company to download and extract digital devices as well.
Okay. And do you have certifications from any of the companies?
Yes, Cellbrite, I've taken 4 or 5 of their classes, CCO, CCPA, which is their extraction software. They teach you how to use it and extract devices. Cellbrite Mobile Forensics, their Cert F class, which is to repair and fix digital devices and cell phones. So if you have something that breaks, you can still get the data from it. CASA, which is their advanced database software class to go into the databases of the software, the devices we get, and also CAF, which is Cellbrite Apple Forensics Fundamentals, I believe is the acronym, for Apple devices and MacBooks.
So you received certifications for all of those trainings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how do you get the training? How do you get the certification from the training?
So it's a 40-hour, week-long course in person with book learning and then hands-on training. And then at the end of the week, you take a test to show proficiency, and if you pass, you get the certification.
And you were able to pass those?
Yes.
Do you have specialized training for Apple products?
Yes, that's the CAF class that I took.
Okay. So prior to being a Massachusetts State Trooper, did you have any law enforcement background?
Yes, I was a Norwood police officer for just under 11 years.
And any military background?
Yes, I was in the Army National Guard for 7 years.
And have you previously testified about examination of digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
Chad, anyone opposed to putting him at 1.25 for background training and experience? Yeah? No? We good? Because the Google searches are what we're here for. But we've heard his background training and experience like 3 times at this point. Yep, all of you were like, motion granted. Thanks, chat.
Thank you.
Just remind me, because it will be normal in my brain. Just
Your Honor,
remind me to slow it back
Would this
down.
be a time that you'd like me to stop before I begin the full examination for the break?
Sure. So, jurors, we're going to take the morning break, and we'll see you back in about 20 to 30 minutes.
All right, support, please. Close your notebooks, follow me.
Let's zoom right through this. Nope. Morning break. Oh, the timing is just a 10 out of 10. Oh, boy. All right. I'm going to see if the attorneys put on anything on the record. If they don't...
Does anyone need anything before I step off the bench? Seeing nothing? Have a good break.
All right, everybody's good. So we are at the morning break. We finally got through the rest of Brian Walshe's recorded interviews up to the interview where he, being at his attorney's house, was interviewed as they were searching his home with Anna Walshe and then confronted him about searches on the iPad mini, or the mini pad as it was called during cross-examination. So during that, he was confronted about searches when they downloaded the iPad mini that came up for things like 10 best ways to dispose of a body. And then in cross-examination, we learned that actually those searches were not conducted on the iPad mini, but they were synced to the iPad mini. And now Trooper Guarino's on the stand, and I think we're going to hear more about that because the defense, I think, did a good job in cross clarifying that Brian Walshe was not taking his child's iPad mini and searching these things up. It's synced from another device. And in that questioning did say, searches that were conducted by Brian Walshe, and conceded that those searches were conducted because that's part of their argument, is that Brian Walshe did not murder his wife, but once he discovered her deceased, he freaked out and then started Googling what to do. It doesn't seem that he Googled found wife unconscious, non-responsive, who do I call? Because I imagine the Google would just return call 911, but those weren't the searches that he made. He immediately went to, well, I know that she's deceased, so now how do I dispose of the body? So we will see where we get now that Trooper Guarino is on the stand. Law Nerds, I think now is a really good time for me to take 5 minutes, run to the restroom, zoom past this break, and make another coffee. What do you think? I think so too. And then we'll send out a text notification when we are back. I'm going to try to do that in 5 minutes. The time is a construct. And then we will ping the app. If you do not have the app, it is free on iOS and Android. And we will let you know in the app when we are back and when witnesses change, etc. So we will continue with background training and experience a little bit with Trooper Guarino. I'm going to continue on to another coffee because it's very much needed. And we'll be back in just a moment. Thank you, Law Nerds. You'll remember, for those of you new today, welcome. You'll hear this as I'm getting ready to come back. So enjoy the bop, and I will see you in just a moment. That didn't chime smoothly, but that's okay because I got more coffee. I saw you guys were moving and grooving during the break, getting hydrated during the break, getting something hot to drink during the break. I think I'm gonna have to put a kettle in the office for this trial because we're gonna have to switch to tea in the afternoons, and that will be delightful. So I think that's just gonna be the way. I think that's gonna be the way. Let's resume after the break. We'll zoom through lunch, maybe with one more bathroom break, but we got some more coffee. I still have my wild grain croissant from the morning, so I'm gonna munch on that while Trooper Guarino starts to talk. Hopefully, it depends on what he's covering, because once we get into those Google searches, yeah, it's gonna be a whole thing. All right, chat, let's get back to court. I say,
bring the jury.
Let's go. So they are all standing because the jury is coming in, and let's get back to court.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Oh, I'm still sped up. That was helpful. Still sped up. There we go. Helpful.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
They've just moved
Trooper
so
Guarino.
efficiently.
Were you working on Sunday, January 8th, 2023?
Let's see if
Yes,
I
I
can
was.
fix these. closed captions real quick. Let's see if resetting will help.
And were you assisting with the execution of a search warrant at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Yes.
And what was your assignment at that execution of the search warrant?
I was assisting with the search of the home, and if any digital devices were located, I was to take them and put them into evidence bags and then hold on to them to transport back to the DA's office.
Okay. And what digital devices in general did you seize that day?
There were 3 MacBooks, 2 iPhones, and 3 iPads.
Thank you. And were pictures taken during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, there was a member of Crime Scene Services there photographing where we found items.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show pictures and publish them to the jury. They've been previously marked and agreed to by the defense.
How many?
It's a very good question, Your Honor.
How many photos?
Number 63 through 78. So court reporter has been nice enough to count for me, and we believe that's 16.
All right, so 16 photos, and they are all of digital devices?
Thank you, Madam Court
Or
Reporter.
electronic devices, or they have other things as well?
They are of the electronic devices in the home and then of just the electronic devices separately.
All right. And the defense has agreed to those?
Yes.
All right, great. They're now in evidence as items, exhibits 63 through 78, now in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to have Exhibit 63, 7179. Thank you. Trooper Guarino, can you tell me what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is the kitchen area. On the kitchen table, there's a red iPhone 13 mini and an Apple iPad. I believe that's the 6 mini.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in?
Yeah.
It's the mini, it's the mini pad.
iPad 6 mini, thank you.
And
Thank you very much. And is
SE.
there a cover on the phone?
Yes, there's the green cover, and you can see the red
phone and the iPad.
at the charging
Oh, the
port.
iPad SE.
Thank you very much. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being 647208. Can you tell me what this is a photograph of?
This is the, if you want to call it a dining room or eat-in nook on the table. There's
the nook.
2 MacBooks and a third inside that manila folder.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you zoom in on this, please.
So
Trooper Guarino, can you explain that, please?
One of those looks
yes,
like a
so the
MacBook
bottom
Air,
left,
and one of them
there's
looks like a MacBook. to be
gray
specific,
MacBook.
but-
Next to that is another pinkish MacBook, and inside the manila folder,
Rose gold.
with the charging cable, there's another MacBook inside that.
A MacBook Air inside
Thank
that?
you. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being Exhibit 65, 7414. What is this, Trooper?
This is that pinkish MacBook that was inside the manila folder.
Rose gold.
That was on the dining room table?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And these are all where you initially found those devices?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at
I mean, he's got to be a PC guy,
the
right?
next exhibit, Exhibit 66, 7304. Could I please have that? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This is the upstairs master bedroom.
Is that the defendant's bed? I thought that was downstairs.
On the bed, there's the iPhone SE that's plugged into the wall.
I thought that was downstairs. Oh, I guess it is upstairs.
And could you zoom in,
Because it
please?
connects to the attic. I mean, my orientation.
And is that
on
how you
photos
found
are not
that
helpful.
device?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at Exhibit 7637.
The
Could
reason
you please show that?
the defendant doesn't have his phone with him is because when they gave his lawyer the heads up that they were coming to do the search warrant, they would have said to the defendant, you need to leave everything in the house.
What is this a photograph of?
This was an Apple iPad, I believe it was 9th gen version. The crib was over it. We could see it stuck under the crib, so we just pulled it out so it could be photographed better.
Could I now please have Exhibit 31, which is already in evidence? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This was another Apple iPad that was in the, I believe it's the upstairs children's bedroom.
Could I please have Exhibit 68, photo 7436? Trooper, could you tell me what this is?
That's the same iPad. We just opened the case to show that the screen had been damaged.
What did you do with those items after you identified them in the house at the search warrant?
So I placed these items into brown evidence bags and put the information on the front of the bag. And then once we had finished doing the search of the home, I transported all of these items back to the Norfolk DA's office to our digital evidence lab.
And what is the digital evidence lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's office?
So at the DA's office, we have a secure digital evidence lab that's a key card and that has an alarm on the door, so only select few can get in there, so we can store digital evidence to keep it powered on or so we don't lose any information.
And what is in the lab itself?
There's 2 forensic machines, our secure server, and a 3rd computer, and then as well as a Mac PC computer and our gray key.
And who specifically
The gray
has
key.
access to that lab?
At that time, it was myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and the civilian director of our lab, Samantha Vogt.
And what did you do next after you got to the lab?
The items were photographed, and we created with our case management for the digital evidence, we created a case number for it.
What was that case number?
2023-003.
Then what happened?
With the devices themselves?
Before you looked at the devices themselves?
Yeah. So obviously we had all these devices. We had to write search warrants. And once the search warrants were signed, then we were able to process the digital items.
So you wrote search warrants for the contents of the devices?
That's correct.
And when were those search warrants signed for the contents of the devices?
January 10th of 2023.
I now want to show you photographs and ask if you can identify, well, I want to show you those so that you can identify them for the jury. Looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 69. What is this?
Did we miss 6-7?
So
We
this
must
is the
have.
black iPhone SE. On the back is our label that we created. It says 2023-0003 is an extra 0. _1 showing that's the first item of this case.
And 70 next, please.
This is the front of that same iPhone.
Going to 71.
This is the gray MacBook, item number 3. As you can see the _3, and it says the model and serial number.
They're all
72.
They're all labeled. It's such a different experience, this trial.
Just a wider version of the same MacBook.
Ms. Gilman, 73, please.
This one looks kind of gold, but I believe this is the same gray MacBook, just the cover.
Ms. Gilman, if you could now go to 74.
This is the iPhone 13 mini, item number 5.
And the case has been taken off of that now?
That's correct.
75, please, Ms. Gilman.
And it's got a
And that is
sticker
the
on
front
it
of the
and
device.
Everything.
76, please.
Just show that the phone is the passcode. It's locked.
Same device.
Same device, yes.
77, please.
Again, front of the phone showing that it was still active and getting messages.
And 78, please.
This is the Apple iPad Mini 6, I believe, item number 7. It says, again, shows the model and serial number of the device.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. So all of those devices and all of the devices that you seize pursuant to a search warrant at the Walshe home at 516 Chief Justice Highway in Cohasset were all Apple products, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are Apple devices?
Apple devices, they're just a brand of digital devices, phones, MacBooks, iPads, they're all electronic devices.
That's the manufacturer?
That's correct.
What is an Apple ID?
So the Apple ID is a personalized ID for your Apple devices.
Should we just
that
back
can
to
be used
1.25
download apps, go to the App Store, download music, movies.
until we get into the searches? I agree. I agree. I agree. Once we get to the searches, we will go back. Apple ecosystem, continue.
Whatever you please.
What does a person use their Apple ID for?
As
And
I said,
yes,
to download.
The jury needs to know this. You don't know the jurors' levels of familiarity with how things could sync, and the Apple ID is going to help very much. Hey, Dr. B. It's snowing. Huzzah. Yay. You know, I love it so much when it snows. Thanks, Dr. B. I love that Dr. B came in and was like, it's snowing outside. I mean, it's not going to stick just yet, but I love it. It's our second snow of the year. I just want to be cozy. I just want to be cozy. All right, let us continue.
Items, set up the accounts. It's usually an email address, and then they're able to sync other devices with it if need be.
Can a person have more than one Apple ID?
Registered to a device, yes.
How can an Apple device be secured?
Either Face ID or
passcode.
4 or 6-digit passcode.
Go with 6.
Or alphanumeric as well.
What is a web browser?
The web browser is whatever program you're using to view the internet, whether it be Microsoft Edge, Safari, Google Chrome.
You mentioned Safari. What specifically is Safari?
So Safari is Apple's web browser that they have installed on all their devices.
Can other web browsers be used with Apple devices?
Yes.
So I want to talk now about forensically examining devices. When did you begin forensically extracting or making forensic copies of the devices that you seized from the house with the search warrant?
After the search warrants were signed, the 10th we began extracting, but we're limited to one gray key machine, so we have to place one on it, download it, and then we can swap the devices to the next and so forth until we get through everything.
And did any other troopers assist you with the extraction or copying of the devices?
Yes. Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe, Lieutenant Sean Quirk, and Trooper Connor Keefe were all assisting.
There's an Ed Keefe and a Connor Keefe? Okay.
You discussed Trooper Connor Keefe before, but who are Lieutenant Sean Quirk and Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe?
At the time, both of them were part of the cybercrime unit for the Mass State Police.
In general, what is a forensic copy of a device?
It's when we create a digital copy of the device, it's
dude, this is
all the
literally
information
your
that we're
whole
able to
job. Why do you look so annoyed? Like, what is a forensic copy? It's like, dude, you have to explain it.
From the device that we can work from as to not use the device itself and change anything in it. So we always work from that copy to make sure that nothing's changed for, if we have to ever re-image it or if the item's returned, we won't have the device in our hands.
How do you keep from changing the data on the original device when you're making a forensic copy?
We employ write blockers. Write is in like WRITE writing. So we can't write to the device. It only writes from the device. So it's a one-way street. That way we can get the information and not change anything on the devices themselves.
And where is the original device kept? after it has been forensically copied?
If the item was given on consent, we'll return it as soon as possible. If it's evidence, then it'll get tagged with an evidence number and placed into our
And you'll keep it forever. Sorry, I had to interject.
evidence room.
So now I want to talk about the MacBook, the item number 3 that was labeled, the gray MacBook.
Right.
How did you make a forensic copy of the MacBook?
So for MacBooks, we can't use Gray Key, so we have to use, I use Celebrate Digital Collector. It's basically a write blocker that plugs into the MacBook itself, and we're able to do a live acquisition of the device to a separate hard drive, creating a copy of everything that's there.
So after you make a copy, then what do you do?
I place that onto our external storage device for the Apple system that we had.
And
then what do you do?
And then we'll load it into whatever forensic program we're going to use. So
then?
for the MacBooks, I used Axiom program made by Magnet Forensics.
And did you ensure, again, that you used a write blocker for this as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do with the MacBook after the data had been extracted before you began to analyze?
It was placed back into evidence.
And where is that MacBook, the original MacBook that was taken from the Walshe residence? Where is that right now?
It's at the Norfolk DA's office in our evidence room.
Still in evidence.
And what was the date range, sorry about that, what was the date range that the search warrant allowed you to examine on that MacBook?
December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023 when we seized the device.
And you said that you used Magnet's Forensic Axiom?
Yeah, Magnet Forensics, Axiom is the name of their program to view.
We know way
the
too much
hard drive
about all of
contents.
this at this
And did
point.
that allow you to determine if there was an Apple ID associated with that MacBook computer?
Yes, it did.
And was there an Apple ID associated with the computer?
Yes, it was brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
And was there a name associated with the device?
Yes, Brian's MacBook.
How is data stored on a MacBook computer?
Similar to a PC, they have a hard drive or a solid state drive. The information just gets saved to the hard drive.
What do you mean that it's saved on the hard drive? Is it in components on the hard drive? Is it specialized in the hard drive?
How much do we need to know?
Apple products save to a knowledge C database, which is Apple's way of, it's like the C drive in a Mac and a PC computer. It's just where the information is located into different parts of the computer.
Does a MacBook store data of websites visited by the device?
Yes, it does.
Does a MacBook computer store the search terms a user inputs into the device?
Yes, it does.
Where on the device is that data stored?
In that knowledge C database, the actual database, if you drove down into it, is the history.db database, which keeps all of your internet history. It's like a folder in a regular computer.
And is that data automatically stored?
Yes.
During the examination of the data from the gray MacBook, which is item number 3 from that you've labeled item number 3, did you examine data in the internet search history?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What internet web browser was used on the MacBook?
So there are 3 listed, but the majority of all searches were done in Safari.
What is a search engine?
The search engine is whatever, it's like Google, Bing, whatever you go to search whatever
They
search
need
terms
to
you're looking for.
know,
So if you type in
but it
Boston
just
Bruins into the search engine, it'll bring up all the Bruins
What about
web pages
Hockomock Sports?
in your web browser.
Too soon?
And what's the difference between a search term and an internet history?
As I said, the search terms are the words you put in to do the search. The history is the actual websites visited.
Using the parameters from the search warrant from December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023, were you able to compile the Safari internet search history from the MacBook, which was labeled in your lab as item number 3?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to create a physical printout binder of that?
Yes, that's what this is here.
All right. Are we going to go through binders of search history? Let's go. Damn it, I went back to normal speed at the exact wrong time.
That has been pre-marked as exhibit number 79, this binder.
Are you
Yeah,
offering it?
this is Trooper Hot Mike.
That as the next exhibit, please.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
I think that's our first sidebar with the jury present. We're going to zoom past sidebar while they are talking about the binder, and the court is going to be like, how are we going through this binder with the jury. How are we doing this? So they are at sidebar. We're zooming. A clacky keyboard. Wow, that's a longer sidebar. All right, here we go. We're gonna have to scrub through it. There we go.
Noting the defense's objections, the ruling I made at the side of the bench, that exhibit will be marked in as now in evidence as Exhibit 79.
79, please.
That's item 3. That is, for the record, it's the item 3 extraction report, the gray MacBook Pro.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that item 79 be published to the jury through the screens now, because it's so big.
All right, so jurors, can everyone...
How big is it?
I know that you can all see, because you would have raised your hand previously, but previously
couldn't help
we've been
myself.
looking at documents and they've been zooming in. Anybody having any difficulty?
Can we all see the
Number 9,
screen?
Probably farthest away from the screen. You all set?
Notice where she's pointing to juror number 9, behind where Guarino is. This was the issue that Alan Jackson had with this courtroom, that there is a juror sitting somewhere almost behind where the witness is, which would be really difficult for me to not be able to see everybody's faces. It would be really hard as a juror to do that, I think. All right, continuing on.
All right, same for juror number 1. Good. All right, let me know if that changed.
So this is the courtroom that he had issue with.
Right ahead.
All right,
Thank you very
binder of
much.
search results.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask now that we show page 526 of the binder, marked Exhibit 79.
Starting at page 526. Good.
Trooper, what does URL mean?
The URL is the website that the user is on.
And what is the last visited date and time?
Oh, we're going to have issues with date and times, but what I see immediately is best way to dispose of a body, Google search. From Safari History, DB Wall. Here we are, date and time.
That is the last time the user had accessed the website.
And what is UTC?
UTC is a worldwide time code to make it easier when we look at devices. So we would have to minus 5 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time. So if you look here,
If you're looking at the screen and you're like, I can't see any of this, me either, it is the way that the cameras in the courtroom are focused on this. It's special.
here where it says last date and time visited, UTC-0500, that is.
I hope it's better in court.
Showing that I've minus the 5 hours.
So the software has done that for us. You've checked off something, so the software does that.
Yes, that's correct. Because during the
subtracts it.
summertime, it would be minus 4 hours. So we want to make sure we're in the right time
Thank God.
zone.
That's better.
What is the title?
So last visited date time, 1/1/23, 4:52:16 a.m.
Title is the name of the website. If you looked at the top of like the web browser bar, that would be the title.
And who
But what
created
is
the
it?
title of the web page?
That's done automatically through the website.
What is the visit count?
Visit counts how many times the user has visited that website.
That's 2.
What is the visit source?
Damn it!
So the visit source
Focus
is
again.
where the source of the information was pulled from. So this one here says locally browsed. That means it originated on this MacBook.
What is source? Not visit source, just source.
So the source
If we do this with every single one, I'm going to go back to 1.25.
shows the APFS container is the hard drive. And it has a string of numbers and letters, users, B. Walshe, library, Safari. So it's showing where in the database it's pulling this information from.
And that's that. So I can see it says history.db that you had previously told us about.
Yes, so it's going down folder-wise. So the library is the main folder, then it'll go into the Safari folder, and then the history database of Safari.
What is location?
Location, again, is it's the location of the items in that database, where they're located in it.
Specifically within the history DB database or whatever database it is?
That's correct.
What is evidence number? I think I skipped over that, sorry.
Yeah, no, the evidence number is just the name of the disk, the hard drive, the image that we created.
Because this is a forensic software?
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction.
I went to
so
real
there's
time too
two options,
fast.
parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
What is item ID?
The item
Yep, until they start asking what he's actually searching, we're back at 1.25.
ID is the item, the ID number for this whole image we're seeing.
Now, often there are two records with the same time when you go down in the records.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the exact same time. Why is that?
So this
Well,
one
there was
here
this other
shows parsing.
case
If you scroll down to record
with the
1953,
timestamps.
it's the same date and time stamp as the top one. It's just the recovery method is showing carving. So it's gone to a different area of the database and pulled it from a different location.
So does that mean that the search was done twice?
Nope, it's just how Apple has a program to store information.
Okay. Can you give us an analogy about that? Can you explain why that is?
No!
Is it like a...
Yeah, so if you think of databases, if you're familiar with like Excel spreadsheets, that's basically all this is. It's different rows and columns of information, and it's where the software is pulling the information from. It's different rows and columns, that's all.
Thank you.
But Emily, you wanted to cover
So
trial.
I'd like
know.
to look at page 526, record 1952. What is the title?
I did.
Best ways to dispose of a body - Google search.
What time and date?
This is done on
Back to normal
January
speed.
1st, 2023 at 4:52:16 a.m.
They're being thorough. I don't have an issue with how they're doing it. It is very needed, but also I want to hear about the searches.
And that's Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
What is the URL?
www.
Let's do the beginning part. It shows www.google.com/search. With the query equals best plus way plus to dispose of a body. Showing the client Safari, and then it has a whole list of letters and numbers
Yeah, it
and
was
everything
just
else
in the
after.
search bar in Safari.
And what does that mean?
That he searched.
Well, it shows that it was done. The search was done through Google, and the query words where it says Q equals best way to dispose of a body. That means that the user
House to.
input those specific terms and hit enter to create the search to happen.
Okay. So beginning at page 527, if we look at record 1956. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we
I
go
would like to see it.
to page 533, record 1, to page 533, record.
Night to B2.
1980.
Let me just check it.
Okay. No, I sped it down. I think I made a mistake.
1981.
Okay.
Can you explain what the pages are in the title? Can you tell me the title?
Yes.
1.25
So
it
the
is.
title for this one is 10 Ways to Dispose of.
I fucked around and found out. The article that comes up, oh gosh, now he's going to talk about 10 ways to dispose of. Okay. We're just going to grit through it for a little bit.
Of dead body, in parentheses.
This is the website.
What the pages are in the title, can you tell me the title?
Yes, so the title for this one is 10 Ways to Dispose of a Dead Body, in parentheses, if you really need to. It says dash page 6. So that page.
10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. I would love to see what's being shown on the screen because now I am very curious if this was a Google search term or if this was a Google search result. And that's what he clicked on. I'm very curious. But the if you really need to is just.
Page 6 means they're on the 6th page
of
the
search
website.
results.
So the website will break it down so you're not scrolling a million pages long. So you're usually at the end of the page, you'll see next page, you'll click that and it goes to the next part of the website for the story or however it goes. So that page 6
It sounds like
indicates
that was a web page.
They're on the 6th page of the website and they do this for advertising reasons and, like I said, keeping things short or concise.
Of search results.
So earlier.
Yeah, they got rid of the infinite scroll so they can sell promotional spaces at the top of each of those search result pages so you can get promoted before the fold, as it were. Yeah.
In the records, if we had started at page 527, 1956, that was page 527, 1956.
I really just want to see what they're looking at.
Was just regular.
Yes, that's doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 ways to dispose of a body.
So this is clunky as fuck, but it sounds like he actually searched best ways to dispose of a body and then clicked on the 6th page of results on an article that said 10 ways to dispose of a body if you really need to. And now we are talking about the web page that he would have landed on, is what it sounds like.
And then if we went to 528, 1962.
It'd be easier if we could see it, but the camera hasn't gone back to it.
What would the title be?
Maybe the pool camera feels some kind of way about not helping people crime better.
10 ways to dispose of a body if you really need to, dash page 2, the 2nd page of the article.
Okay. So what does that indicate?
That the
Nerds,
user
I got you.
clicked.
How many of you want to Google this and don't want it in your search history? I'm guessing most of you. I'll see if I can find the article while we're listening. I got you. Don't worry about it.
To go to that next page.
All of you want to know. I'll pull it up.
The Viz account is 4.
Don't Google, especially if you're at work.
The user's been there before.
I got you.
Thank you.
I got you.
Looking at page 534, record 1986. What is the title?
Also, Google's fighting for its life to not recommend this article. The auto-populated results include 10 ways to get rid of your crazy BF, 10 ways to get rid of acne, and 10 ways to get rid of ants is the #1 auto-populated search result. 10 ways to dispose of 10 ways to get rid of a guy movie, 10 ways to get rid of a guy, 10 ways to get rid of a headache at home. No, I didn't say get rid of. It is changing the word dispose of to get rid of. Emily, you're giving us a play-by-play of what's happening? Yes. 10 ways to dispose of a body if you really need to. Bruce, my friendly NSA agent, we're working here. This does not auto-populate at all. I think Google has caught on and has crushed this out of the results because it does not want it to come up. And I am getting a ton of results about this case. And then a Listverse 2021 article, but that says top 10 weird ways to dispose of a corpse. That's not it. A Quora result that says how to dispose of a dead body without any trace. That's not great. What's the most eco-friendly way to dispose of a body? Precautions for handling and disposing of dead bodies from the Center of Health, but I am not coming up with a direct result. So once they show us this, maybe I'll be able to get the URL, but we will figure it out. Let's continue on with this, and I'll see if I can find it. So I might have to go way back and find it.
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
So now we're back to other Google searches.
What time and date?
I did
January
directly
1st,
search the article
2023
title.
at 4:55:25 a.m.
And what does Google search indicate there to you?
Oh,
Again,
Christ.
that the user input how long before before a body starts to smell and did the actual web search.
Looking at page
What time?
547,
I wanna see the
record
exhibit.
2029.
What day and time? What time?
What is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
That was on January 1st, 2023 at 6:24:44 a.m.
And what does Yahoo search results indicate?
This was done on a Yahoo search engine.
So you previously explained Google search. Can you explain Yahoo search?
It's the same thing. It's just a different search engine
Yahoo.
that the user can utilize to search whatever they're looking for.
Looking at page 543,
I wish they would just show the pages.
record 2014.
Oh, how long missing to inherit?
Can you tell me what that title is?
It's going to be hard to argue it's not a
The
financial
same
motive.
waterculture.com article, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, page 7.
And what is the time and date for this?
January 1st, 2023 at 5:47:38 a.m.
So what does this indicate?
Again, a user had physically gone to page 7 of this article on the website.
And is this at a different time than had gone to the article pages 1 through 6 that we previously saw?
Yes, I believe there was a 45 or an hour difference.
And if we go
Can you just
to
look at it?
Page 545 and 545 into 546, what page does this article end on?
Record 2023 shows it at page 11.
Oh, he's reading the whole article.
Does it go to the following page?
He's reading them all.
Yeah, that's where it ends. Yeah.
It's an 11-page article?
5:48:22 a.m.
And what is the significance of that, seeing that page 11?
As I said, that the user physically went 11 pages deep into this article.
Looking at page 547, record 2031,
I really would love
what
to be
is
able to see
the
these.
title?
How long for someone to be missing to be dead? Yahoo search results.
How long?
What time and date?
for-
January 1st, 2023 at 6:25:17 a.m.
Looking at page 563, record 2082.
Okay.
What is the title?
Title is Tishman Spire, Washington, D.C. head, Yahoo search results.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:44:46 a.m.
Why
and
would
you
he
are
need her
familiar with
bosses?
these searches. There are multiple searches about Tishman Spire, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the title of the search on page 567, record 2096?
This is Lowe's dash Google search,
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:48:04 a.m.
What is the title on page 576, record 2125?
They're just waiting for the pages to pull up. It would be great if we could see them.
2125, 576.
I don't think so.
Down further.
Saren said in 2 years it'll be pulling people's chat GPT logs. That's already happening. There's a case that I will be talking about probably after we're done with trial here where chat GPT conversations come into play in a big way. So no, that's already happening. We don't have to wait. The future is here. Chat GPT will tell on you faster than Google will. So, yep.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, I know I'm asking a lot.
I mean, they should have just marked these.
There we go.
So that they could control F to them.
Thank you. What is the title?
Title is How Long Does DNA Last? Which is a Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
Trooper,
Like
what
while
is
his kids are up and eating French toast.
From the sidebar first.
Yes.
Okay, they're going to sidebar. That was 1/1/23 at like 9:34 a.m. How long does DNA last? All right, we're going to zoom past the sidebar. They've made the most interesting part of this trial a little painful, which is making me very sad. Just, y'all, it's needed to prove where the Google searches come from, but it is for sure tedious.
I think we were at record number 2125, page 578.
However, the jury can flip through these later if they want to.
If we could please have record 2125 on page 578. And for the record, we're showing a PDF, which is the same version that the printed out version of the exhibit, which the jury will have.
All right.
Thank you. What is the title on
that need to
page
be
578, record 2125?
How long does DNA last? Dash Google search.
Is that
And what is
another
the
one?
date and time?
Oh, that was the wrong page.
January 1st,
last time.
2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
9:33.
And there is a line, redirect URL. What is that?
So if you look at the redirect URL is when you explain this. You're going to a website and you click on it, but it redirects you to a separate, not a separate website, but something similar. So if you look, it says,
Sir, this is
slate.news, it's an article, but it
whole
says, is it
job.
possible to clean DNA off a knife? So it's similar search terms, but not exactly what you search. So it's redirecting you to similar items. The website's doing that, I should say. It's not the user doing it.
So the browser is sending you to a suggested website?
That's correct. So
She's like, can we please describe redirect a bit better, Trooper Guarino?
I'm sure people have done this. Those who haven't, that when you go to type in something in your phone or your MacBook, it gives you those suggested terms. That's similar to what this is.
Okay, but that's not the same. Suggested, oh, for fuck's sake. Suggested search terms and a redirect are not the same thing. Bro, no. What? Norfolk, you need a different tech expert. Period, full stop.
Thank you. So if we look at record 2127 on that same page, 578, what is the title?
Sorry, 2127 you said?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? Question mark.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:34:39 a.m.
Did the user go directly there, or was the user redirected?
From this, it looks that the user was redirected from the original search term items that they put in.
So he didn't Google search, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? He was redirected from how long does DNA last? Is that what you're saying?
And did the user stay on that website?
It shows visit count 1. If you can go down just to the next couple, I could tell time difference wise.
Why don't you have your binder open to the same page so that you can be prepared for the questions? Also, as cases get more and more technical, you need good experts or cases are just going to get fucked up.
Down one more.
Open your
The
binder.
next search is done approximately a minute later. So it would stand that this website was up for a short amount of time and then the next search was done.
Not necessarily. He could open a new tab. He could keep his tabs open to come back to them.
So what does that mean?
They were there for about a minute. And then the next search comes in at 9:35:52.
Thank you. What is the title on page 579, record 2129?
Can identification be made on partial human remains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:35:52 a.m.
What is the title on page 583, record 21?
Damn it, I missed the time.
9:35:52.
9:35:52. All right, so right after. So that's the next Google search. So we went from the website, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? They could illuminate this much more interestingly. Like, what was this? They could have made a demonstrative exhibit because this is incredibly interesting and they have sucked the life out of it. But you could get a summary demonstrative exhibit. Well, maybe Guarino can't, but the lead investigator from all of the Adelson cases would have walked you through this with color-coded timeline that said Google search, website page, next search, Yahoo search, and it would have walked you through the behavior on the computer. And when you walk through the behavior, it would have been like, this was Google searched. This was then the website visited. This was where we went next. This was the next Google search. And you could see the behavior jumping from a Google search of how long does DNA last to, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife, to, okay, can identification be made on partial human remains? So you can follow the train of thought, if you will, in a summary exhibit and then just admit the full exhibit into evidence and use the summary exhibit to show the jury what someone's doing. This is what was being Googled. Then this was what was visited. Then this is what was Googled. They've had this case for years.
a.m.
What is the title on page 583, record 2141?
How to dispose of a cell phone Google search.
What time and date?
It just said, ask Brian Higgins. Yes, no. How to dispose of a cell phone?
How to dispose of a cell phone, Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:25 a.m.
What is the title on page 584, record 21?
Also, if I had a demonstrative, I would not be asking, what is the title? I would say, what happens on this device next? What happens on this device next? And then what was done? And then what was searched? There are so many better ways to do this.
44.
How to dispose of a computer, Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 589, record 2159?
I am a user on my wife's credit card. She is missing. Can I still use the card? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at
She is missing. Can I still use her card? What are you asking for, a moral decision from Google here?
10:29:16 a.m.
What is the title on page 591, record 2166?
My wife is missing. What should I do? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:59 a.m.
Huh, we've changed our searches, haven't we?
What is the title on page 592 into 593, record 2170?
Yeah, title is Your Spouse is Missing and You Want a Divorce / Hello Divorce.
What is the time and date?
That's a website?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:30:49 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2185?
Best ways to dispose of body parts after murder. Yahoo search results.
Now he looks to the jury. Do you see that? Now he looks to the jury. We've gone from hello divorce to best ways to dispose of body parts after a murder. That's real specific.
85.
Best ways to dispose of body parts after murder. Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023, 11:28:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 597,
That's a
record
specific Google or Yahoo search.
2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body - murder, murder, murder.
And what is the
Bravo, bravo, fucking bravo. Excuse me? Is that a website or is that a search? What is happening?
On page 597, record
I had to back up.
2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body - murder, murder, murder.
And what is the URL?
www.murdermurdermurder.com/blog.
What?
2017 522 6 ways to dispose of a body.
What the
What is the
fuck
time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:28:47 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2193?
Okay. Who said what in the World Wide Web? That's fucking hilarious.
Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is, he was named the trash bag killer. He would...
What? Wait, what? What? What is happening? Oh, I'll look all this stuff up for you. Don't worry. Okay.
Search.
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is, he was named the trash bag killer. He would murder victims and throw their corpses away into trash bags.
What is the time and date?
Objection.
Was he creating
Want to be
a
heard?
Yes.
Pinterest inspo? I don't think there's adequate foundation for this. So I'm not surprised that they are going to sidebar, because what this detective knows about Patrick Kearney and the trash bag killerness, you're going to have to establish what he looked at, where that knowledge is from. I think we are definitely in the realm of lax foundation. But we need to know why that search is relevant. We're going to zoom past the sidebar. I'm not surprised they're at sidebar on this. So it's an appropriate thing to argue at sidebar. Oh, bravo, fucking bravo. Don't worry. I will take a look at some of these noodly Googles and websites so you don't have to. Back from sidebar. Today's
Looking
been...
at page...
Or are we just moving on? I guess we're moving on from the trash bag killer.
603, record 2207. Can you tell me what the title is?
Cleaning up a dead body / Wired YouTube. So it shows a YouTube video.
I was just...
From Wired's YouTube channel? I mean, when you really need to know how to do something, YouTube is the place. I agree, YouTube is the place. But what do we mean by cleaning up a dead body? So, no, the jury, it wasn't stricken. The trash bag killer wasn't stricken, but she didn't go into it any further. Okay. You know, all of you are like, well, when is Barely Sarian going to talk about murder.com on Murder Mystery Monday? I mean, I don't know. All right. How to clean up a dead body.
Can you tell me what the title
YouTube.
is?
Cleaning up a dead body / Wired
Cleaning up a dead
YouTube.
body.
So it shows a YouTube video.
I was just going to say, what is YouTube?
Damn
YouTube
it.
is a video website where companies can upload whatever videos.
Excuse me, YouTube is also like a search engine, but YouTube is the largest video platform in the world and is the #1 place to watch podcasts like The Emily Show, and is just crushing everybody else on watch time according to Nielsen. It's where everybody hangs out. It's where we are right now. Hi, YouTube.
They want.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:41:50 a.m.
What is the title on page 605, record 2214?
How to clean blood from a wood floor, Google search.
Oh, boy.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:44:32 a.m.
And then...
Some of these searches alone are not nefarious, but you put them all together and it's just like, ooh.
Page 609, record
Floors are very
2229.
shiny in the pictures. And then it's the shopping
What
afterwards.
is the title?
The
Can I use
shopping's
bleach
tough.
to clean my wood floors from bloodstains? Google search.
Don't do that.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:05 a.m.
And what is the title on page 638, record 2321?
For those of you asking, the bedroom that seemed to be the bedroom, the primary with Brian Walshe and Anna, had wood floors. Not all of them, but that one had wood floors. Because when they went in and took the pictures, they were very shiny.
You said the title? Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, the title.
What does bleach do to dead bodies? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:07 p.m.
What is the title on page 647, record 2351?
Want to get away with murder? ? Use special detergent / Discover magazine.
What is the time and date?
Why is this an article that exists? We're trying to not help people crime better. What are we doing? Want to get away with murder? Use a special detergent. This is going to end up in like a Butcher and Blackbird book, isn't it? This is where this is going to end up. Use a special detergent.
What is the title on page 647, record 2351?
Want to get away with murder? ? Use special detergent / Discover magazine.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:18:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 650, record 2364?
Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:21:39 p.m.
He's very busy.
What is the title on page 657?
Notice crime scene.
Record 2386.
How to use hydrogen peroxide on bloodstains? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:14 p.m.
And what is the title directly below that, record 2387?
How to clean bloodstains with hydrogen peroxide - YouTube. It's a video of those searches.
They could have made such a good summary demonstrative exhibit. It is such a missed opportunity. You can make so much cool shit. There is such a better way to show this to the jury.
Terms.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:43 p.m.
I mean, that's valid knowledge, how to get blood out of
What is
stuff.
the title on page 659?
The crime scene clothes.
Record 2394.
Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on bloodstains in concrete? Google search.
In concrete.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:53:44 p.m.
What is the title on page 665, record 2413?
Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Google search.
Yes.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:43:02 p.m.
What is the title on page 666, 670, record 2430.
Does the dishwasher clean blood? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:52:26 p.m.
What is the title on page 671, record 2433?
Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap, Quora?
What is the date and time?
He's trying to make it not look so bad. Maybe, but that's a Quora. Maybe it's just the Quora that he clicked on.
January 1st, 2023, 1:52:57 p.m.
What is the title on page 693, record 2502?
How to remove a SIM card from an iPhone, Yahoo search.
I have
What
people
time
you can
and
ask.
date?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the morning, a.m.
And what follows that search, record 2503?
The Apple support website, remove or switch the SIM card in your iPhone - Apple support.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 2nd, 2023, 2 a.m. in 15 seconds.
What is the title on page 694, record 2507?
How to remove a hard drive from an Apple laptop - Yahoo search results.
So this is now early in the morning on the 2nd. There are times where he really punctuates with looking at the jury, isn't there? How to remove a hard drive.
And what is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:01:19 a.m.
What is the title on page 699, record 2524?
TJ Maxx near me, Norwell - Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 5:24:08 a.m.
Didn't sleep
What
much.
is the title on page
Why you need TJ Maxx so much?
717, record 2580?
How long do stores keep security footage - Google search?
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 10:32:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 724 into 725, record 2608?
If I'm the defense, I'm using these searches to say, see, he didn't plan in advance. If he was planning in advance, he would have gone and gotten all the cleaning supplies well in advance of this. He was just reacting. Right? That would be my argument if I was the defense. He's responding to things as they're happening. He didn't plan this in advance. That would be the argument if I was the defense. All right, continuing on.
How to saw a body - Google search.
Oh boy.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:31 p.m.
What is the title on page 725, record 2610?
How to dismember a body - Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 730, record 2626?
Her tone changed.
Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body - Google search.
Was that a question mark?
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:33:48 p.m.
What is the title on page 733, record 2633?
Details of dismemberment discussed in murder trial /Wayne 15.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:42:59 p.m.
What is the title on page 735, record 26?
If Taylor Shabusiness pops up in any of this, I'm going to fall over.
38.
Can you be charged with murder without a body? Google search.
That's
What
the
is
one.
the date and time?
January 2nd, 2020.
That's the one that's going to make his argument difficult. That's the one. There's a lot of these that you could see the defense arguing it was an accident, it was a this, it was a that. She died, he freaked out, he was just getting rid of the body. But that Google search, that one is going to make those arguments more difficult for the jury to believe. That one.
Page 735.
That's why her tone changed. Her tone changed in the way that she was asking questions. That.
2638.
I had to back up.
Can you be charged with murder without a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:01 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2647?
Murder conviction without a body - Wikipedia.
What is the date and time?
Yeah, you can have a no body
January
case.
2nd, 2023, 12:47:10 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2649?
Yeah. When they're going to argue consciousness of guilt, the can you be charged for murder without a body is going to come up. Yep. That one.
No corpse, ? No problem. Notable murder convictions without a body - A&E True Crime.
What is the date?
A&E, what are we doing? No corpse, no problem.
And time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:51:47 p.m.
No body, no crime?
What is the title?
Oh, I can't. I wanted to say, hey, Alexa, play No Body, No Crime, but it might actually do it, and then we're going to get copies stricken by T Swift, so we can't do that. But it's a misnomer. It's not true.
On page 745, record 2670. $745,
Right
record
there.
2670.
Actually starts on 744, just so the record's clear.
Thank you very
That was
much.
the judge.
Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Google search.
That's dark as
What is
fuck.
the date and time?
Also,
January
yes,
2nd,
you
2023,
can.
1:12:46 p.m.
What is the title on page 746 into 747, record 2674?
Disposing of a body in the trash. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:14:51 p.m.
What is the title on page 769, record 2747?
Chatham West Apartments Rentals - Brockton, MA, Zillow.
No, I said
What
no
is the
body,
date
no
and
crime,
time?
not
January
no woman,
2nd,
no cry.
2023, 1:34:35 p.m.
What is the title on page 777,
Boy.
record 2768?
The Claremont Apartments Rentals, Abington, Mass, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:36:14 p.m.
What is the title on page 787, record 2798?
So much Googling.
What powder mask smells the best? Google search.
What? I don't. What? I had to back up. What?
What powder mask smells the best? Google search.
I don't even understand.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:51:28
What
p.m.
smells the best? I have no idea.
What is the title on page 797, record 2830?
Can I mix white vinegar to stop smells? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:09:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 798, record 2832?
Can baking soda make a dead body smell good? Google search.
Oh.
What is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:15:55 a.m.
He did
What
buy
is
a
the
lot of
title
it.
on page 807, record 2856?
Cleaning up blood without leaving a trace, 5 tips, aftermath services.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 5:03:06 a.m.
What is the title on page 819, record 2900?
Are footprints easy to wash away? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023,
We're on
6:55:58
January
a.m.
3rd.
What is the title on page 858, record
Wow.
3025?
The aftermath services are generally for those dealing with cases of self-harm in their homes or someone else's homes. So aftermath services would be to help with that because it is something that people do have to deal with in legitimate ways. Because once someone who is deceased is removed and what have you, finding services to come out and help, you can do that. You can try to do things yourself. But that's not what's going to be happening here. This is incredibly different. So the searches are wild. So, and again, he's not saying he didn't search these things, which might be why they just didn't think that they would need to play this out for the jury differently. But it's the crime scene language, it's the murder language that is difficult. It's also the someone missing how long to inherit and not a single spontaneous death or signs of a heart attack or signs of a stroke or whatever. No, the searches are quite telling. And he keeps using the word murder. Oh.
How long for a dismembered body to decompose?
How
Yahoo search
long?
results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:02:23 p.m.
What is the title on page 860, record 3033?
Body
Like,
found
will
at
it go
trash
faster?
station. Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:05:50 p.m.
So he's contemplating
What
the
is
trash.
the title on page 866, record 3056?
So he's
Can a body
contemplating the trash.
decompose in a plastic bag? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:12:50 p.m.
What is the title of page 888, record 3127?
Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search.
What date and time?
You want to know what now? Can police get your search history without your computer? You want to know what? What are you trying to find out?
Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:38 p.m.
What is the title on page 904, record 3184?
Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 4th, 2023, 8:55:27 a.m.
Are there any searches from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.?
I don't believe so.
When he was being interviewed?
From the MacBook on?
On the MacBook, from January 4th at 8:03 p.m., on January 4th to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.
Well, this last search was done at 8:55, so wouldn't it be 8:03?
Okay, so from 8:55 p.m.
I
What?
don't believe so. I'd have to see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You have your
See that there's more
binder.
pages. I forget the exact dates.
Open your binder. It's in front of you. You have a binder. Use it. Aren't they the same binder?
Thank you.
Are they not the same binder? Are there two
Double
binders?
check.
Maybe there's two binders. Binders full of search results. Oh boy.
Thank you. There's not.
And then starting at January 7th at 3:58 p.m., what is the first search?
January 7th?
Listed here, it says Chase credit card login, Google search.
And can you give us a page and a record number?
Yes, in the book, page 906, record number 3195.
Thank you. So did you look at any searches prior to January 1st?
Yes.
And I'd like to start with page 521. Looking at page 521, Ms. Gilman. Looking at 521, record 1938. I'm sorry, 1939, please.
Travis says hello.
Trooper, can you tell me what time this occurred?
Yes, it says January 1st, 2023 at 3:49:39 a.m.
And can you tell me what's happening in this record number?
It shows the URL for accounts.google.com for, it's like the Gmail, a login through the web.
And going to 1940, record 1940 on the
Which
next
Gmail?
page, that being 522. Does that continue?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And going to page 524, does that continue until record 1947?
Yes, it does.
And what date and time does that end?
The last one shows January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the following is about an hour later.
Thank you. Now looking at page 225 into 226, record 825.
New binder. Or moved binder.
Can you tell me the title being looked at?
Yep. It says cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet scandal, Seth Gamble, erotica x-pornhub.com.
What?
And what is the date and time?
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
That's incredibly specific. What? I was not prepared. Okay, I didn't see that coming. I need to know what time that's from. What date and time? What date and time are we talking about? Because that's an incredibly detailed. That's an incredibly detailed title. We're rewinding.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
What date and time?
January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the following is.
I'm trying to not buffer and put together a timeline in my head. January 1st, 2023 at 3 whatever in the morning. And he's taken a beat from all the other things that are happening to just noodly around on the hub. That's incredibly specific.
The last one shows.
Okay.
January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the following is about an hour later.
Thank you. Now looking at page 225 into 226, record 825.
I think I went back a little too far. I need to.
Can you tell me the title being looked at?
Yeah. It says cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet scandal, Seth Gamble, erotica x-pornhub.com.
Time.
And what is the date and time?
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
Before. This is December 27th that the cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her, which is really specific. This is December 27th, 22. So before. End of December. Oh. Okay. So this search is happening right after Christmas. Oh.
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
And this continues on record 826, is that correct?
Yes, it's a duplicate from the previous.
Okay. And 827, could you go down, Ms. Gilman? Could you go down, please?
Oh,
Yeah. It's there. It's the titles on the right there at the top.
Okay. If you could keep going down, though, please.
ma'am, scroll.
Okay. And
Just
if you
ask-
could,
ma'am, I'm gonna need you to say scroll and not going down, please. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to rein it in, cause the defense went a real long way in their last cross-examination to say he had no idea his wife was having an affair. His PornHub searches seem to indicate something different. Oh boy. I don't know what to
Tell
say,
me
chat.
if you could keep going down, I'm sorry, to 828. And what is this?
Yeah, what is
There's
this?
chat with Miss_B and a live adult video chat room now.
Okay.
And what time is that?
12:06:28 a.m. on January 27th, December 27th, 2022.
Okay. And if this,
So then into a live chat room, huh?
continues until record 831. If you could go to 831, please, Ms. Gilman. Is that correct with PornHub, Trooper?
Yes, it's there for about
Look, if the murder case wasn't happening after this, I wouldn't be buffering. It's he had no idea about the affair and then has real specific searches. It's the combination of the two on the stand in the murder trial that is hurting my brain. These are real close in time.
7 or so minutes.
Oh,
Thank
boy.
You. And page 241 to 242, record 891.
If you're the defense, though, do you lean into no knowledge of the affair, or do you lean into, nah, he was down? I mean, I don't know.
What is that title?
He definitely
please?
didn't delete his searches.
Best divorce strategies for men, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date?
December 27th, 2022, 8:33:53 p.m.
And page 253, record 935. What is the title, please?
Best date to divorce for a man, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December
And
27th,
then there's
2022, 8:51:33 p.m.
And page 256, record 934.
These independently.
What is the title?
These independently might be pretty explainable. It's the combination of all of them together that makes it difficult. Because the divorce searches, given everything, are one of the most explainable things in this case, given that his defense is going to argue that he was doing it to protect assets from his hundreds of thousands of dollars restitution.
934 or 943?
943, I'm sorry.
5 best and 5 worst states to get divorced in the U.S.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:52 p.m. 8:52:39 p.m.
Just sitting on the
Thank
couch,
you.
Googling divorce.
Page 257, record 945. What is the title?
Washington, D.C. divorce laws, Google search.
And
Divorce
what
laws.
is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:54:13 p.m.
And you have the binder exhibit in front of you, but if you look between records 891 and 934, what does the Safari history show to you between those record numbers?
Is there a web page?
891 and 934. What topic articles are being looked at?
Chat, you are asking great questions.
I'm sorry. What number is this one we're on? The
He has no
divorce
idea. Little
laws?
Maury said,
If you
did he
scroll
Google
up.
on his phone?
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
sorry.
these are all from the laptop.
This is 9:45.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If we look at record numbers 891 through 934.
Lexi asked, don't you have to get divorced in the state where you got married? No, but it depends where your domicile is, and that can get complex. But
They're all showing
people do get divorced to
websites
shield
regarding
assets. That's
divorce,
not shocking.
divorce advice, mistakes in divorce, using verbal abuse, don't split up like this, the 10 stupidest mistakes men make facing divorce. It's all divorce related.
Thank you.
10 stupidest
So if we look
mistakes.
at page 259,
The clickbait of it all.
record 951.
Lindsay says he doesn't have assets, though. No, she does. and protecting her assets from his restitution. I'm just saying this is the one thing that there could be some logical, reasonable arguments for. I think that what precedes it throws all that out the window, but this is the thing that's the most explainable of all of it. I mean, we're looking at the arguments where they lie.
What is the title being looked at?
Can you scroll down a little more? There. Oh, if you scroll back up, I'll just read it from the URL. So it's a Google search for Chase login credit card, and then it does a redirect to the Chase that does it again. It's duplicated.
Okay. And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022 at 8:57:13 p.m.
Okay. And this goes on to record 1026 on page 279 if you look in the binder. Is that correct?
The font on that.
Showing all Chase account.
Oh, no, it proceeds on the rest of the page. Those are only some of the boxes. Okay, I was looking at that. I'm like, wait, is that the font? No, it's just the boxes.
Information
A lot of
to
you
the
are
Chase
asking
website for the account.
if the paramour will testify. It's my understanding that he will, based on the opening statements.
Yeah.
So, I think so.
Trooper,
Oh,
if you look at page...
I had all that dead time and could have spoken without having to pause. And chat, I think prosecutor said that they anticipated him testifying Thursday at the end of court yesterday.
508, record 1890.
Wait, Donna in the chat said protecting the assets so they can't touch her money. Wouldn't they be able to use her money assuming he inherits?
And what is the
Him
date
searching how
and
long
the
to inherit
time?
is a whole thing.
12/31/2022, 6:53 p.m.
So there's that.
Your Honor, I am about to change topics. Would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
Sure. There's something else for lunch?
All right, to the court, please. The notebooks.
Well, they're at the lunch break. And we're going to see if the lawyers have anything to put on the record after the jury is excused for lunch.
Forecast is to nothing burger. Can you just take a look?
Updates on the forecast being a nothing burger. I appreciate the court. This is a fair point. Rolling alongside EDB have to disagree because he's looking for divorces for a man's advantage. He should be looking for divorces for the children and wife's advantage. It's a very fair point. It's a very fair point.
So I was just asking Madam Clerk to check on the weather, and it looks like a nothing burger, I'll call it. So,
okay.
We don't need to be worried about that this afternoon. We'll plan to go right through to 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Anyone need anything to be addressed before I take it off the bench? All right, have a nice lunch.
All right. Jury out. It is the lunch break. So we are at the lunch break of day 2 of the Brian Walshe trial. And in really the most tedious fashion, I think, possible, they have been going through the Google searches and websites visited by Brian Walshe with Trooper Hot Mike Guarino, who we saw twice in the Karen Reed case, and you might be familiar with his name from also the Sandra Birchmore case. But we have not gotten to cross yet. I don't know how much cross-examination we will get into these Google searches, if they are going to contest the times of the Google searches, or if the defense is just going to double down on, well, what were the searches before January 1st? And from what it seems from direct, the Google searches before January 1st were on PornHub regarding a cheating spouse, and were getting into the credit card statements and looking at divorce, best states to divorce for a man and divorce laws, Washington, D.C., etc. Those are the things that were happening in the end of December leading up to January 1st. After January 1st, the searches were vacillating between missing spouse, can I still use their credit card? Missing how long to inherit, and how to get blood out of a floor, and murder.com, and 10 ways to dispose of a body if you really need to. Hacksaw, the best for dismemberment, and then Googling dismemberment cases, and things like, can you still be charged with murder if there's no body? Yes, you can. And here we are. So it seems that Brian Walshe, through the Google searches, was contemplating how to get rid of his SIM card, how to get rid of the hard drive on his computer, if the FBI can get to your phone, if your Google searches can be found if they don't have your computer. He was contemplating these things. And alas, we have all of these Google searches. So I'm interested to see what the cross-examination holds after lunch, and it seems that they are going through the full court day. So away we should go. I'm going to go to the bathroom again. I'm going to go to the bathroom again. I'm going to grab some tea, and then we're going to roll through. It's a perfect time to take a quick stretch break while I zoom past the court lunch, and then we get all caught up. I think it is the right time to grab a tea and get ready for the rest of the day. Some of you are asking, why are they taking lunch so late? They're not. I run a little bit behind, so we have Zoom room, so I can take like 2 5-minute breaks instead of taking an hour break for lunch and starting much earlier in the morning, because your girl doesn't like to get up early. So you will hear the chimes when we are back from break. I am going to zoom to go get some tea. And if you need to take a stretch break, go hydrate, grab a snack. Let's go. We're going to take just a few minutes, and we'll ping you in the app when we are back. And don't forget, we will also ping you in the app when we move to cross-examination of Guarino, because I think some of you are probably like, la, just wake me up when it's cross-examination. We'll let you know on this witness if they get to cross-examination today. I don't know that they will. So it seems that Brian Walshe contemplated all of the ways they could track what he was doing and executed none of them. So that's where we're at. All right, chat, we will be right back. I will see you in just a few moments. Mods, don't forget to stretch and hydrate. I'll see you guys soon.
busy day.
What is Welcome back, chat. That was totally me. I was refreshing the feed so it wouldn't jump on us, and then it was not muted, and then everything got muted, so now it should be fine. Streaming is dynamic. So that was the feed's intermission, because they do some commentary at lunch on Court TV. So that's what that was, as I was trying to zoom past the lunch break so we can, A, not get jumped past the lunch break, and B, well, not lose our closed captioning. That's my goal. So, you know, it's been a very Monday, Tuesday, hasn't it? It has. My in-ears are stuck. Just stuck on everything. But we got some tea. So that is steeping. I'm very excited. We're ready to rock. Are you guys ready? I mean, are you guys ready? So I'm ready. Today has been a lot. Northwest in the chat said all the searches were after death, not murder proof ? Well, that's exactly what the defense is going to argue. The defense is going to argue that she died of natural causes and he freaked out. And the prosecution is going to say, then why are things saying crime scene and after murder? So that's going to be the consciousness of guilt bit. But they might also try to argue down from the first degree murder to a second degree or accidental type of death where it's not he intended to kill her, but things happened and she died and then. But I think really what they're going for is he didn't murder her. All this is afterwards. And then the arguendo to that would be, but it was really an accident. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be a lot to see how they argue this at the end, because some of those searches are quite difficult to deal with, especially the after a murder searches. Those are going to be hard for the defense to deal with. Yeah, those are going to be a challenge. So, are you ready to bring the jury? Are you ready to bring the jury? Let's go back to court and see what happens for the afternoon, shall we? Let me unmute court because court is muted on its own. Walshe is back in court with his attorneys. We'll see if they put anything on the record before they go back on the record when the jury comes in. I was trying to scoot us to the jury coming in. There we go.
All rise for the court.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Oh, yes, please, thank you.
All rise for the court.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
So the jurors are coming in. And we will continue with day 2. I think this is going to be the last witness for the day. I'm not sure they're going to get to cross-examination today. We'll see if they do, or if they don't. I don't know if they will. So we'll just have to see. I was looking. What happened? I jumped all the way back in pages on my
Back in session. You may be seated.
on my super note here.
And you
I'm
may
at
proceed.
Page 99 of notes on my super note, but I write large.
Guarino, I just want to finish with that. Can you just remind me of the exhibit number in front of you on the binder?
Exhibit
Yes, it's Exhibit 79.
I just want to finish with Exhibit 79 with going back to initially page 598, record 2193. If you could just tell me the title for that.
What is
Yes,
happening?
Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Oh, we're going
And
back.
going then to page 600, record 21.
She had a little time over lunch to figure out how she wanted to get back into that search about Patrick Kearney, and whether or not he is the garbage bag killer. And I imagine that she's going to get to maybe a website that the defendant was on. So I'm glad to see she took the lunch break to figure out how she was going to go back and address this point. We don't always see lawyers circle back in the trials we cover. They tend to just move on. So I'm glad that she did.
198.
Yes, this is Patrick Kearney, Wikipedia.
And could you please tell me the date
Well,
and time
there it
for
is.
that?
Yes, January 1st, 2023, 11:30:57 a.m.
And in the course of your investigation, did you do anything to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
Yeah, I read the
Yes, I
Wikipedia.
did.
I read the
And
wiki.
what did you do to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
I read the wiki.
I went to the Wikipedia site that
Right, wiki.
the user of the laptop went to.
And what did you learn?
That Patrick
Overruled.
Kearney was called the trash bag killer.
Thank you.
They tied that up better.
Trooper, I want to ask you if you were able to...
She could have also asked, and what did you discover that the Wikipedia page said? Because it's not saying that it's true or not true. It's saying the user of this laptop visited a Wikipedia page. And the Wikipedia page says that this person was nicknamed, I hate a nickname, nicknamed the trash bag killer, and that this was the information on the Wikipedia page. So you can go through it without offering it for the truth, but offering it for the person on this laptop looked at this page and these are the things that were on the page.
I want to ask you about what day you received your search warrants from the court. You had previously told us that it was January 10th of 2023. Is that correct?
No, I messed up the days.
What date was it?
I got the warrants on January 9th. I did the device extractions on the 10th.
Thank you. So that's still of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. So, Trooper Guarino, you made a forensic copy of the iPad Mini 6. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And That was item number 7 that you gave in the lab, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And after getting that search warrant on January 9th, how did you make the forensic copy of the device of the iPad mini 6?
So I used Gray Key, which is specialized hardware and software to extract the information from the device so we could look at it later.
Okay. And what date did you use the gray key?
I mean, goodness.
That was January 10th of 2023.
Okay. And can you just explain the process to the jurors of using the gray key?
Yeah, we're going to go to 1.25
we
for
get
that.
the device, we plug it into the system.
Zoom.
If a passcode is known, you enter the passcode. If not, it has the ability, depending on iOS and Apple product model, to brute force the passcode to guess it. And it can take anywhere from days to years.
Okay. And then once the information is extracted or a copy is made, what do you do with the data?
So we save it from the Gray Key server to our secure server so we can load that into whatever forensic software we want to use to look at it, whether it be Cellbrite or Axiom.
Because it's not in a readable format at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's in an encrypted zip file.
Okay. And where is the actual device now, that iPad mini 6?
That's at the Norfolk DA's office evidence room.
Okay. And after you made the forensic copy, then what did you do?
Well, the device would stay in evidence, and then we would load that, like as I said, into our forensic software to start looking at the information.
And when did you do that?
What software did you use?
I used Cellbrite for this one,
And
their
when?
physical analyzer.
Trooper, had you previously examined this device, that same device, the iPad mini 6?
Yes, I had.
And when was that?
January 7th of 2023.
And how did you have possession of the iPad mini 6?
It was given to us by Brian Walshe, the police.
And what forensic tool did you use when you first examined the iPad mini that Brian Walshe gave to you?
I used the same products. I used Gray Key for the extraction and then Cellbrite Physical Analyzer to view the data.
And at that time, did you have the password?
Yes, I did.
And what was the password for that device?
121212.
And after making a copy, a forensic copy
And he also said that in the interview, didn't he? 121212.
of the data, what did you do with the iPad that the police received from Brian Walshe on January 7th?
Returned it.
Devices were returned to Brian Walshe.
And
That's
was
how they
that
had,
same device in?
That's how they had the information for the interview on the 8th before he was arrested. Then they got a warrant. Then they extracted it. Then they went through the extraction after the warrant.
The Walshe residence on January 8th when you executed the search warrant.
Yes, it was.
And how do you know that it was the same device?
So when we plug a system into Gray Key, it creates a progress report showing the date and time that we plugged it in, the process it goes through, and creates a PDF. When we plug that same device in days later, as long as the extraction has been deleted off the server, it rereads and knows this is the same device, same serial number. The hash value for the information may be different because time has changed, so user input and changes to the device will show. So,
But the serial number's the same.
yeah, serial number is the same. The
That's what she was
Apple
asking,
ID,
sir.
the model number, all that stays the same.
And who assigns the serial number?
Apple, when it's manufactured.
Okay. So when you examined the device on January 10th after the search warrant issued, did you determine who the iPad, whose Apple ID, for this iPad, whose Apple ID was associated with it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the Apple ID?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
And was there a device name?
Yes, Brian's iPad.
And when you first examined the iPad mini 6 on January 7th, what was the Apple ID?
The same, brw@tensaleconsulting.
And what was the device name?
Again, the same, Brian's iPad.
Didn't even log out. Didn't even log out of the iPad. Okay.
Were you limited in the dates that the search warrant allowed you to examine?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. They are going to sidebar with regard to the search warrant date limitations. We're going to zoom past that sidebar the best that we can. That seemed like a longer sidebar. So we're going to zoom.
Trooper, the warrant that you wrote, that you
Foundation?
that you sought, you limited the dates to 12/25/22 through January 8th of 2023 for the data that you could look at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And
For the
so
iPad?
you followed those dates when you were doing your search.
Yes, you're able to edit the information down to that set time frame.
And
Edit's not the right word. Narrow the scope of the extraction, but edit's not the right word.
so you did an examination of the web history for the iPad mini, is that right?
Filter
that's
would be a
correct.
better word. Yes, chat.
So you
Filter
did
would
it
be a
for
good
both,
word.
Initially, for when Mr. Walsh had given you the device, and then you did it again when you sought a search warrant. You did 2 extractions of that and analysis, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And, Your Honor, that has been marked as exhibit number 8.
Exhibit number fire truck.
And noting the prior objections, any new objections? All right. That's item number 7, is that correct?
That is item number 7, the iPad mini. Thank you.
Okay. So I now marked and in evidence as exhibit 80 is the extraction for
extractions?
item 7, the
Thank you. And my,
iPad mini 6.
may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And Trooper, I'll show you the cover has report 1 and report 2. And there's a yellow piece of paper that divides them.
Okay.
Can you just tell me the difference, report 1 and report 2, when those were done?
Yes. So report 1 was just an extraction of the web history that I created to send out in email format on January 7th. And just go to the next page here.
So that was from when Brian Walsh gave police the device.
That's correct.
And report 2?
Yes, let me just get to it. And report 2 is post that. This has a date of 11/10/2025 using, again, physical analyzer for the web history.
Did you just say report 2 was from 11/10/2025? Let me just back that up for a second. So you... What?
And report 2 is post that. This has a date of 11/10/2025 using, again, physical analyzer for the web history.
Why?
Okay, and that's from the search warrant content, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what makes the PDF reports different besides one was given to police and one was based?
I suspect, and this is purely EDB speculation, that somehow Brian Walsh absolutely did not realize that his search history from his laptop and or phone would be synced to the iPad, and that is why he felt confident handing over the iPad mini, e.g. the mini pad. So I think he truly, which is baffling to me, truly was unaware that the search history would sync and that they would find the search history from his MacBook on the iPad mini. And that's why he gave it to them and said, sure, here you go. Take a look. And then they were like, hey, buddy. So we took a look. What are all these searches about dismemberment? And then his lawyer went, no more interview for you. And then he was arrested. That's how I think that went. So I don't think he realized it. Truly.
Based on a search warrant.
Yeah, so Cellbrite and all of these companies, they come out with constant software updates. This is a far older version of Cellbrite that I used. This is just a newer.
Yeah, the older Cellbrite version. We know all about it. The passcode was 121212, but it was the kid's iPad. It does seem that this iPad mini is used by the 6-year-old and the 4-year-old. So I understand having the passcode being 6-year-old friendly. Because I don't think he realized that the search history was syncing.
Version, so it might have some columns.
And now his case is
extra
syncing.
that the
Different.
older version didn't have.
Different.
So you're pointing.
meeting.
And if
I'm
you
sorry,
could just
yes.
use your
Use your
if you
words.
just use your words.
Oh my God. That's Trooper Guarino. Please use your words. Use your words.
Yes. Yeah, so each report has different columns. It's the same information, but it's just extra. It may have an extra column of information. That's the only difference.
So the second report in the file, that software was updated, is what you're saying?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
The defense could object. She's correcting his testimony more than I would be comfortable with a tech expert. It's real frustrating. Should we be surprised? No.
So you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. So those are the same? The web history is the same?
Yes, I nothing was taken out from the web history. It's whatever was there from that date and time frame.
Okay. And the binder, you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. And what had you looked at with the MacBook? Also web history?
Yes, it's the Safari web. It's just called a little different in Axiom. Just
No, we're not still on
how they name it.
1.25. We're back
Okay.
at normal speed.
And what did you find between the MacBook and the iPad web history?
That they were syncing.
So the web history for the iPad, other than numerous more YouTube videos, had the same searches that we saw that are in the MacBook.
Were you able to determine which device, the laptop, meaning the MacBook, or the iPad, the searches originated from?
Yes, I was.
How?
So initially, I had only looked at.
What's helpful is that he did clarify that the one difference was the YouTube searches, which I think is consistent with kiddo use, that the iPad searches are different. Because, I'm interested to see, because I bet the second report is when they were like, oh, wait, those searches actually came from the MacBook. That was, it seems like the 2025 reveal. Because this is one of the least curious tech experts I've ever seen.
The iPad first and had believed that they possibly had come from that by extracting the database from each device and then loading it into a SQLite browser, which is another program to just view the databases. I was able to see that the MacBook had a designation of 0, showing that it originated on the MacBook, whereas the iPad did not have that. It had an unknown source.
Okay. And what did that indicate to you?
That the MacBook, all of these searches that were done on the MacBook were native to that machine, not from another device coming over.
So what did that indicate that had happened with the iPad?
So then?
Well, that due to the Apple IDs being the same on both devices, the iPad
Synced!
during setup must have had the sync function on because it was able to sync the web history to the iPad, but not the iPad to the MacBook.
And what does sync mean?
Synchronize. Apple makes their products, so if you use the same Apple ID on your phone, your laptop, and your iPad, it shares all the information, so you're not constantly switching between devices.
No.
If a user does not change
So that if you are switching between devices, it's seamless. Wrong way round.
the settings, the data can sync across devices that are signed in with the same Apple ID?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And then she fixed his answer. Again. She fixed his answer again. And the defense isn't objecting because this is what the defense was saying, that he's not doing all these searches on his kid's iPad mini. So the defense also wants the information out there cleanly that he's doing this on his laptop. Great.
So if you look back at the big binder, that being Exhibit 79, and you look at like record 2365 on page 650.
she's done it. I think this evidence could have been presented in a different way. But it's not my court to practice in. It's not a judge that I know. But
What's the record number we're looking?
she has done a very good job of cleaning up his answers so that the jury understands.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of a
2365, Your Honor.
slog to get there.
It says in the, I'm sorry, if you could go up, Ms. Gilman.
Ms. Gilman is the MVP.
2364, I should
of
have
the
said.
tech.
In that URL, it says channel equals iPad underscore BM and source. What does that mean?
Are you
So
confident?
it's reading that channel is iPad underscore BM. BM stands for bookmark or favorites. So it's that the Google search engine is a favorite in the iPad.
Does that show that the search originated on the iPad then?
No.
So why is that appearing?
I'm not 100% sure of how or why Apple codes it this way, but it's that the iPad.
I'm not 100% sure is not a good answer when you're the expert. Also, I don't know why she's getting into the weeds here. I think you leave it for cross and then try to clean it up after cross. I don't think we need it. I don't. But oh God. Yeah, I don't really know. Oh!
And the MacBook are synced, so the iPad has Google as its saved bookmark search engine.
Thank you. You could take that down. Thank you very much. Did you forensically copy the iPhone 13 mini and iPhone SE pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
And these are Apple products?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are you familiar with an iMessage?
Yes, I am.
Are
and
you?
what is the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
So the iMessage is going from
I know.
Apple device to Apple device, whereas a text message is going Apple device to an Android.
No, not necessarily. No.
You'll know this if you have an Apple.
No. Not necessarily. Text messages can be between Apple. Wrong.
Phone, you get the blue messages, and if you send it to someone who doesn't have an Apple phone, you're getting the text box is green.
You think that's a sufficient answer for a tech expert? Sir. No.
So what was the process that you followed to make a forensic copy of the phones?
The same as the iPad, plugged it into Great Key.
Fucking hell.
Did the extraction, and then from there saved it to our server and would be able to load it up later into Celebrate to analyze it.
Same process.
That's exactly.
No.
Okay. And could you forensically copy both phones at the same time?
No, as I said, we only have
They
one
only have
Great Key
one Great
machine,
Key.
so we have to do one device at a time.
Okay. And then were you able to look at the device on a program like Celebrate?
Yes, that's
It's also not good when the entire chat is like, I don't even use an iPhone and no. Because the jurors are also sitting there being like, bro, what? No.
what I use, Celebrate Physical Analyzer.
And had you previously viewed the data on the iPhone Mini 13?
I did a cursory look with Trooper Connor Keefe, but I didn't go deep into it.
Okay. And how had you accessed the iPhone 13 Mini previously?
iPhone, the same way. It's through Great Key, downloaded it, and Celebrate Physical Analyzer to view it.
But had Mr. Walsh given that to police?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
What?
And when was that?
January 6th or 7th? January 6th, I'm sorry,
Okay.
2020.
So, what? This is so fucking convoluted. It sounds like Brian Walsh handed over the kids' devices. And chat, it's not an iPhone mini. I'm pretty sure it's an iPhone SE. but what do I know?
23.
And you had worked, you said, with Trooper Keefe on that?
That's correct.
All right. And did you have a password for that iPhone 13 mini?
Yes, we did.
And what was that password?
1975
I mean, it might be a mini.
12.
What year was it? The phone?
And were you able to determine a phone
13?
number for
It might
that
have been a mini.
iPhone
'Cause
13
SE came
mini?
after that, right?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the phone number?
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
617-939-8646.
I imagine these
And
numbers
what
are
is the Apple
disconnected
ID for
at
that
this point.
phone?
So there were two listed, Diana_Walsh@Comcast.net, I believe, and then Brian R. Walsh@gmail.com.
So the mom.
So that's not the same as the MacBook and the iPad.
No, that's correct.
So what's the significance of that?
Well, that the phone wouldn't sync to those other two devices.
The phone had different Apple IDs. Interesting. Also, I wish they would have redacted out the rest of that, but there's nothing I can do about that at this point.
Did you examine the device to see if the iPhone Mini 13 was used on January 1st and 2nd of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I pared it down by date and then looked at the device events.
And were you able to prepare a report?
Yes, I was.
And how did you prepare that report?
I exported the device events from the phone from Celebrate Physical Analyzer to PDF.
There's no way we're finishing with his direct today, I don't think. We have so many more devices.
Any new objections?
No,
I can't imagine that we're done.
What's the item number on this one, since that's what I've been keeping track of these?
Oh yeah, I have no problem with the two different Apple IDs. I just think it's helpful to know that there's two different Apple IDs.
Item 5, the iPhone 13 mini is now in evidence. It's Exhibit 81.
Okay.
Your Honor, might Ms. Gilman display this?
She may.
Publish for the jury. Can you publish
Thank you.
for the
If you
chat
could just
too?
do the top columns.
Chat
Thank
would
you.
like to see.
Trooper, what is
We feel
event
so
type?
left out.
The event type is what the phone records, what it did. So shown here, device lock status.
What is value?
What happened with the phone? So showing, the first one is showing unlocked.
What is additional information?
If the phone recorded any additional information, like how it was plugged in or anything,
Okay.
it would show in this column here.
What is AC charger? If you could go down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman. A little bit more. Keep going to AC charger.
Back
Thank
to
you.
1.25
What is AC
we
charger?
go. The
So line
phone's
5 shows
charging.
the charging method, and it shows that it was plugged into an AC wall charger,
Great.
What is that?
like when you plug in at home to your alternating current in the wall.
Thank you. What is USB
What is charging a phone? I don't know if this matters. We're 1.25.
port?
That's the charging method. It was plugged via USB port to charge the phone.
What is source?
The source is the location of where the information came from the device, like how it recorded it.
So there are two options, I believe. If we could see
She's like, no,
knowledge
actually,
C
what?
and biome?
Yes, it's two different locations, how Apple stores data. Knowledge C is the main
databases.
database. Biome is a secondary repository for the information.
And what is deleted?
If the event was deleted from the phone,
Going through the report, what event was associated with this device on January 1st, 2023?
I'm going back to normal speed. Is shit deleted? I want to know. What happened on January 1st with the phone?
At 7:57 a.m. And these are all converted UTC times, correct, for Eastern Standard Time?
that's correct. If you look, it says UTC -5.
All right,
in the parentheses.
7:57 a.m. What happened?
Thank you. So 7:57
Yes.
a.m. So that's device number 2?
And?
Yes. So it shows 1 and 2 show the same items. One just shows the start time, 7:57 a.m. The device lock status, the phone was unlocked.
And how long was it unlocked?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And what time does the device become locked?
7:59:45 a.m.
And after the device becomes locked, what happens next to it?
8:09,
Flying
12
across
a.m. on January 1st, it is plugged in.
And then what happened?
It recorded 2 charging things 2 seconds apart. And then after at 11:23 a.m., the device is unlocked again.
Okay, and then what happens?
It is then locked at 11:24:15.
And then what happens?
And then
The device is 12:38:40. It's unlocked again on the first.
And then what happens?
And then it's locked again at 12:39:20
and
on
then
the first.
And then does the phone get unlocked?
Yes, 12:45:20
And then what happens?
and locked.
I think this is the phone that he took with him when he went out and about running all the errands. So I think this is the phone that went with him, the kid's phone, because I think his phone stayed at home.
Locked again at 12:46:49.
And then what happens?
It is unplugged on the first at 1:42:02 p.m. And then unlocked on January 2nd at 2:25 p.m.
How can an iPhone be unlocked?
There's 2 ways, Face ID or by inputting the passcode.
Trooper, in addition to your digital forensics work on this case, did you transport evidence from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the crime lab?
Yes, I did.
And generally, what did you pick up?
I believe there was 7 bags of rug, some metal, tissue, and I believe hair.
And how large were those bags?
The bags of rug were like not as big as a lawn leaf bag, but a large brown bag, and the other ones were smaller.
And when was that?
January 11th of 2023.
And where did you take those?
To the Maynard Crime Lab.
And what did you do when you arrived at the lab?
I turned them over to crime lab staff and filled out their intake paperwork.
For
And did
DNA
you
testing?
submit those for processing?
Yes, that's correct.
And you got a receipt for that you
Yes.
dropped those off?
Yes, they gave me a copy of the intake form.
If I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes?
Oh, wait, are we almost done? Weren't there other phones? No?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh,
Cross-exam?
shocking. All right, I guess we're getting to cross-examination. Hey, Galena, will you let the app know that
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Tipton's rolling up there with his hands in his pockets? Mr. Tipton, where are your binders? Mr. Tipton's like, I don't need no fucking binders. Bro, what? Okay.
I think I'm going to stay here for a while so we get a good recording.
No notes, huh?
I want to talk to you about this timeline, this date that
Let's
you
go,
referred
Tipton.
to. You applied for a warrant from 12/25 to January 8th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And when I said 12/25, of course, I meant 12/25/22, correct?
Yes, yeah, 2022.
And when you draft a warrant, you are the one that picks the dates, correct?
Depending on the investigation, it can be.
It really should freak this witness out that he's up there with no notes. He's like, oh, sir, I am ready to just fuck your shit up. I don't need any notes. No, I know your case better than you know your case. It's baller. I'm here for it. Oh, it should. I don't know if Guarino has clocked that he should be afraid, but he should.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked that question, that you applied for the warrant, and those were the dates that you requested.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say, isn't it, that once you began an investigation in a case, and if you learn more information, there's nothing stopping you from going back to a court and applying for a further warrant, correct?
It would depend because the
No, you can ask.
courts.
They can say no, but you can ask.
Shown that we need to have a specific time frame, so I would need some information to show why I would need to go back
But
to
you
write
can
for
ask.
an earlier time.
Okay.
But you can ask.
But if you have that further information, nothing stops you from going back to the court and asking for a different warrant that encompasses different time periods.
Yeah, I could.
Okay. Now, one of the things is that you don't have any information to tell this jury about of any of the data on the MacBook that originated before December 25th of 2022.
Confused by your question, so sorry. Yeah.
No, Boo Boo, you're not confused by his question. You don't know where he's going with it, and it makes you uncomfortable. No. His question is, you can't tell us what was on the MacBook before December 25th, 2022. Can you? I love that he wandered right up to the podium. He's like, you can't tell this jury. Yeah, you don't
The
know
data that you're
how
telling
to
this
interpret
jury
it.
about today, you've said it a couple of times now. It's limited to 12, 25, 22 through January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's the data you're talking to them about, correct?
Yes, I only viewed that information.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that you have the entire content of the MacBook, don't you?
I do have the contents.
And how far in date does the content go back on the MacBook?
He might not know.
I have no idea. I didn't look.
Yeah.
Because you limited your warrant to 12, 25, 22.
That's correct.
So if you thought as an officer involved in an...
If you thought he was doing anything before that, couldn't you have gone and looked? And you didn't, because there's no evidence that he premeditated this, is there? There's no evidence before the 25th that he was doing anything relating to killing his wife. So you couldn't go look because there's nothing there. Isn't that correct? That's where he's going with it.
Investigation that there might be some important information that predates 12/25/22. You have every right, and there's a procedure for you to go back to the court and explain to the court why you think there might be more information back before 12/25, and see if you could get a warrant to cover that earlier information.
If he has
If
cause.
I had information showing that there was more, then I could, yes.
If he has
You never
cause.
did.
I don't believe I had any other information showing that I needed to.
He didn't have cause.
And you didn't have any information that you thought it would be important to your investigation to go back before December 25th, did you?
Right.
For my role, that's correct.
Okay. So when we heard about, for instance, this PornHub search that occurred on 12/27, remember that?
Yes, sir.
And we heard about some other PornHub reviews.
Reviews, Tipton?
Like Chatterbait, correct?
That's correct.
What?
And something about Miss Bell, correct?
Closed captioning is like, I don't know what a chatterbait is. I'm just assuming it's a problem. Closed captioning is like, nope, we're not, no. Oh, Tipton. Where are we tiptoeing into? Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Tipton's getting in all of the searches. Emily, are you backing up? Yeah. Yep. Where are we going with this? Tipton, where are we going with this?
27. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And we heard about some other
1227.
reviews. Like Chattergate, correct?
That's correct.
And something about Miss Bell, correct?
About what?
Miss Bell?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
They said B. It was live chat.
Miss B.
I still don't remember, but okay.
Okay. Do you remember seeing record 831? Do you have, I apologize.
There was a,
I don't have that book up here to see it.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember seeing?
we have now gotten to show titles for Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Book of PornHub is where we're at from 12/27/2022. He's like, I don't have that book up here. So you're going to have to point me directly to the searches that you want me to talk about. Tipton's not explaining to the jury what any of this is. I don't think he's going to. But all right.
Also, a reference in the very same data that you've told this jury about that talked about a movie called, or something called, Slade, Dominant, Scarlet.
I would have to see it, but
What? Slade? Nope. Emily, you've been watching too much Real Housewives. We've been watching too much Bravo. Let it run. What?
double check it.
He wants to double click on that, counsel. Oh boy. The movie,
I
the
have my copy. If you
something.
want to just tell me the page, I can look. If that's
You know, I do apologize. I'm going to give you the page in just a second.
Okay.
I don't know
What,
why.
832?
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
What was it? I'm sorry.
832.
The judge is like, I got you. I got your hub searches right here. Thanks, Your Honor. Oh my God. The judge is like, I got you. Boo boo. Let's move on.
Oh, record 832. I'm
Record
sorry. I thought you said page
No,
832.
it's on page 227.
Why are we making noises? Oh God. Okay.
All right, I'm there. And yep.
And I'm there. Great.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Guarino, buddy, maybe a different turn of phrase, sir. Maybe not, and I'm there. Just, sir? Maybe pick a different one. We're back to 227.
So now I want to focus your attention to record 831
Yes.
on page 226.
I thought we were on 227. We're not on docket number 214.
Do you have that?
I do, sir. Thank you.
And it
I'm a little delighted that Trooper Guarino looks so uncomfortable. I really am. That's mean of me, but it's just funny to me at this point.
references something called Slade, Dominant, Scarlet, Straps, Cecilia. Right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't testify about that to the jury, did you? Today, on direct examination.
It doesn't
No, I
seem
wasn't
relevant.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that when you look at these searches involving PornHub, that in fact, there's a number of, and I keep referring to them as searches, but let me just ask this. There's a number of web pages that refer to what I'm going to characterize as pornography, correct?
It's about 10.
Right. And Am I right to say that that cheating wife reference, what's the entire title of the cheating wife reference?
Make him say it again.
Cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X, PornHub.com.
Do you have any idea how that particular porn movie, whatever it is,
Video?
do you know how it came about?
Somebody would have typed that in. It's a real specific search for a
The
particular
only thing I
video.
say is that Pornhub was viewed and that that video was selected.
Oh.
You
So that was the video title, not the search.
would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there is no specific search term for cheating wife, is there?
Well, it wasn't in a Google search. It was
Wait, y'all didn't just subpoena Pornhub for the searches? No? Okay.
through Pornhub, so it doesn't record that.
Okay, so your answer is, I agree with you.
That's fair. Actually, Tipton. That's real fair, because here's the thing. It's the video he selected, but not a search that he was making. Does it change things? I don't know. Is the jury gonna care? I don't know. But I think Tipton's doing a pretty good job of cleaning up the fact that this was not a search term, that this was in fact just the title of the full video. That's fair.
Yes.
That there's
They
no
could have subpoenaed the
specific
hub.
terms listed?
They could have.
That is correct.
It seems
the
like
video
they
was
didn't.
there. Clicked on.
Because you've already told this jury, and they saw it in a number of examples, that when the user enters a particular search term, the user, that it's a particular word, and then there's generally a plus sign that attaches it to the next search term, correct?
Query.
Only in the Google search engine.
Okay. And with regards to this movie Cheating Wife, there is no indication that the term cheating or the term wife or anything else was used to get to that movie.
Assuming
it's a movie.
That's what it sounds like.
As I said, I can't view any terms that were put into Pornhub, so it only shows me that search query in Google.
And
the defense is trying to lessen the damage where they can. And this is one of the areas where I think the defense thinks they can lessen the damage with, like, look, but he just picked a movie, or whoever was using that device picked a movie. He wasn't searching for it. The algorithm. Am I right? That's where I think that argument's going to go. We'll see.
Let me ask you this. Part of your investigation, did you ever go and view some of that movie?
No, I did not.
But you did testify that there were times, like for other searches, you went and followed the document and the links, and you reviewed the document.
That's correct.
But with regards to this movie,
Trooper, I thought this was a thorough investigation. Did you call up Proctor and ask him to do it? I got questions, sir. I got questions. Did you go look at that movie? Nope. No, I did not.
you have no idea what this movie is about, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know then, prior to December 25th of 2022, how many times,
Okay.
whoever was looking at the MacBook, how many times they frequented porn movies at Pornhub? Do you?
I didn't look at any data prior to December 25th.
Okay. And you don't know how long this person that was looking at this movie, how long they viewed the movie, or if they viewed it at all.
I do. It shows me a time frame of 7 minutes.
Okay, 7 minutes. And how long is the movie?
How's long?
I have no idea.
So someone started watching that movie, they watched it for 7 minutes, and that was the end of it. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. And then I went to
They finished
Slade
with-
Dominant Scarlet video.
That one.
Okay. And that Slay
The
Scarlet,
Slade.
do you recognize the fact that there is some actress referred to with regards to the cheating wife thing that's also named Scarlett?
That's correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea as you sit here today whether the person who is looking at this PornHub video, if they're trying to get access to movies that have perhaps their favorite actress or anything else of the sort, do you?
I mean, they might just be
I
searching
don't
by
know who
actress.
this person is, so I have no idea.
So your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
Okay, what's the actress's
And quite
full name?
frankly-
I'm very curious. Wait.
Trooper, isn't it fair to say that
Thank you, Chad.
when you open up something...
That I'm going to
website
Google
like Pornhub,
100%.
It comes open and it has...
Language, everybody, language.
I don't know. I'm not a peruser of
Scarlet
Pornhub,
scandal?
but sure, it has options.
Trooper Guarino, sir, this is now part of your job at this point. So he's like, sir, I don't know how Pornhub works. If it's going to become part of this, you should say, yeah, I looked and this is what I saw about the website. You, sir, you have to be aware of the things that are going to come up and work, especially if you work in special victims units where videos can get uploaded that are revenge. So you, dude, stop it.
All of these possible selections you can make?
I don't know. I'm not a peruser of Pornhub, but sure, it has options.
I'm definitely going to go
So
look.
you
I'm
have
curious.
no idea
Not on stream.
what options were presented to the person that opened up this page, do you?
No, I don't.
But yet, it was important enough to include it in the data that you put into that binder?
With the information that we knew, yes.
And that information...
So Scarlet Scandal is her stage name.
Because of the word cheating wife.
That's correct,
Thanks,
sir.
Chad.
Okay, so just the fact that there was a phrase involving cheating wife, that to you was something that, okay, let's just include that in all this data and throw it out, correct?
No.
So you didn't take the time to look to see what the movie was about. I understand that, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't take the time to see if the actor, in the other movie, Slay Dominant, whatever.
Wait, is
was the
that a
same
stage
actress
name
as the
too?
other, right?
That's correct.
So you really just said, oh,
She's
I see
gorgeous.
the phrase cheating wife. And
No,
so
100%.
I think that's important, so I'll include it in my data.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's a time.
I'll see you at the sidebar, side of the bench.
I'll see you at the sidebar. The court is just like, what in the world? Trooper Guarino, dude, look, if it's going to come up in the case, which you know it's going to be because of the title of the video, you have to at least know something more, and searching for a specific actress would be something you would need to know. Also, the search, if you're searching for that specific cheating wife seduces blah, 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 it has a different connotation for this case than if you are just looking for videos of a particular actress. So I look, giggle though I may, with Guarino being like, I have no idea what the hub is, and the rest of it. The defense makes a good point, and the defense has little to work with. So at least with this is the thing to attack if you're the defense, because this is the thing before the first. So if the prosecution is looking to argue, well, he knew she was having an affair, and look, maybe he is searching for this because he knew she was having an affair, is different than, oh, the same actress is in all these different videos. It's just another video by this actress. It gives a different connotation. And the defense has really narrowed in on focusing on the things that happened before the murder, because they're arguing that this wasn't a murder, that this was an accidental death. So they got to go with where they can, and he's done, I think, a good job.
I'm afraid that my question is misleading the jury.
That was the objection, that it was misleading. I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised that the defendant looks a little uncomfortable in court while they are discussing his porn viewing on his laptop during the murder trial, where he's trying to say that he just disposed of his wife and did not kill her. Yeah, I can understand. I can understand why he might be a little bit concerned. This is fair, Peace Geek. It's fair. Peace Geek said, in fairness to Guarino, it's only his role to do the extraction, not interpret what he gets. But he's the one testifying about what all the searches are. And my counterpoint to that, because fair point, my counterpoint to that is he sure went to Wiki to figure out who the trash bag murderer was. So if he's going to Wiki to try to figure out who the trash bag murderer is, then maybe he would have followed. No, maybe he would have gone deeper with this as well. We're going to leave it with that.
Has been marked as an exhibit, contains the entire contents of what you found on the MacBook between the dates of 12/25/22 and January 8th of 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when I suggested in my question that you, sir, selected certain things, that is completely wrong, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I should have used this word. You would agree that you were focused on, by the question, you were focused on the title cheating wife, correct?
Yes, I was asked that in direct.
Okay. But you were never focused on direct examination as to the other porn movie.
True.
The Slay Dominant or whatever the title is.
That's correct.
Tipton's like,
since you decided not to go back prior to December 25th of 2022, you really can't tell this jury how many times and how many different movies were viewed on this MacBook porn.
It's not entirely true.
Okay.
12 visits?
That's correct. So I could look at visits and it could tell me PornHub was visited. I'm just trying to look here to see how many times. And then it would also tell me, the video would also tell me how many visits. But I'm not sure if that's the entirety of the Spire history or just what I've collected.
Right. You're not sure if it's the entirety of what? Finish that sentence.
The web history that's in the device, yes.
So you just don't know.
That's correct. I didn't go back.
Know.
And
because it was just between December 25th and January 8th is what he says he limited the search to, and did not check the entire browser history or the entire web history. So he can't say if this was a regular viewing of this actress. And the defense will argue, you know, we just couldn't know. I mean, the defense could extract the devices or ask their expert to extract the devices. They're not going to want to do that because you never know what Pandora's box you might open doing that. But it's easier for them to say, well, you never looked, you don't know.
Sure.
So look, Tipton has done a really good job of narrowing in on the areas where he can make some headway and leaving the rest of it alone. The rest of it's bad for him. But if there was any confusion for the jurors, he's got notes now. If there was any confusion for the jurors about whether the defendant was searching for a cheating wife scenario, like cheating wife seduces scenario, or just an actress, I think the jury would be like, well, he was just picking videos by actress, and that's reasonable. It's a reasonable explanation, and I think it lessens the shock of the whole cheating wife scenario, which only matters because there's very little before the first that the prosecution has to go on.
I want to ask you now
So it's a good strategy from Tipton.
questions about what you testified to on direct examination.
Okay.
I love that he rolled up to the beginning of this cross with no notes, though. I think it was great.
Let's just start with the iPad Mini 13, device number 5. That's been marked as Exhibit 81. You told the jury about the events that you looked at, the event log that you created, correct?
Yeah, so it was an iPhone Mini 6, not a Mini 13. The phone was the Mini 13.
Okay. And
Oh, God, that's confusing.
well, you told us about
Because they kept saying 13 mini I'm so confused.
Exhibit 81 being locked and unlocked, correct?
Yes, for the iPhone.
Okay. And you told us about
I was confused. Chat, I think you were trying to help, and I didn't notice. I was confused between the iPhone Mini 6 and the iPhone 13 because they kept saying 13 mini. So the lost phone is the one that kept locking and unlocking. Right. Great. The phone he said he couldn't find that he was on. That makes more sense, that it mattered that it was locking and unlocking. Thanks, chat.
how it could be locked or unlocked using either a password or face recognition.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
It was not clean
And-
questioning.
How long did it stay unlocked and then locked in the time period that you looked at?
The mini or the 13?
I would have to see the report again, but I believe it's a couple minutes for each.
Okay. And did you ever determine what was being done on the phone during the time it was unlocked?
Again, I'd have to look at the Cellbrite report to see other activity or go through the timeline view to see what the phone was doing. I didn't do a full invest into the phone. Trooper Keefe did.
I see. So Trooper Keefe can tell us about that.
Oh.
I think so.
All right.
That's why we moved on quicker with him. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I retract my earlier statement about him looking into the phone. It seemed that Keefe did that. That was also not clear to me in any of this questioning.
It's fair to say that using Cellbrite, the software you told us about, you can create reports that include certain information and exclude other information.
Yes.
And you can create reports, so to speak, with the Cellbrite software that are restricted by date, correct?
That's correct.
And you can do term searches, correct?
Yes.
Well, you can, yeah.
Well, I was thinking my question was going to be if you're doing like an entire phone search or you're just looking, say, messages or web history, because there's different places to search these terms or whatever you're looking for, say a phone number or whatever.
Okay. So you can decide what information you want to look at using Cellbrite, and then whatever information you're looking at, you can dictate what terms you think are important to search for, and then you can search for them.
Yes, if I had specified terms that I need to look for, yes.
And did you do a term search on the MacBook for instance, divorce?
No. For the MacBooks, I didn't do any term searches. I just did by timeline from what was allowed in the warrant.
Are you aware of the fact that, well, let me ask you this. On that MacBook that you told us about sometime, the reference to divorce and all the things we heard on direct examination, that only occurred on 12/27 of 2023. Is that fair to say?
I can only say what I've looked for from that time frame. If anything happened prior, I don't know.
But my question is, what you testified to, the references that you were asked multiple times on direct examination regarding divorce only occurred
Buddy,
12/27.
can you go
That's correct,
back
from
to
what
the
I have.
What
podium?
was the time period for where all those searches you told us about, referencing divorce, what was the time period?
I don't remember the exact time. I believe it was around 11 o'clock in the morning, but I could be mistaken.
He's
I
asking.
would have to look.
I think he's asking
What
how
was the
long.
time period that was encompassed that covered the
I think he's asking was it 5 minutes of searching or 2 hours of searching?
entire divorce searches that you referenced on direct examination?
Like what was the span?
As I said, I don't know the exact time. I would have to look to see.
Like what was the span of time is what
And
he's
what
asking.
time did those divorce searches that you referenced in direct examination,
Oh,
what
there we
time
go.
did they occur?
He said around 11 a.m.
Again, I'd have to look at the notes to see the exact date and times.
But you would agree they only occurred on 12/27.
I
said
believe
that.
that's the when they all happened, yes.
And one of the searches that you told the jury about had to do with something like 10 best states.
I think it was 5, but yes, 5 best states.
Did you take the time to look at those documents that were referred in those?
The search results.
I don't know if I looked at all of the divorce ones. I did look at some.
And you would agree that if someone were to be searching for divorce, they could be searching for the topic of divorce and how divorce might affect protection of family assets. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Could that?
Calls for speculation.
It could, yes.
And are you aware, Trooper, as you sit here today, that around that time of December 27th, are you aware of the fact that Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe were talking about the sale of one of their properties?
I did see Zillow searches in the MacBook for apartments in DC, I believe, but I didn't know anything about sales.
Okay, did you ever take the time to examine the phone that belonged to Brian Walshe?
Again,
Objection as to form.
Is that,
Sustains, specify what you're talking about, counsel.
what are the phones that you examined that were associated to Brian Walshe?
as I said, I only did a cursory look through the iPhone 13 regarding the device events, and that was about it.
So would Trooper Keith know more about that?
Yes, he did most of the mapping.
Connor Keith?
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
So I guess my next question is, are you aware of text messages between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe encompassing the dates of December 25th and December 30th of 2022?
No, there were none in the devices that I looked at.
So when you were asked questions about your review of the MacBook and references to the divorce on or around 12/27, you, as you sit here today, you have no idea what was going on in text messages between Anna Walshe and Brian.
That's correct.
Right. No. Sounds like we're going to hear from Trooper Keefe tomorrow. Talk about those phones.
And you said you reviewed some of the documents that were associated with the divorce searches. Did you see any documents that specifically referenced what states were more beneficial when it comes to fees and the timing for judgment nisi and things like that in the context of a divorce?
Unless it was listed on the webpage, I didn't see any specific searches for that itself.
And did you, as you sit here today,
Oh, there you go, Tipton. You've wandered
do
back
you
to the
recall
mic.
reading any documents associated with those divorce searches that had to do with protecting assets of family?
No, I looked at these years ago. I haven't looked at them since.
Huh. If it's in there, Tipton, just make him look at it. Make him sit there and look at it. Page in line. Just make him go through it. Tipton has done I think, a really good job of focusing in on where he has headway to be made, and that's, and it to the exclusion of everything else. Does it undo everything else? Nope. But is it a solid strategy to focus his cross? Yes. I think it's a
Searches that you were asked about on direct examination coming from the MacBook and the data that you extracted. The many searches that had to do with Chase. You recall those questions?
The Chase Bank? Yeah, yes.
And it's fair to say that by looking at the data that you based your direct testimony on, you cannot tell at all what specific data was being reviewed.
Again, if I can see the websites listed, sometimes it'll say you're in the accounts dashboard. It could list out, but again, I'd have to
look
see
at it.
exactly what you're describing.
Trooper, I guess the reason I'm asking, let me ask you.
Trooper, do you remember anything we've talked about?
You investigate a case, correct?
Yes.
You're
He's
charged with looking
He's like, I'm not really investigating. I'm just downloading.
data like this, and you use specialized forensic tools to look at the data, correct?
Yes.
And you're trained to look at the data and try to interpret what the data is.
He's like, I mean,
correct?
potato.
Yes.
And then you share that information, don't you, with the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
And so now you were brought in here as a witness, and you were just asked questions about all of these searches that occurred regarding Chase, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony then today that the Commonwealth never sat down with you and said, tell us what you can tell us about what's being looked at on those Chase searches?
I wasn't asked to explain every Chase website to them.
So no?
But were you asked
So no?
a simple question? Can you tell us what the person
So no.
actually viewed with regards to a Chase account?
Again, if I see the data, I can explain it, but I can't say everything.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Yeah. No, I don't understand your question then.
Well, have
He's
you
like, I
sat
can't
down
be
with
more
the
specific
Commonwealth
without my notes,
in the context of
period.
This specific case and those Chase searches and tried to explain to them what it is as the digital expert in the case, what was being viewed on the Chase accounts?
Just that Chase had been, the website for the Chase account had been visited.
And that's it.
That's correct.
Okay. And I felt that yawn. I think it might have been Tipton's, but I felt it in my soul.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, Trooper Guarino, that when someone enters specific search terms, then the browser or the search engine that they're using will generate a number of results, correct?
Yes.
And then the user can click on some of those results or bypass some of those results and just go to some other ones.
That's correct.
And
He's like,
when
words are hard. It's the end of the day.
You would agree with me then that when search results appear, they can lead the viewer, the user, to then follow that link and go someplace else, correct?
It's going to be based on the search term, and then it can send you to something similar, but not exactly what you wrote.
And is that what you told the jury about redirect?
That's correct.
And so when a user gets redirected
There are
to some
predictive
other
results and then redirect.
website or something, that's
I'm not going to rage.
not
Emily,
at
don't
the-
rage. No rage. Nope.
That's not a result of the user saying, I want to be redirected. That is the
Let it go.
software doing it on its own.
Well, the user would have to click on the web page for it to open for them to see it.
Right, but to be redirected, it's the algorithm or whatever's going on that directs the user to some other
It's the computers.
website.
Computers are computering.
Again, but it's going to be similar terms to what that were written. It's not like they type in, basketball and they get sent to,
Talk
something
about
about
sports?
space.
Why does space keep coming up?
Maybe it's me. I'm not asking. I'm saying someone types in particular search terms, and then the software.
We're here because the explanation was so fucking bad about what a redirect is that the defense is like, can you actually explain a redirect? Like, was my guy Googling that shit or computers or whatever?
Browser and generates search results.
That's correct.
And at times, the browser and the software redirects the user to something that it thinks, hey, maybe this is what is relevant to what you're looking at.
Yes, that's correct.
And I know that it doesn't talk to the user, but you understand that.
Yes.
And you saw instances of that in your review of the data in the MacBook.
Yes, I don't know the exact
Okay.
number, but there's a handful that I saw.
And Trooper Guarino, when someone is doing a search for something like how to dispose of a body, did you follow that link to the result of that specific query?
Don't know if that specific one, but I did go to many of the ones that were listed.
And so as you sit
Okay.
here today, can you tell the jury then that if you were to put in that particular query, how to dispose of a body, that the results would include things like cemetery names or other things like that?
Well, it would constantly change, so if I did it now, the results would be
Different.
nothing like they were 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, and that wasn't my question,
Yeah.
but that's fine.
Was 100% not his question.
That if someone
I
were
w-
to enter
yeah.
specific search terms like how to dispose of a body, the results could simply be, here, take the body to a cemetery, something like that.
That's very
Again, I would have
speculative.
to search it to see. I can't say
So you
definitively.
didn't do that.
For that specific one, no.
It's speculative.
And so,
The
it's
did you
fair
do
to
that
say
is not
when
speculative.
someone is using specific search terms, sometimes you have to add additional terms to get information that might be more helpful.
Counsel, I don't know if that's going to help you.
So like adding more words? Is that what you're saying? That could be, yes.
So it could be the fact that to get more specific information about, for instance, how to dispose of a body, you would then have to add another search term like murder
If you really need
to get
to.
more specific information.
I don't know if I would have thought of this line of questioning, got to be honest. So to find the right results, if you really don't want them to give you like, call the coroner or call the paramedics, you have to add a term like murder so that you actually get results to help you illegally dispose of a body. So it doesn't give you these results like call a mortuary. I mean, look, he's just trying to throw out plausibilities. Is that going to fly with the jury? I don't know. But hey, you got to get more specific to get the information that you need. It doesn't mean that anybody committed a murder because they're going to murder.com. I mean, that doesn't mean murder happened. It just means you might need a more specific search. You got to admire the man for trying, right? You got to admire the man for trying. I don't know how far it's going to persuade the jury, but it's an interesting line of questioning to be sure. Because if you get one juror that's back there going, I mean, what if he just needed to narrow the search? It doesn't mean he committed a murder.
That you might be looking for.
I can't say.
So you didn't try that out. In your context of your investigation of this case.
Again, this was years ago that I did this, so I have no recollection of it.
Interesting line of questioning.
But you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that just in a general context, whether we're talking about terms like murder or any other term, sometimes to get more search results, you have to add more terms.
No, most people are stopping
Again, I
at
can't-
call 911. That's where most people are stopping, though, Tipton. That's the thing that that's the thing.
Safe for certain.
You then get to the hacksaw, and then the crime scene close. So, you know, when taken in the totality, it's not good.
So,
but Tipton's got some room to work, I guess. Oh yeah, the knife. He's making do with bad facts.
you would agree, wouldn't you, that your review of the MacBook data that you extracted, that all of these dark search queries that you were asked specifically on direct examination, that they all occurred only after 4:52 a.m.?
That's the point.
January 1st, 2023.
That I was able to see, yes.
When you say able to see, what do you mean?
Well, I didn't have anything going back prior to the 25th, so I only have what was limited via the search warrant, but everything was from the 1st to about, I believe, the 4th.
Right, but we've already been through this, so
Yeah.
let me ask you again. If you wanted to see if there was searches conducted on this MacBook where someone is trying to figure out how to dispose of a body before January 1st
You could go back and expand the
of
warrant.
2023, and you thought that was important to your investigation, once again, you could have gone back and applied for a warrant to see if there were, right?
Well, I'd have to show probable cause for the warrant to show why I would need to go back further than the 25th
You would need a reason, but you could still do it. Oh my God.
that I've already written for.
So you had no probable cause
That's
to
the
go
point.
back to the court and say, I have reason to believe
That's Tipton's point.
that someone might have been trying to learn how to dispose of a body prior to January 1st of 2023 at 4:52 in the morning.
Objection.
Overruled.
That's correct.
Good line of questioning. I think it's probably where he's going to end with this, right?
In fact, in all of your examinations,
Oh, because he's getting loud. He's been doing a good job of seeding this point last. We've only seen 2 cross-examinations, but he's been seeding this point last in his cross-examinations. And I really appreciate that he brings it back to, but there was nothing before this date, right? There was nothing before that date. And he's been real consistent. I imagine he's going to be real consistent throughout the trial. It's been really nice to watch his cross-examinations. I really like his cross-examination style. Very, very much so. Sometimes he's a bit loud on the ears, but there's been multiple times in this case where the court's like, Mr. Tipton, I can't hear you. Can you speak up? So I can't fault him for that. Now we're bringing in the last punch, I would imagine, of cross.
in fact, in all of your examination of the data that you did look at, the data that you chose to limit to 12/25 to January 8th, you saw nothing in the data dating back to 12/25 that indicated any searches that were relevant to how to dispose of a body.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about anything about DNA or anything of the sort.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about how to get rid of blood.
Yes.
You saw no searches about how to use hydrogen peroxide to clean up.
Yes.
Yes, meaning you didn't see any.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't see any.
Good questions to end on. That's going to be the theme of his closing. Nothing before.
But you would agree then, just try to end this particular topic, that if you had what you've referred to this jury here, probable cause to think someone had tried to plan murder, you could have gone and applied for a warrant to see if there was data on
Good
that
question.
fact.
Objection.
Sustained.
Speculative. Tipton, is that your last question? Is that the Hail Mary question? You ask all the questions you really want the answers to, and then you throw the Hail Mary one at the end? I'm not mad at that. I'm not. He's just like, we'll throw that Hail Mary question in at the end.
Think someone had tried to plan murder.
If you think someone had tried to plan a murder before this, you could have gone back and gotten another warrant.
This jury here, probable cause to think someone had tried to plan murder, you could have gone and applied for a warrant to see if there was data on that matter.
Objection.
Sustained.
Immediately with the judge. I wonder if Tipton's like, I got nothing further. Are we done with the Hail Mary question? Let the jury just noodle on that a little bit. Dramatic pause.
In your review of the MacBook,
I'm surprised he didn't end there.
did you see anything indicating a search for a man named William Festa?
Yes. Was that on? I believe so.
Do you recall when that search was?
I don't. I believe it was prior to January 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
So you have no recollection as you sit here today that you had a discussion with the Commonwealth about searches specific to William Festa?
Oh, that's correct.
By the way, I understand that these exhibits, these bindings,
William F. I keep thinking he's saying Fessler, but we're not in Real Housewives world. Is the alleged Paramore side piece that I think we're going to hear from on Thursday.
sometimes they're referred to as reports, but it's a report generated by Sullivan, correct?
That's correct. Or Axiom.
Or Axiom.
Yeah.
And regarding a report, you never wrote any report summarizing what it was that you found on the MacBook.
That's correct. I take it directly from the software. That way I don't make any mistakes.
Summarizing?
From transcribing it from one to another.
He just gives you the raw printout.
Binder that you have there on the shelf, it's 1,034 pages long, correct?
I believe so.
And it contains many, many entries referred to as records, correct?
The lead investigator in the Adelson case would literally never. But it speaks to your confidence that you just go with the printout and don't write a report. I can't.
Yes.
How many records?
I can tell you in a second.
Mm-hmm.
$3,677.
Jesus.
Out of those 3,677 records created in this Celebrite report, can you tell the jury how many of those records are relevant to your investigation?
Good luck. I think that's the point, though.
The exact number of the records? No, I couldn't.
Can you give us an estimate?
Nope.
No.
It's also not his to determine what's relevant, but...
You would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that it's a very relatively small amount of those records, those over 3,000 records, that have any relevance to the point of the investigation of this case?
No.
Well, then how many records do apply to the investigation of this case?
Well, everything's relevant.
Again, I'd just be guessing, but I think a good portion.
And what's a good portion?
I don't know. I don't have a specific number.
Does a juror have a question? I got questions. Bailiff, what are you doing? Do we have a question? It looks like the bailiff's walking up to the bench to hand something to the judge. A juror might have had a question.
I got it.
Counsel, see at the side of the bench.
Well, the judge got passed a note, has asked everybody to go to sidebar, and we'll see. I'm trying to zoom.
Done a lot of work to schedule break.
I'm trying to zoom past the sidebar.
I understand somebody needs an unscheduled break and the day is getting long.
Oh, something might have come up. I understand someone needs an unscheduled break, so something might have come up with one of the jurors.
I understand somebody needs an unscheduled break and the day is getting long. So the 3:30 hour. We've done a lot of work today,
So they're just going to break for the day.
use the facilities, but I'm also going to send you on your way for the day and we'll be back ready to work.
Oh, it might have, somebody needed a break to use the facilities. So the court's like, let's just break for the day. So not just can we have an afternoon break? She's like, I'll do you one better. Let's be done for the day.
Weather. I know you guys aren't watching, you're not listening to the news media, so the weather looks like nothing better, as my would say. Safe travels home. Before I leave you, I want to remind you, jurors, don't do any research about this case.
Oh, safe travels home.
Be vigilant about not listening to any news media, any social media. Talk to anyone, don't do any research about the case. Continue to have open minds. With those mornings, you're ready to come home tonight. Appreciate your work. We'll see you back. We're ready to work in the morning.
Same reminders.
All right, please. Close your notebooks.
Jurors are out. And they ended like a half hour early. Not much. We'll do a summary and then we will get to questions. So that's the end of this day. And as the court said, enough good work for this day. All right. See if the attorneys need to put anything on the record.
Please be seated.
Anything
They shut
else?
off their water consumption at about 1:45.
You can't do that. Jurors are going to have to pee, Your Honor. I should shut off their water consumption at 1:45. Let them stay
Shut off their water
hydrated.
consumption at about 1:45 to make sure we make it through the 2-hour afternoon. I'm joking. List. Does anyone need to raise anything with me this afternoon before we suspend?
You can't focus with a full bladder, Your Honor.
All right. So, Commonwealth, tell me who's on the agenda for tomorrow. We'll finish up with this trooper, and where are we going from there?
So we will have keepers of the records from Uber, Lyft, and JetBlue. We would have Sergeant Reardon from Cohasset PD, who is a K-9 officer. William Foley from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Michael Kenyon from Swampscott PD. Maybe A.B. Waterman from the Massachusetts State Police. And then I'm trying to determine if we're going to have, based on witnesses' availability, is it going to be Connor Keefe, Davis Gould, and Heather Sullivan. I've been calling her Sutherland for about 2 months now. I apologize. So my hope is that in the next 20 minutes, I'll be able to email counsel and let them know what that lineup will be.
All right.
But I think that would take us easily over a day to accomplish Sullivan, Gould, and Keefe. The others, I think, are very quick, and we can get through pretty
All right.
easily.
So it is actually more important that you're talking to each other than you're telling me what's going on. And I appreciate your continuing efforts to do that and to,
And we can look at the clerk, too.
oh, I know. She just saved me from some of the messages. Anyway,
The clerk
it's more
is
important that you're talking to each other.
filtering.
Yes, Your Honor.
Keeping me informed as I need to be. Anyway, everybody else set?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good night, everyone.
All rise.
And that is the end of day 2 of the Brian Walshe case. I have to say, they have moved through this case quite expeditiously. It seems that counsel on both sides are communicating well with each other, though I think there are probably more engaging ways to present the digital evidence. I have to give grace to counsel because I don't know how much Guarino could have presented that evidence better. We have seen some great law enforcement tech experts, and then not. So I don't know if he could have presented that differently. I was really surprised on cross to hear him describe the fact that he turned over 3,000 report items and didn't do a report at all, didn't summarize it at all, no Scrivener's errors. So counsel walking him through this report number, this information might be all that witness can do cleanly, because his defense was asking him questions. He's like, I really don't know. I would have to just look at the paper. I can reiterate what's on the paper. That's about all we've got from Guarino. I extracted it. The paper says this. That's about all you're getting from him, it seems, which is unfortunate as cases become more and more tech heavy for Norfolk DA's office. This is going to be an ongoing and challenging problem for them to have an expert that can't well describe the difference between an iMessage and an SMS text message, or what a redirect is vis-a-vis a search suggestion. It's really I know how to use the gray key, and so I download it, and then I just turn over all the paper. So that's frustrating. But the defense is continuing, I think, in cross-examination to focus on the areas where they can make a little room and just leave the rest of it alone. Don't touch it and make it messier. And ending the cross-examination again today for Tipton with, but there was nothing before January 1st, because the defense's hurdle in this case is to have the jurors question whether this was a premeditated first-degree murder, or whether something else happened and the defendant freaked out. And so, yes, he disposed of her, but he did not kill her, and he did not decide in advance. And I mean, premeditation can happen quite quickly, but he did not decide in advance to kill her. So he walks through those questions in his cross-examination with, you didn't see these searches before January 1st. And it's what they have to work with, because as we went through all those Google searches, you're getting additional Google searches with some really difficult phrases to overcome, like, can you be charged with murder without a body? It seems that the prosecution will be arguing that that is consciousness of guilt, where after the fact, he's now wondering, well, is it better if I just get rid of the body? And does that give me some type of advantage? So I'm interested to see if the cross-examinations continue to end on, but there's nothing before, and how the defense will bring that together in closing, and whether or not Brian Walshe will testify, which I think he kind of has to if this is their defense, and if he will just blow up his own case a la Alec Murdaugh, who we're going to have to talk about on the podcast soon, but that is not for today. So let's get to some Q&A. We've got lots of questions, and I think the defense is doing well with the facts that they have. I mean, you are seeing good lawyering and a non-dramatic well-run, it seems, courtroom. It's been 2 days and things have proceeded without any drama. It is just, for all of the facts of this case that are horrific, the courtroom is running in a refreshingly normal and professional fashion. And it's nice to see. It truly is nice to see. So with that, let's get to some of your questions. This case is sad enough, right? And the lawyers all working together well is nice. And I'm not saying I fault some of the other lawyers, because God knows that there were reasons in some of the cases we've watched for the defense to be frustrated with the prosecution, especially in the Reed case. You could feel the defense's frustration, especially by the retrial. You could feel their frustration through the screen. And we don't have that in this case. But I think it's really, really nice to see. It's refreshing. It's like, oh, look, professionals being professional. We're not in the world of wildness that some of these cases have turned into. And it's truly nice to see. So let's get to questions. You've got questions. I've got questions. Let's back around for a few minutes. I mean, and here we are at 4:30 p.m. Central, and it is getting quite dark. So let's get there. D or Die 3547 said, I just want to thank you, Emily, for doing this case. I've been waiting since day one. A huge thank you goes to Team Baker, all of Team Baker, our production team and mods, to be down to ride for a December case, but also to Family Baker, who has said, yeah, we've got this, we'll figure it out. And if we have some scheduling quirks, we'll just let you know in the Lawnerd app, because we might have some scheduling quirks this week. We're just going to have to see how the days go. But tomorrow, I think I'm going to, we're just going to keep trying every day. I think I might try to stream 9:30. We'll see. We'll be here at 9:30, so we can be done kind of when they're done for the day, or closer there too. It got very, very late yesterday, and that's not fun. Thursday will be a little bit of a later start. I have to go drop a car off on Thursday morning, so I want to make sure that we don't keep you guys waiting if I am delayed. So I'll probably schedule that to start later, and then I will send the app notification closer in time. Kate Elizabeth, this is very kind. Shout out to EDB and Team Baker. The I Have Questions hoodie is so soft wearing it now because it's 25 degrees here. I am also wearing my I Have Questions hoodie today. I don't have my direct light on, so it is much harder to see because we went with the blackout collection, but it is my I Have Questions hoodie. I love it. These are very soft. I love these hoodies. Same hoodie that we used for the purple hoodie, and we will have other things in this hoodie. Don't worry. So we will get there. Love this judge already better than the retrial. It has just gone more smoothly. Carol, on a comment from earlier about Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, which the whole season dropped while I was at BravoCon, and it was a whole thing. I still struggle to tell Demi and Jesse apart, and I don't follow on TikTok. I follow on, the show, really. So I struggle. Kerrigan said, I second the motion for a Lawnerd blanket. I mean, you know how I love my Lola blankets. They are a sponsor. We do have discounts on them. I love them, and they are fantastic, but do we need a Lawnerd inspired color? Maybe. Linda, I am wearing the Lawnerd hoodie. Did it sell out? Yes, our hoodies have been selling out. Remember, if you have the Lawnerd app, you do get notified before I talk about them on stream. And if you are a member, you get notified before that. The earliest access to merch is in the Lawnerd Lounge at lawnerdlounge.com. That is our priority. Our Lawnerd Lounge members get early access to our merch. Wobbly Knight said, listening to this whole recording has felt super meta and it's tripping me out a bit. He knows we know, right? Yes. At this point in the trial, the jury knows he's lying. He knows the jury knows he's lying. His lawyers told the jury he's lying. And then we're listening to him lying. It's all the things. Let's see. Was his phone subpoenaed and checked and verified the types of conversations he had with Anna? It sounds like yes. And it sounds like we will start getting into that with Connor Keefe. So we'll see. Aereo Scorpion said it's creepy. He's so calm in the interviews. He is calm. He is calm for sure. Let's see. EDB catching up on Julie and Brandy Pod and heard you were at the SF show. My worlds have finally collided. What SF show? I don't know. Where was I? I am EDB me? When was I last? It's been a minute since I've been in San Francisco, if SF means San Francisco. But I'm not sure what we're referencing. I apologize, but it's been a very long stream day, so I am probably late. Amy's bucket list said, mother is in a house on a hill in a rocking chair. The references to his mom there's a lot there. Cindy, thank you for the gifted memberships and everyone who gifted memberships. Jennifer T, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. When it comes to the books that I've talked about, including things like Butcher and Blackbird, take the trigger warnings seriously. Some books are for some books are not for everyone, but it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But take the trigger warnings seriously. Take them seriously. Look, it's a dark romance about serial killers. Take the trigger warning seriously. Lisa said, my first trial with my new rescued paw nerd. Enjoy the trial cuddles. I hope it's fantastic. Let's see. I'm still amazed by the lack of leaf blower. I don't think we're going to get a leaf blower. They drained a pool. No leaf blower was mentioned. No leaf blower was mentioned. Not even once. So, Boyo 2012 said, how's everyone's limbo doing today? Good. I definitely need to stretch after court today, though, because I need to stay limbo when sitting for this long. LEB, thank you for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Learn basic IT terms. Google them if you must. It's kind of painful, right? Like, it's a lot. It's really a lot. Lasagna Wolf asked if there was a possibility that Anna Walshe was pregnant. We have no idea. I don't think we're going to know. If she was at the point where she was seeing doctors, I'm sure there would have been medical records or her sister would have told law enforcement, but there was no autopsy in this case. So there is no way to know. The only evidence, well, let's hear what her sister has to say if her sister testifies and go from there. But if she was at the point where there were doctor's appointments and such, there would be records of those. So I am not going to speculate on that just because we don't have an autopsy. So I agree with Anon Mouse, who said a body would be the best evidence of natural causes. Correct. And I think a lot of jurors are going to be there with you, because when Dr. B and I talked about this case, he's like, but if you were worried that people might think it's suspicious, wouldn't you just have them do an autopsy? Yes, Dr. B. Yes, that would be the logic. That would be the logic. Amy Noble has pointed out in the chat that we don't know yet if it was snowing. We've heard nothing about snow in January. Not once. Not once have we heard about snow. So let's see. Ashley, good to see you. Said, hi, EDB Law Nerds. Had a long doctor's appointment this morning and I'm behind, but couldn't help but pop in to the chat. EDB's face subtitles can make me smile even on the days I'm struggling. Thank you. You're welcome. Look, these cases are hard. We cover hard and difficult and sad cases. This is an incredibly sad case. There are moments in trial where we're just like, wait, what is even happening? And I always think of the jurors having to sit there and just be like, you said what now? I could never. It would be so difficult. It would be so incredibly difficult to sit there and be like, okay. Richard the Magician said, of all the cases we've watched with bad facts, I really have to hand it to this defense team. Yeah, I really think, Tipton does not have great facts to work with, but I think he is showing that he has, the experience and the wisdom to make headway where he can and do not touch the rest. He is not trying to make headway on every single thing. There's probably other things he can make headway on. He is picking the biggest points that the jury may remember, raising questions there, and then moving on. It will keep the jury engaged, and it might help him get some of the jurors to be able to keep more of an open mind. And then we'll see what happens when they get back to deliberations and somebody said, okay, but can you get charged with murder without a body? Like, I'm having a hard time getting past that. However, the prosecution does have to prove that he murdered her. And so this is a circumstantial case. We will see what else are in the circumstances. We clearly have a very long way to go, but they are moving through it fairly quickly, it seems. So let's continue on with some questions. Look, there will be moments in any case that are just like, oh boy, today had a lot of them, but I also have to, enjoy is kind of the wrong word, but maybe not. I do like the opportunity to go through a case where I don't necessarily know everything that's coming. We've got kind of an overview, but there are so few things in life that are a surprise anymore. It's wild to be like, oh boy, I didn't see that coming. Cases will surprise you. People will surprise you. And the jury is just sitting there listening to like thing after thing after thing after thing going, what? I'm frustrated for them though with the tech evidence that they don't have as easy of a chart with the dates and times. If they, in their mind, were trying to process the information of this search and then this search and then this website and then this, if they're trying to process that from the documents that are just scrolling on a screen, it's difficult. And I hope the prosecution might use some demonstratives in closing or with another witness. We'll see. But I hope that the prosecution does not lean into only the Google searches and nothing else, because there needs to be more. They're going to have to talk about consciousness of guilt, and they're going to have to start talking about what happened in that house. And we know that a crime scene team was there for 2 days. It'll be very interesting to see what the crime scene team has to say about the house. I don't know if that's been in any of the pretrial motions, but I will be interested in seeing where and what the crime scene team finds, and where and what. I do appreciate it. And there were some light moments in court too. Trooper Guarino, you're pointing, but use your words. And she caught herself and then just leaned into it. She's like, use your words. There are funny moments. But again, every time we talk about trial, I harken back to Chicago and give them the old razzle dazzle. And even that's colliding with the world of Secret Lives of Mormon Wives at the moment. I'm just trying to catch up on the drama. So with all of that, Law Nerds, you guys are great. It's great to watch trials with you. I've got some stuff I need to get to Team Baker and finish up today. I almost forgot to turn in stuff yesterday for my kiddo's yearbook, and I was like, shit. But we got it done. ADHD is a superpower. I keep telling myself that. Some days are sassier than others. I will see you tomorrow morning for day 3. It sounds like, and I love having a preview of the next day. It's just so nice to know what to plan for, but it sounds like tomorrow it's a lot of she didn't take a Lyft, she didn't take an Uber, she didn't take a flight, she didn't leave the country, she's not here, she's not here, she's not here, she's not here. So it sounds like a lot of evidence closing all the doors of where Anna Walshe could have gone, because eventually the prosecutors are going to say she did not leave the home. And to answer the question in advance, though I know I'll answer it tomorrow, yes, even though in opening statements they say Brian Walshe is saying that she died in the home, they are still going to close all those doors and close those arguments or avenues for argument and not save them for a rebuttal case, because it'll be pretty quick to go through the witnesses. And I think those witnesses will go pretty fast tomorrow. With that, Law Nerds, you are the best. And I will talk to you soon. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other, because you're back in court tomorrow. Rest up for jury duty, everybody. And I will see you soon. Bye, chat. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop, because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.